Plug in.
Oh, is that what they do? Is that what they do?
In Japanese, they say plug in instead of jack in.
I think that's better.
Change.
I
You think plug in's better?
Yes.
Better?
Jack in, I always think is like.
Human life is more important than even peace or justice! Hey, it's Shabes!
What?
This is Kamen Rider 1001. Kamen Rider 101. Yeah! All right. Thank you, Nate, for having me at this conference. Thing of Ultimate Genius Conference. So let me pass these out. Those, raise your hand who've ever seen Kamen Rider. Doesn't matter if it's a movie or a show. You've heard of it, perhaps? Great. Just wanted to get a gauge of that. Cool. This is so that first page is just like the schedule and some rules. I just want to clarify some things right off the bat. This is not a summary of all 35 seasons of Kamen Rider. There are
Only 34.
yeah, right. Yes, only one actually.
It still has 50 seasons, so it's better.
Yeah, and each of those seasons are like 50 episodes. The first one's 98 episodes. I think it's like maybe roughly around the ballpark of 1,400 total episodes.
Wow.
I have not watched all of them. I've only seen 8 of them, and I've watched them very casually. I've stayed away from social media. I don't let anyone know I'm into this. I keep it to myself. I've watched it with my roommates. We have the best time ever. I love this shit so much. But I'm about to share it with you because I want you guys to potentially enjoy it too. If you've never heard of this sort of thing, what we're going to do, instead of summarizing every single one of them, we're going to be talking about them in a more broad general sense because there's a lot of commonalities between each season and a lot of differences, but we're avoiding the differences. And as we go through the general stuff with Kamen Rider, I'm going to be summarizing one season, just to give you an idea of what a Kamen Rider season is like, of like what the story is like and the kind of twists and turns. And that season is going to be Kamen Rider Gaim. That is from 2013. It is the first Kamen Rider series that I watched, so it's my entry point. So I thought it would be fitting to use that as the entry point here. Another quick thing is that this is not necessarily biographical. I just thought that was more of like a Kamen Rider 102 type of thing, like kind of more advanced. Because I wouldn't just want to talk about the writers or the composers or the directors. I also thought this is a very producer-heavy thing. And there's a lot of history there that's really rich and worth giving the time that it deserves, and we have a lot to cover, first of all. So there's not going to be too much in the way of staff names or suit actors and things like that. Although I will touch upon the originators, kind of like one name that's important, and I'll touch on that in a bit. And we're also veering away from firsts. Oh, this is the first time. Like, yeah, there's going to be like, at this point, this is where they started to do these sorts of things. But I'm not going to go like every single time. Like, what was the first time this happened in the series? Like, when did they start doing this? With the exception of the first season. There's some long-standing traditions, and a lot of them are attributed to the first season, so those will be some exceptions. But for the most part, it's not like first heavy, I guess. If I get something wrong, it's not malicious. I swear, please don't kill me.
Incompetence is worse than malice.
It's true. But you see, I'm not making an edited video here. I'm talking mostly off the dome. I'm being as earnest as possible. I love this shit.
I'm not convinced.
The single most important rule here, it's my rule here. Fuck my opinion and fuck yours too. This is a thing that I've found in this particular fandom. They love to tell you, no, this season's kind of mediocre, or this one's bad, or this one's good in the first half, and then it kind of, no.
I also hate the fan bases. I attempt to speak.
Look, I love this shit, but like, I don't want to start bringing in like, well, this season's not very good, so we're not going to talk about it, because it might be a favorite season for some other people. And I'm also not going to like jerk off the season that everyone loves. Like, everyone loves this. You know, there are seasons like that, but I'm going to try my best to be like mask what those are. We are treating all of these seasons equally. And so to be upfront of which ones I've seen, because yes, fuck my opinion, I'm going to try not to be like, it's so good, guys, oh my gosh. Like, this was my favorite. I'm going to tell you which ones I've seen. Just assume I enjoyed all of them. I really did. Almost equally. But like, we're not, fuck my opinion. But just to be clear, like, which ones has he seen? Because I'm going to be referencing the ones that, from my frame of reference, right? The ones that I'm familiar with. I've watched in this order, Kamen Rider Gaim from 2013, Zero One from 2019, Build from 2017, Forze from 2011, Revice from 2021, Drive from 2014, Geats for 2022, and Agito from 2001. You will get a better handle of like, what the names or whatever in just a second. That was mostly for the fans out there being like, all right, we'll size this guy up. What does he know? You know, yeah.
Everybody tells me that Fours is super based and cool.
I'm sure you'd like that one.
Everyone says that. I don't know why.
I'm sure you will.
I've got a sort of bird's eye view question.
Yeah.
Is this, like, what is the impetus for, like, all these iterations for, like, one franchise?
Yeah, you'll find out soon enough. Yeah, you'll find.
Doctor Who or what?
Yeah, you'll find. Yeah, we'll get right into that. But those are the 8 I've seen, so I might be like, oh, in this show, if I keep doing that, it's because they've actually seen them. I haven't seen these other ones. I did a wiki dive, which, you know, again, I'm being as earnest and charitable as possible. I'm really trying my best here, but if I get something wrong about one of these seasons that I haven't seen, that's why.
Unsubscribe.
Doing my best. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so we have 7 major sections, and alternating with each of those sections will be 5-episode chunks or 10-episode chunks or so of Gaim. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Cool. And I need your help for something when we switch between the sections. When I say Kamen, kind of like that, you guys just reply a Rider, right? It's just a call and response, right? Kamen Rider.
Kamen Rider. Yeah.
And then the second one, that will be for when we switch back to the general sections. But when we want to talk about Gaim, I wish I played the OP before so you guys could have a taste of what it's like. But we're quoting the OP here. When I say, don't say no, you guys loudly shout back, just live more.
Okay.
Don't say no.
Just live more.
Don't say no.
Just live more.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. What the fuck is Kamen Rider? What the heck? Suited dudes. It is a subgenre of live-action Japanese television and movies, etc., and a big franchise of video games, etc., of what we call tokusatsu, tokusatsu gijutsu. It's a contraction, and this is a broad umbrella term for special filming techniques or craft. Tokusatsu, we just call special effects. You know, so you know Godzilla. That is what we call tokusatsu. Perhaps before they had that contraction, it was in the 1950s, right? Ultraman, if you're familiar with Ultraman, you know, gets really big. Perhaps Super Sentai. It was brought over here as Japanese Power Rangers.
Yes.
Yeah, so you might be like, this looks familiar, especially because it just so happens, not going to talk about it very much because I haven't seen it, but I do remember seeing it as a kid, like catching glimpses of it. They did bring Kamen Rider over here a couple of times, not too successfully. The one notable success that I watched, I remember catching as a kid, like my first exposure to it, was a adaptation of Kamen Rider Ryuki from 2002, and that was localized in the US as Kamen Rider Dragon Knight. So that's an attempt that they did, and that's something like the early 2000s. But for the most part, it's pretty much stayed where it is in Japan. And notably, out of those 4 that I just mentioned, it's the only one that doesn't use like miniature sets, really. You know how like Super Sentai, they have the giant mechs and they get really big. Right. Or obviously Godzilla and Ultraman are all about how giant they are and they're wrestling. Kamen Rider doesn't necessarily do that. With exceptions, there might be a big dude at one point, you know, one of the crossover movies has one of the Kamen Riders really big. Sure, some exceptions, but that's not really what you're going for when you go to watch one of these. Instead, you get a very combat, kung fu, kind of action-heavy, very combat-centric sci-fi, supernatural, a little bit of mystery, a little bit of horror, and a very broad range. Like, it's very similar to like a lot of Japanese media, in my opinion, that like, and what makes it so good and successful is that they are very broad in terms of comedy, tragedy, drama. They do the whole spectrum. You get a little bit of everything with these series. There's not one that's like, yeah, there's some that are more lighthearted than others, obviously, but I just love that it's very accessible, broad range, and very much like anime. We'll talk later that I feel, if you've never seen like a live action Japanese series and you're more of like an anime guy or a manga guy, you'd be like, I'm not really sure if I'm into it. It really does feel like watching live action anime, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's like a weird way that the styles seem to overlap, that like Western show making techniques are very different from like the Japanese aesthetic you'll see.
Yeah.
It was kind of shocking to see live action stuff. This feels like anime.
Right. Yeah. And we'll talk more about that with the section about aesthetics, like the appeal of watching the show on like an aesthetic level. Yeah.
Is any movie that has special effects tokusatsu, or is it more?
Yeah, it's like asking like, is this anime? Or it's that kind of like, we don't really, in the terms of like, what does that bring to the discussion, right? If it's like, does this count as tokusatsu or not? It doesn't make that much of a difference. It's more like, and to be fair, those are not the only 4 tokusatsu franchises. There's something called Garo, which is more from like the late 2000s, I think. It could have been earlier, I'm sorry. They've tried various things over the years, but those are like the 4 biggest, oldest, longest running franchises. I could be missing one, sorry.
So is it like predicated on like practical, like physical
costume? Honestly, a lot of different, anything with special effects. So it's like, a lot of practical, and there's a lot of computer generated animation too. Again, we'll get more into the aesthetics.
It's like one more question about that. Like, would something like Shin Godzilla, for example, be considered tokusatsu? Okay, gotcha.
Is Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness tokusatsu? Because it has special effects.
Right.
I guess this is people know it's a colloquialism, I guess, that means a certain thing, like Metroidvania or something.
Yeah, and in particular, I would say that like, you could have like Attack on Titan or something. And that could be tokusatsu with the way that they're using a mix of practical and special. Although there is that whole idea of like a genre of a masked character, like a suit actor. Godzilla, it's a guy in a suit. Ultraman, it's a guy in a suit. Power Rangers, Kamen Rider, etc. Right? That's sort of more of what people are thinking. If you're going to watch Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, are you going to get what you get in Kamen Rider?
He does have a costume.
He does have yeah.
Like Spider-Man, is Spider-Man tokusatsu?
There is a Spider-Man tokusatsu in the 1970s. Wow. There was a live-action Japanese Spider-Man show, and it's basically tokusatsu.
I was just gonna bring up the Spider-Man tokusatsu. He gets into
words right out of his mouth.
He gets into like a big like mech or something. He like transforms.
Yeah, so like what you're getting in this show plot-wise, they're either fighting a monster. You might have 1 or 2 riders. It kind of splits into 2 categories, like 2 camps with Kamen Rider. The old show is like fighting monsters every episode, and you might have a maximum of 2 Kamen Riders. But the newer shows, especially like in the 2000s or so, they might be fighting each other. They might have other Kamen Riders kind of fight each other, and there might be some monsters in the mix too.
Yeah. I'm a Nihongo no Tensai, so I know that Kamen means mask literally in Japan. I didn't spoil that, did I?
No. You reminded me. It's my first point, and I just got really into like the tokusatsu idea. But yeah, Kamen is Japanese for mask, and it's literally just Raida for rider.
He rides a motorcycle a lot.
Exactly. The first show, it was really cool. He rode a cool motorcycle, and then we'll go more into like the significance of that. It's a masked guy that rides. That's a rider. Rides a motorcycle. He's a Kamen Rider. That's the idea. That's where the name comes from. But yeah, they're almost all standalone seasons, and it's frequently different creative staff. It's not like the same writer for every show, but there is like, this guy who did this previous season, he took a season or 2 off, and now he's back with this one, and you might be able to, and that's why the production thing is so interesting, because it's like, there's commonalities with this particular writer, loves these kinds of themes. This is the guy that wrote this show, so he's like, I know what I'm getting into with this other show.
Yeah. Is there an overarching villain, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah, a bit. We would definitely talk about bad guys. But like I said, like it is pretty much standalone seasons. Like entire worlds are different, premises, the characters, but the branding and iconography and the feeling of each of these shows are similar. It's literally, if you grew up with Power Rangers in the West, you might remember like SPD, it's like a cop future show. But then the next season is like, what was the magic one? Like they're all wizards and stuff, right? And it's like completely different, but it's still Power Rangers. You know what you're getting into. It's the same idea. And they might have like differing episode structures. Like some of the early seasons are completely episodic. You can watch them in almost any order. There's some overarching thing for the most part. Some of the earlier 2000 series, you might notice that they go in like 2-part episodes. So they might be dealing with the same antagonist of Monster of the Week. I don't really try to avoid that term. It's like whatever. It's kind of a flanderized term, I guess. But they might be dealing with the same particular focus or opponent over the course of 2 episodes, and they're like 2-episode arcs almost. Or you have stuff like Kamen Rider Gaim and a lot of the later seasons that are very serialized. Like every episode, like it's progressing the plot very deliberately. So you get some variety in there. Some seasons are different than others in that way. One concept, overarching theme that I do want to touch upon is this idea of the Cross of Fire. Cross of Fire is named after an initial working concept by the creator, who I haven't mentioned yet. Kamen Rider was created by mangaka Shotaro Ishinomori, and he is the author behind Cyborg 009. He happens to be the creator of Super Sentai as well as Kamen Rider.
Oh.
Yeah, he did both of them. Yeah, and other shows like series like Kikaider is kind of like some of the stuff that he's really known for. Yeah, it was Shotaro Ishinomori and friends. It was the idea. So there's a great video by Mercury Falcon about the birth of Kamen Rider. It literally gives you the whole production history of where this comes from, why they were making it, etc. But it's TV producers from NET at the time, now TV Asahi, approaching Shotaro Ishinomori being like, we want to make a TV show. We want you to help us make a show. And so we had some concept, and we'll go into a little bit with that, but again, it's not much of a production history. But the Cross of Fire was like an initial kind of design idea where he's wearing a mask and it's like a cross and it's fire. Right, yeah. But the idea, the concept behind it, what Ishinomori was going for, the concept is that the Kamen Rider powers, in some way or another, are connected to the enemy. So in the first show, the premise is Takeshi Hongo is just a dude. He's a cool motorcycle guy. He gets kidnapped by Shocker. Shocker! Get back here!
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the
earth! So he's kidnapped by Shocker and forcibly turned into a cyborg, a genetic super soldier to fight in their army, to rule the world. But he escapes, and he's like, oh my god, I'm a freak, but I gotta use my powers for good. I'm obviously dramatizing it. Takeshi Hongo is the coolest motherfucker of all time. So the idea is, they got their powers in one way or another from the bad guys, but they ironically are using it for good. And that's the kind of general overarching idea. Yeah.
My little brother is really big on Kamen Rider. He has like an entire, I want to say like room full of all this crap. And he had, no, it's not my room.
I'm sorry only because he might be watching this and pulling his hair up for something I said.
You'll be fine. But he has a figure. Actually, I think I got him this as a gift. A figure of Hongo. Well, he has that too, but he has Hongo too. But like half of it is like mechanical, like
yeah.
And I was like, why is it like that? Isn't he a guy?
Isn't he a guy?
You're answering that question.
Yep. Yeah. So the Cross of Fire, they're either involuntarily receive their powers from the bad guys. They might have a shared origin point, so like the bad guys and the good guys are both using the same power source. Or interestingly, and there's obviously because spoilers attached to this, I will try my best not to spoil some of these things. But especially for the shows I don't know, I'd be like, yeah, that's the thing. And be like, that's a spoiler of episode 20! It's like, I didn't know, sorry. The main character's actions lead to the enemy's rise in the first place. You know, that they're involuntarily involved in oh no, I'm responsible in some way, culpable, right? So that's the idea. Do we have any? I have some people with questions, whatever. But you have anything so far? They feeling it makes sense? Makes sense?
I've got one. I'm gonna just give it one question.
Yeah.
What's up with the quarries?
The locations are something we'll talk about in a bit that I enjoy, about the aesthetics. All right. Well, this is technically the Gaim board, but there's something over here I gotta show you first. Let's help flip this. Kamen
Rider!
Kamen
Rider!
Henshin. Hey, if you're wondering what I said just now, you will in a bit.
Real quick before you continue. Just as like a clarification point, is he enhanced like Captain America, or is he just straight up like a cyborg?
I think he's, well, like he does still have an out of suit form, like he's still a dude by all appearances.
Right.
Like under the skin.
But like internally.
Yeah, internally he's all mechanical, from what I understand. I have not seen the first show. I've seen Shin Kamen Rider the movie, but I know that's not like a one-for-one. It's it's spiritually, but
they don't all become cyborgs throughout the show. Okay, it's different.
They're very different, a lot of them. So here's the general breakdown, just to give you a map of okay, this is what contextualize things. Yeah.
I guess this is a question about both the first guy and about Kamen Riders in general. Can they like take the suit off and also be normal people?
Yes.
Is it like a secret identity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and but what's interesting, I like when it's a secret identity, and Kamen Rider Gaim actually does play with that in some ways. But in other ways, what I was really surprised and refreshed about with Gaim, I always thought it was a secret identity. Like, that's because we're used to that with Western superheroes. Of course you don't share your secret identity. Yeah, but in Gaim, what I really like, the main character, the second episode after he gets his powers, he's just really excited about it and just uses them like for his job. And he's like, hey sis, look at this. And then he's just like transforming in his room and he's like, holy shit. And yeah, so like it's not a secret. It is a secret to some people, if you want it to be. So that's a plot device, but it's not overall like they're always secret. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so it's broken into 3 eras, and these eras are named after the dynasty, when they replace imperial age, like the age. Yeah, but they praise the emperor. So the first is the Showa series, the Showa era. There's 3 phases. Broken it a bit based on the years. This is, again, according to the wiki, but I thought this was reasonable. 9 seasons of Kamen Rider, 9 TV shows, 15 Kamen Riders. Now, the first series is Kamen Rider. That's from 1971. That went 98 episodes. The rest of them in the Showa series, they're very inconsistent. One is 24, one's 36, one's 48. They go back and forth, and they're all over the place. But that one's the longest Kamen Rider series to date, is the original first one. They were trying to go as long as possible. And during that, they had a second Kamen Rider show up, and his name is Kamen Rider 2, Kamen Rider Nigo. And then there's effectively a sequel season, Kamen Rider V3. V3 specifically. And during V3, he gets a secondary rider called Rider Man. Yeah. So those are the 4 so far. Then we got Kamen Rider X, Kamen Rider Amazon, and again, these are very like standalone, completely isolated. Like Takeshi Hongo, the original guy, might show as a cameo or something, but they're all pretty much in their own world, own villains. Except this is where they're all isolated at this point.
Yeah.
Each of these is about a 90 episode.
No, so this first one is the only one that's remotely close to like 98. The rest of this one's like 46. This one's 34, 24. They don't go shorter than 24, I think is like the shortest possible season. I'm not totally sure. Kamen Rider Amazon, Kamen Rider Stronger, and then that's 7 Kamen Riders, and they have a 7-rider special in 1976. It's just a special where all 7 of them come back. It's like, look, we're going to defeat the bad guy, and it's a cool crossover event. Awesome, epic.
I remember when the Power Rangers did that with all the Red Rangers.
Forever Red.
Yeah.
Well, this makes me.
They do this a lot.
I bet Kamen Rider has a really cool pose. Could you demonstrate if there's a really...
We will get to that. We will get to that. 7-rider special in 1976. And that's the end of phase 1 because they take a bit of a break. Stronger didn't do amazing or whatever. And so...
Not the strongest.
I'm really interested in that season from looking it up, from when I learned about it. 3 years later, so now we're in phase 2 because it was a 3-year time jump. They try to reboot it and they're like called New Kamen Rider. But then they're like, who's this guy? That was the Kamen Rider. They're like, okay, he's Sky Rider.
New is bad and old is good. So it's not going to work.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, he's called Sky Rider, all right? Then Super 1. And then there's a special, and unfortunately it didn't turn into a series. They tried to, it was like a little one pilot thing. Zekross is another Kamen Rider.
Is there a Zekross Advent?
Oh, there's I don't know. So then, so the 79, 80, and then 4 years later, so like it didn't really go much further. 4 years later, they tried for this pilot, doesn't get picked up for a series. Now we have phase 3, which is really just 2 series, Kamen Rider Black and the sequel, Kamen Rider Black RX, which in this instance, like V3 is a sequel in the way that like it happens to be within the same universe. But it's a different character. Like all of these are different characters. But this particular guy, Kamen Rider Black and Black RX, they are treated as separate Kamen Riders, but it is the same actor.
He becomes like a pharmacist, I guess, in Kamen.
Yeah, 87 and 88. And then they take another break. Unfortunately, and this is where they have like a long hiatus. It doesn't really come back. They do get 3 movies. Kamen Rider Shin in 1992, which is kind of crazy because it's like a monster movie. Instead of like having like a suit, the dude literally becomes like a bug man. He's like, rah! And like literal bug man. But he's a Kamen Rider. Zeta O in 1993 is another movie that exists. And J, Kamen Rider J in 1994. So those are the 15 Kamen Riders. And look, they really care about anniversaries and tradition and the canon and everything. It's important to just like, this is the 15 Kamen Riders of the Showa era.
I don't know if you're going to get to this later, but like, could you perhaps comment on the whole like bug connection?
It will be there. Yep, we'll get there.
Does it matter that you're dividing it into eras?
Yeah, this is when I talk about, in the Showa, this is really important I do now, because going forward, I'm going to be like, in the Heisei period, they did this and this. Because there's a lot of changes. In the Heisei period, in 2000...
Did it have different staffs?
Very different.
Between seasons or...
Yeah, like I said, the creative staff, but there's some producers that are overarching. Again, very advanced, and I want to be specific, so I'm trying to kind of avoid it for the most part. No problem. But yeah, Heisei, it's 2 phases, 20 seasons, and officially 20 Kamen Riders. But this is the season. This is the meat. This is where a lot of stuff. We're like, again, I've seen mostly Keisei and Reiwa. Reiwa, there isn't too much of a difference onwards. There's some patterns. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But like, once they reboot it in 2000, they very deliberately, like Super Sentai. Super Sentai was able to pretty much do this, or achieve this in the way their Kamen Rider couldn't at first. Because again, they were like kind of all over the place. They were kind of going as long as they could and whatever. This is very deliberately, January 1st to January of the next year, 47 or 50 episodes, 1 Kamen Rider a year, every year, since the year 2000. And they have been consistent to this day. Wow. Right? This is, and that is due to a lot of factors, which I'll go into. You'll see a contrast between the Showa, it was like this. Heisei, they do something like this. And I think a lot of that contributes to the success of this series and the longevity of it. So let's just run it through real quick. 20 seasons in Heisei. Kuga, Agito, Ryuki, Faiz, 555, Faiz, Blade, Hibiki, Kabuto, Deno, Kiva, and Decade. Decade is an anniversary season. It's the 10th anniversary. We've done it. We did it.
Is his name like
Kamen Rider Decade?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
The anniversary one.
It sure is.
But interestingly, that show is only 31 episodes. And I don't remember, again, production. 2009 is when that happens. So, phase 2, and this is probably why it's split into phases, because at this point, the seasons go from September to August. And they have like kind of more of a staggering thing. This is representing the year that they started. Like that's just for my sanity. Yeah. But technically this is 2009 to 2010, right? So phase 2, double, O's, Forze, Wizard, Gaim, which is what we're talking about, and it's specific because it's like the 15th anniversary, so there is some like cool crossover things that they do and some special stuff. Drive, Ghost, X-Aid, Build, and ZO, which is also pretty much of an anniversary season of sorts.
Oh, because like 20.
Because 20.
Z
because
is 0.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
is that related to Zeta O?
No,
Okay.
not to my knowledge. Maybe they did a cute thing, but to my knowledge, no. I haven't seen ZO. And then the era changes. The Emperor is changed. So now we're in the Reiwa period. 6 seasons, 6 Kamen Riders. We're just in no phases. We're still very early. 01, Saber, Revice, Geats, Gotchard, and this is obviously like Kamen Rider this, Kamen Rider that, right? Gotchard and Gav, which is airing right now. But this week, as we were just about to do this, you know how it be with the copyright branding. That they registered a new domain name, and this is how we find. This is always how you find out the name of the show. The next one.
We're on Kamen Rider leaks.
Yeah.
Checking it every day.
Zetsu is presumably what it seems to be called. Is the next one. We don't know any info. Yeah, people are making that joke for sure.
Yeah.
Gonna be a boring one, folks.
That seems to be, yeah. Well, yeah. So we'll see how that one goes, but it has been announced. At least that seems to be what the next one is. Yeah. So there you have it. I think that would be everything for this first part. 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll take that. All right. Don't say no.
Just live more.
Say no.
Just live more.
All right.
That's what I'm gonna do whenever I see someone like on a ledge. What's that saying?
Say no.
Just live more. It's like, okay, I'll live 1 second more.
South Bible.
Here we are, Kamen Rider Gaim. We're talking episodes 1 through 5. Now, gotta get some lore dumped. Gotta get a lot of stuff. Because remember, every season is completely different. So there's a lot of setup to do. The first thing we see is we hear a narration, pluck the fruit of heaven, that the world may be dyed in your image. What could that mean? And every season of Rider has a phrase of sorts, or like a kind of an overarching idea. This one has 2. Rider Sengoku period. So it's, like the warring states and everything. And how will you use this power? There's the overarching idea kind of thing.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
So the first things we see is sort of like an image of 3 armies led by this dude, the blue dude, and he's on a horse. He's got a sword that's like an orange slice. And it's like, holy shit. And then there's another army, and these 2 armies are charging at each other, and it's this guy, Kamen Rider Baron, this is Kamen Rider Gaim, and this is Kamen Rider Baron, and they're charging each other. He's got a huge javelin. He's like a old knight themed. He's a samurai and he's a knight.
So there can be more than one Kamen Rider at a time.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, they're charging each other. And who's watching from the side is a 3rd army, and it's got this guy sitting like a cool guy, Kamen Rider Zangetsu, and he's
really cool.
He's melon themed. This guy's banana themed. This guy's orange themed. And this guy is kind of like a Chinese gunslinger. He's grape themed, and he's like standing by his side here. The 2 of them are kind of together. And these 3 armies are charging each other, and there's some cool epic voiceovers like Unme, and it's like fate and shit.
Why are they fruit themed? Is there a reason for this?
It's fucking cool.
Okay, all right.
They just picked a thing.
Yeah. So
and
like
this
yeah.
one just happened to be fruit.
So
I
we'll
guess.
go into that. We'll touch more
want the
upon that.
in-universe explanation.
Yeah, we'll touch more on that. Actually, it is. They really loop it in. You'll be like, oh, there's a lot of fruit around. You'll get it. Be like, okay, cool.
So if you've never watched a Kamen Rider and you tune into this, you're gonna be like, why are they they're not robots, but why are they in these suits and they look like fruits and like what's going on? If you've watched lots of Kamen Rider before, would you know oh, I know why they're in suits and I know where they're fighting on horseback? You just wouldn't know the details.
No. I think even if you had seen every season beforehand, you're still dropped in without any context. You might be thinking like, whoa, they're on horses. That's kind of cool. And it reminds you of like, oh, in the modern day, they'd be riding motorcycles.
Oh, so this is like a...
They were riders, right? Kamen Rider, right? But they're riding horses because it's the Sengoku period.
Sad.
Right? And you're just seeing this cool shit. Someone seems to be watching it. They're overseeing this whole, it's like, oh my gosh. And we'll talk about her later. But yeah, so cut back to the present day, and we're breakdancing. It's cool, epic dance team.
All right.
This is the shit I'm talking about, where it's like
The Sengoku era of its day.
yeah. But like every season is like completely different, completely on its own thing. You're like, all right, what's the deal with this one? And that's what makes it really fun and exciting. And also for some people, like, well, I guess I'll sit this one out. It's like, maybe I'll catch one up, or like, as a viewer, if you're watching this weekly, seasonally, right? They might be like, I don't know if I would like the premise or not. But never trust the appearance, because this shit will be dropped very quick. It's the front and like the general premise. This is Kazuraba Kota. He will be Kamen Rider Gaim. Orangey arms. I should have, whatever.
I'm sorry, what?
Or you'll see. And he's 20 years old, so he has a couple of part-time jobs, and he's helping to support his sister. The two of them live by themselves in an apartment. And he asks her, episode 1, it's like, what does it mean to be an adult? That's his general. Obviously, there's many things you can kind of like summarize for him, but he's like trying to mature. He was part of this dance team that he was a part of, and now he's got some part-time. He's trying to be more of a mature, responsible guy. And it's like, I want to take care of my sister, take care of my friends and stuff. But yeah, so that's Kota, Kazuraba Kota. And he has a rival character, this guy, Kaito Kumon. Kaito Kumon is the leader of Team Baron, the kind of the edgy, dark, but suave dance team. And dude wears a suit with like a long black coat with red trimming. His whole thing is strong. Only the strong should survive. It's like the first quote, the first line, he steps down the stairs of his secret base. The weak shall perish and the strong survive. It's the rule of nature.
Kind of like the Owen Shaw of Kamen Rider.
Yeah, when you were saying Owen, I was just like, man, damn.
That's his philosophy about breakdancing?
Yes. You
Breakdancers take their art very seriously.
Because they're like, what?
I bet these guys just want to have fun or something cringe. These guys want to show their strength.
Absolutely not.
Let's do our best, team.
No. But like,
Well, they're like, they're just dancing, whatever. No, they're competing for stages. There's only so many stages that they can perform at. It's like, this is our turf. Get out of here. Like, only if you beat me in an invest game.
Invest.
So that the way they fight for stages, because they don't just like, I win. Like they don't like fight by dancing. They express themselves with dance, and they're showing their passion and love for Zawami City. But there's only so many stages to go around, so they fight with the invest game. There's these things called lock seeds, and these like little padlocks. And they have like fruit theme, they have like little fruit on them maybe, or a nut or whatever. And when they open them, when they have like an invest game, a portal opens up, and a little forest, like a zipper, like a zipper portal opens up, and out drops this little dude, a little alien dude, a little plant creature, and that's an invest. And so they summon their invest, and if you have a better lock seed, like a higher class lock seed, or 3 lock seeds, you put out 3 invests or a stronger invest.
I feel like we fell off the rails a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Who is doing this? Like everybody
We've never
can do
been
this?
more
no.
original.
So the beat writers.
So the beat writers are performing. There's different teams. There's Team Gaim, there's Team Baron, there's Team Invito, there's Team Raid Wild, and there's other teams that don't matter.
Okay.
But
like the leader of
it's-
each team has an invest or a
have a
seed?
lock seed, right?
And this
yeah.
is just normal in the world?
Yeah,
This is
and
just a
then
thing?
what,
Okay.
not just normal. So
Celebrate
yes, no, dead ass. No, it is literally the entertainment of the city.
Yeah,
so like
okay.
Zawame City
Okay,
is a
fair
unit.
enough.
Is
I
a
guess I'd go watch
it is a planned. The city is a planned
and then I'd leave
municipality.
before the dance show started.
It is a
But
It
this
is
is
a no.
the setup to the
It is a
dance.
planned municipality run by the Yggdrasil Corporation.
they
So the
they
Yggdrasil
sound
Corporation,
nice.
yeah, they're great guys. They have the garbage disposal. They're in charge of the hospitals. They're in charge of everything. And they have a big tower in the middle of the city.
like medical
Very-
mechanica.
Yeah, like Ryugen Tower in Pokemon Coliseum is like what I'm
okay,
familiar
yeah.
with. I'm like, that's a cool tower.
It's like Bumblebee.
But yeah.
They own everything.
They're
So like they're competing in this Invest game, and it's being broadcast by
What's that one like Cuban Goya? They're the Goya.
The Square Enix Goya.
Chiquita banana.
Let me get to the other two characters. Mitsuzane Kurishima, everyone just calls him Michi. Michi is 16 years old, and he is a part of Team Gaim. He is performing with Team Gaim. He is a small boy, and the thing about him that you need to remember, he is highly duplicitous.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
The quote that I pulled is, there will always be hardship and sorrow in life, but I'd rather take them upon myself than let the people I love suffer. Yikes. And he has an older brother, 26-year-old Takatora Kurishima.
Yeah.
He is over here with Yggdrasil because he is an administrator. He's an admin of.
Fed.
He doesn't really run the whole thing, but he's
Fed.
Yes.
He's actually a very doting brother. He actually is like, hey, Michi, are you doing good at school? And he's like, shut up. Yeah.
Stop me if I'm getting ahead of myself, but is he also a dancer?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Wait,
Well, then
He's
who
not part of
cares?
any team. Yeah.
Wait, so in Gaim, do they have powers or do they just dance?
I'm sure we're gonna.
Yeah. So we'll get there. At the moment, they just dance.
Okay.
don't have to-
And I should
Oh, you
finish
don't
the
have a
clarification.
One of the
okay,
first
okay.
characters we see is the guy who broadcasts the beat writers in the Invest game, DJ Sagara. This dude is a 50-year-old streamer, kind of a skater bro, 50-year-old skater bro. Hello, Zamushiti! And he's very cool. He's just there to watch.
Okay.
Just there to watch. And one last character I should bring up, and she's not, the reason she's not like one of the four main, so she doesn't become a Kamen Rider. This is Mai. Mai is part of Team Gaim. This is Mai right there, yeah. And she's part of the Invest game initially, right? She's a sweet 17-year-old girl. Cute, optimistic, strong, but not in a kick-ass kind of way. Yeah, and she's kind of the de facto leader of Team Gaim at this moment.
Oh, okay.
I think that's almost all of the things. So let me recount to you the one-pager of episode 1 through 5. Now that I've established the world, be like, wait, what? Like, it's in case there, but if you still have those, let me know.
What does an invest look like? What is the little?
It's a little like alien plant creature. He's big, hunched, and kind of like a dome, and had big arms and.
Okay, a little
So,
plant monster.
so
Yeah.
are they like tiny or are they like human
They are
size?
tiny when they are summoned from the portal, but if you get the lock seed knocked out of your hand, you lose control of it, and they escape their containment and go amok. They go crazy. It's like, oh.
Okay.
So the dancing isn't specifically related
like-
to the
that
Invest.
won't be
They're
an issue
technically
or
separate
anything.
things.
They are separate things. The Invis are the means of which they compete for stages, which is what they want to do because they like to dance.
Oh, okay.
The dancing is not like, we must, but that's what they like to do. That's their
The
thing.
summoning demons is just a means to an end. Exactly.
For the real show, the dancing.
Yeah, they battle and they just like, "Rah," yeah, they just kick each other. There's no move set or it's not really like Pokemon. They just go, "Rah," and-
Cockfight.
yeah, they cockfight. Literally, that's it. All right, here we go. Team Gaim's leader, Yuya, is offered a Sengoku driver to catch up to Team Baron. What's a Sengoku driver? It's that thing right there.
That was gonna be my
The
question.
looking belt thing. It's like a belt buckle. He plans to meet up with Kota and Mai, only to disappear. Kota and Mai instead find a portal. It's like actually, they were kind of like small. They kind of come from the sky or whatever. This one's just like on a wall, and it's big enough for a person to go through. Ooh. They find a portal where they discover tasty-looking fruits. Tasty-looking fruits. Kind of good-looking, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And the driver, they find it on the ground. Once it's equipped by Kota, it's like, I think it's a belt buckle or something. And then it suddenly like grows the belt around. It's like, whoa, right? Once he equips it, it turns the fruit that he plucked from the thing. He has it in his hands. It turns into a lock seed. He has two of them. One turns into an orange lock seed, and one turns into a strawberry lock seed. Like, whoa. They're chased out of the portal by a stronger Inves. It's like more of a larger monster. It kind of has more of like a lizard dragon head. Like, "Nyah," and he starts attacking them. Whoa. And Kota, as a result, he's like, maybe if I Henshin, obviously Kamen Rider, was like, this is just what he figures out. I was like, what do I do now? And I'll explain how he uses the driver in a bit. But he becomes Armored Rider Gaim. Orange arms. He uses the orange lock seed and has an orange and becomes an orange
For
man.
reference.
He's got like
you wanna sing
an orange
closer up.
slicer. So he's got like a short sword, but it's an orange slice. It's pretty cool.
It's like
he also happens to have like a second longer sword, and it's also a gun. It can shoot things.
Nice.
It's pretty
I
cool.
have seen an orange before, but thank you for passing this
Yeah,
around.
you passed it around.
Well, now I'm looking in the bag for spoilers.
Yeah, spoilers.
Absolutely not.
Right.
So he becomes Kamen Rider Gaim, and he's starting to take out the monster. Not great because he's never fought before. He's visited by Mai. So Mai, the girl he was with, there's another girl that shows up in the fight. She's like wearing a white dress, and she's blonde with like a red eye. It's like, what the hell? But it looks like Mai. And she warns him, there's no going back from this fate. If you must choose to keep fighting. And he's like, well, yeah, like I'm just gonna keep doing it. And he's like, no going back. And Kota kills the Invest. He's like, whoa, and it explodes. Very epic, very cool. Now, Team Baron is undefeatable because they defeated Team Gaim in the Invest game, and they got 3 of them, like, haha. But nobody really the audience wants Team Gaim instead. They're doing their cool, edgy dance, and the audience is like, well, I came here for Gaim, dude, like, fuck.
Crowd sucks.
Yeah. Kaido offers Gaim a deal. He's like, well, they don't like us. They can have the stage back and dance on it if they disband and leave the game. They're out of the beat writers, disband the gang. Kota fights for Team Gaim in Yuya's absence with a Class A strawberry. The lock seed that he got, it's like a extra strong one, so it summons like a much stronger Invest. And they're like, oh shit. So he beats them, but his lock seed gets knocked out of his hand, and this bigger Invest starts running amok. Oh no. He turns into Kamen Rider Gaim. He's like, I know how to solve this. And Kaido's like, what the fuck? You can turn to a dude? Strong. It's like, what? It's like,
That looks pretty strong.
He's strong. Kaido's like, okay, well, this guy can do something. How about you use what I have in my possession, pineapple arms?
Oh, okay.
So Kota, so he has like a base, like the orange thing, the blue suit, but he has orange armor. But if he uses pineapple arms instead, it's pineapple armor. It's blue suit, but now it's pineapple armor. And he's got a ball and chain pineapple.
Like he just has to hit a different button on his belt.
No, it's a different lock seed that Kaido gives him. So like there's a strawberry one, right? Kaido has a pineapple one that he gives to Kota.
And it just happens to work with his belt.
Yeah, they all they're interchangeable. I'll explain the Henshin stuff in a bit. Yeah. So he uses pineapple arms and defeats the Invest. Kota quits his job, his part-time jobs. He's like, this is so cool. Now I can just be part of Gaim and kick everyone's ass.
It's like different Mega Man powers.
And he rejoins Team Gaim to Mai's dismay, because he's like, dude, you have a job. What are you doing with us? Like, you're supposed to have didn't you care about maturing and stuff? What are you back here with us? He defends their stage in suit. So like, you have the Invest game, but he's like, all right, I could take care of this. Becomes the guy and just kicks the Invest.
Is that legal? Is that fair?
Yeah, he's part of the game.
There's no rule against her.
Yeah, there's no right against-
Armored warrior.
Yeah.
The air
So
bud
he just
wants
does
the
it, and he's
air
like,
bud.
Maturity is for people who don't have a Sengoku driver.
Right. So he defeats Team Raid Wild while doing that. But he upstages the dance team, because they're just like, everyone's here for the cool armored guy now. Like, what are we doing? Fuck. This earns him prize money, but his sister disapproves. So he's going on the wrong path here. This is not how he uses his powers. Kaido provokes Kota into a fight. He's like, hey, I want to challenge you again. And he's like, yeah, sure. And then Kaito's like, Henshin. He has his own Sengoku driver.
How did he do it? How did that happen?
Well, how did that?
He took a bite of a banana.
He happened to be given this Sengoku driver the same way Yuya got his. Remember, he was given to give him a little advantage because Team Gaim was losing to Team Baron. Remember? Like in the beginning, she's like, "Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked," and so he's like, "Maybe if you use the Sengoku." Who gave him that? Lock dealer Sid.
Oh, okay.
This guy, lock dealer Sid, gave Yuya the Sengoku driver, and then he gave Kaito. He's like, "Hey, you seem to be getting your ass kicked. Maybe want another, maybe step things up a notch." Yeah.
Okay, so Kota got his Sengoku driver by going into a suspiciously large invest portal. Is he the first guy to ever decide, like, why don't I go through one of these portals? Or will it remain to be seen?
We'll see.
He clearly did that following Yuya,
Yeah.
who had disappeared somewhere there.
Right, so
And
maybe
he
he went in here.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Which one's Yuya again?
He's the former Team Gaim leader, and he was just kind of like a cool guy.
He's not on the board.
He's not that important. He dies, he's missing, right?
All right, MIA.
He's
got it.
missing. But yeah, Kaito uses banana arms. And then right as they're about to kind of duke it out, because now we have two Kamen Riders, now we can kick each other's ass. Sid shows up and he's like, why don't we make this more and more interesting than I already made it. He throws out two Lockseed vehicles. It's like big padlocks that you throw and CGI. They are motorcycles, but they're not just any motorcycles. So they get on the motorcycle. Okay, fine. They know how to ride them, I guess.
Are they like
and
motorcycles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then so they're riding on these motorcycles and they're kind of racing each other. It's like, he's ahead. And when they hit 88 miles an hour, they're gonna see some serious shit. They inexplicably, what the fuck? They rotate and they teleport into the alternate dimension, the forest.
Oh wait, so you're serious about
Yeah.
88?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about 88. Obviously, they go fast enough and they go. Yeah.
I assume NOS is not used in this event
No.
at all. They don't need it. Or
No.
do they drift ever?
No.
Okay.
So this is a way. So the
that's
lock
okay.
vehicles.
I think.
So the lock vehicles are a way to get to this alternate dimension that's not a random portal. Because I forgot to mention that. Why don't we go back to that original portal? It closed up.
Okay, fair enough.
So they're temporary. They open up in random places and then they close at random times. Very convenient or inconvenient.
Has this been going on in this world for X time?
A little bit,
as
just
long
a
as
little
people
bit.
can
Yeah,
remember.
just no. It just the thing is, it's a secret.
Okay, sure,
First, everyone knows the Invest game. Okay, a little bit ahead. The Invest game is a front. They were like,
I think I'm
it's just
piecing that
it's a fun
together.
game. It's just an illusion. No, that's real. No, they're summoning real ass
real to me.
aliens. They just think it's like a hologram, cool little AR thing, and they're watching the thing.
funny.
Yeah, but it's a front because this is really happening. We're being invaded.
It is a real cockfight.
Haha, oops. So they teleport to the forest.
Oh, I'm sorry. Invas, like invasion.
Invasion. Yeah, invasive species.
Okay.
It's just a game.
They get into the alternate into the forest, and Kota's like, "Yeah, I've been here before. Check this out." He shows Kaito this. If you grab the fruit while wearing the belt, it turns into a lock seed. And Kaito's like, "Omoshiroi." So he hasn't used it yet. He gets a particular lock seed. I won't spoil what type of fruit it is, but you see it and you're like, ooh, he's gonna use that later.
Okay, can we take guesses on the fruit?
It's a cherry.
A cherry? Ooh,
We'll
cherry
see.
might be
Okay.
cool.
Dragon fruit is gonna slap so hard.
Yeah.
So base.
I'm just going with apple. We haven't gotten apple yet.
I was hoping that Michi would be dragon fruit.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Apple
Okay,
might be
so
really
let me.
important, actually.
I said I was going to read this off verbatim, and I didn't.
Pomegranate.
So let me reel it back. Kaito. So after Kota explains how the fruit interacts with the belt, Kaito explores the forest, gaining blank lockseed. Kota wanders further to look for Yuya, only to be ambushed by a melon-themed rider, Zangetsu, almost dying. He kicks his ass. He's like, oh my god.
Badass.
Kaito offers his collected lock seeds because he's like, I can just keep doing this because lock seeds are valuable to the Invest game. Remember, if you have three beats one. Let me just grab a bunch of them and get a bunch of lock seeds.
Is Kamen Rider Zangetsu, is he already suited up? Do they know he's Takatora, or does the audience know?
No, it's just a mysterious.
At the time?
Yeah, it's a mysterious guy.
Okay, all right.
Kaito offers his collected lock seeds to Team Raid Wild and Invito in exchange for their loyalty. Kota gives his belt to Mai because he's traumatized by his fight after realizing this is not a game. This is real. I almost died. And he's like, take this fucking shit away from me. Now, the thing about the belts, the particular ones that Kaido and Kota and all them have, they get these, once they put it on for the first time, it gets this insignia, and only they can use their belt. It's like kind of signified, like traced to them, and nobody else can use theirs.
The forest through the portal. It's like another dimension, but does it just look like a regular forest?
Interestingly, it's a real forest, but then they use like CG effects and everything, and it looks very hazy and smeary and spooky and
okay, so
very
there's something to it.
Yeah, there's very much like this is alien, this is weird.
It's an excuse to just film in the woods.
Yeah, yeah. Michi takes this opportunity. He's like coward, bitch, because he's like, oh, I don't want to fight anymore. Well, it's like he uses this as an opportunity to step up in order to impress Mai, because obviously. These two like each other, but he has a crush on her. So he uses this to impress Mai. He intimidates the lock dealer into leaving behind like, what if you give me one of those? He's like, I can't just do that to anybody. He's like, are you sure?
This is a 60.
And then, but then he's like, okay, if I was to just leave it behind, and he's like, that's right. A little.
The lock dealer was intimidated by a 16-year-old kid.
Yeah.
How old is lock dealer Sid?
Late 30s.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. He must be very intimidating.
I'm scared of teenagers.
He intimidates the lock dealer into leaving behind a Sengoku driver. He uses it to defend Gaim's stage, because in Vito and they got more lock seats now, as grape arms. Armored Rider Ryugen.
All right.
Grape arms. Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't eat those. I saw those in the kitchen.
Those are my grape arms.
And I got some here in case. Like,
Grapes
whatever.
are my favorite fruit too.
In case
so.
you want a snack or whatever.
I might eat one.
Yeah, I might be doing that as well. Okay. Michi encounters. Oh, so when they were in the forest, Kaido and Kota, they were fighting off some invest because they were like, what the fuck? And Kaido encounters the same woman. Remember the blonde woman that Kota saw?
Give me some of those.
Yeah.
Like grape arms.
Yeah,
This is the best lecture yet.
Hell yeah.
More food is coming.
So they did, yeah. So Kaido actually encountered the same woman that Kota did. The blonde woman, she's like, Unmei, there's no turning back. And he's like, fuck off! So instead of like Kota taking her seriously because she looks like Mai, Kaido's like, fuck, get out, I don't care. So he ignores her. And then Michi encounters the same woman in a dream. He's just asleep and she's like, Unmei. And she's talking kind of cryptic. And he's like, well, you look like Mai, so hell yeah, like whatever you say. Different reactions. Kota warns Michi against joining the fight. Kaido visits Team Gaim HQ to fight Michi with 2 invests in tow. So Kaido's like, oh, you got a fucking driver now? Let me kick your ass. So he visits Gaim HQ, which is a cool brick building outside, and they fight outside of it. Kota feels responsible for Michi's resolve to fight. He's like, no, you got a driver, this is no game, oh! But since they're fighting anyway, he's like, ah, damn it, I take culpability, and I'm gonna rejoin the fight. He's like, okay, Mai, give me my belt. So he joins back in, and he uses Strawberry Arms. Oh. The other lock seat that he got.
Birthday, Shirley.
They defeat the invest that Kaido brought with him, because, he can summon invest with the lock seeds as well as become Kamen Rider Byron. They defeat the invest, but Team Raid Wild and Invito show up, the leaders of those 2 guys. We'll introduce them in the next section. With Sengoku drivers of their own! 2 more dudes! 2 more dudes! And that's where we're gonna leave it. Kamen Rider! Kamen Rider! Here we go. The most, probably the single most iconic and best part of the show, in my opinion, besides how, the plots, my characters, conventional things, is this concept of Henshin. Henshin is Japanese for transform. And this is what they say.
Can I be a pedantic asshole and just point out that the second kanji is body? So it's like change your body.
That's right. Thank you very much for saying that. Yes.
Henshin the go-go, baby.
Yeah. All right, so there's 3 components to this. And let me just give the reason it's like this to begin with is because one of the original actors didn't have a motorcycle license. So the story goes, the original series, the way he transforms into Kamen Rider is that he has a cyclone, like a turbine in his belt, and the way he transforms is he rides his motorcycle fast enough for the turbine to spin and transform. That's how he did it initially. That was the idea.
The Takeshi Hongo didn't have a motorcycle license, or the guy.
You'll
in the
find out.
suit?
You'll find out.
Okay.
Problem was, he was doing his thing, and the real actor, Takeshi Hongo, got in a motorcycle accident. Oh, no. He broke his leg.
Oh, that's not good.
And they're still filming. So what they got to do is, clever things, again, production history, etc. They get a second guy. This second guy, Hayato Ichimonji is the character, does not have a motorcycle license. So how is he going to transform? I got an idea. So he's got a cool vest or whatever, and he happens to mess up the transformation the first time because he forgets to unzip his belt, unzip his shirt. But he has like a vest and he has the belt underneath. But like he starts what he was doing, and then halfway through he's like, oh shit, and then it keeps going. And then that's like the first time this happens. It's very iconic. But instead of the motorcycle thing, he does this. Henshin, and then he jumps in the air, and then he's Kamen Rider. Oh, there it is.
What the fuck?
That's it.
So did that like activate the turbine?
Yeah. He does like a cool thing, and
But why does doing a cool thing activate?
Why not?
Oh, okay, all right.
So that's what he did. And then, but that's so cool because kids can do it.
Right.
They just put your arms like this, Henshin. And so it was so cool that when Takeshi Hongo came back, he started doing it that way. He's like, the Kamen Rider thing was cumbersome and dumb anyway. It didn't really say
So this was like a replacement actor because Hongo was injured? Mm-hmm. He was playing the same character though?
Yeah, and so like the production, like for a bit of time, they only showed him in the suit.
Right.
Because he's not in the suit, so it's a different guy, right? And then they were like, he went to a mission in America or something like that, right? And so for a little bit of time, it's just the secondary writer. Yeah.
So, sorry, is this in universe? This is the second character.
It is the second character.
Oh,
it's a completely new actor. Who also got transformed by Stalker.
Right.
And now he's also,
So there's just two Kamen Riders.
It's just, literally just two of them. They look very similar. They look almost identical. No, I shouldn't say.
So all this like Henshin stuff,
it's because it came because he didn't have a license.
I bet right there the fanboys were like, "Look similar? Are you insane?"
I know, right? I know, right? Like I can tell the difference. I can always tell. Right. Yeah, but it was so popular that Takeshi Hongo also did his own transformation, and these are the only two I practiced and learned. Henshin. And that's like the most popular one because you see him in photos and stuff, and he's like this.
I think
right?
Joe does that very similar.
Yeah. And tool. And yep, he did his palm cover. Yeah. Very important, the tool.
The boys be jumping.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, that's where it all started. And now it's gotten so cool and complicated because in Showa, that's pretty much all they did. They had their own moves. One of them, I think it's Super One, I don't know. He goes like, they do their own thing. They each have their own kind of cool transformation thing. And it's a pose and saying Henshin and everything. Heisei, however, had a cool idea. Let's make this more interesting because we can sell toys. Not cynical. I really think this is a great idea because it helps narratively and it's an appealing aesthetic thing. It's not like a cynical, you want to sell toys.
I like toys.
So yeah, right. So the first two seasons of the reboot of Heisei, Kuga and Agito, they're very similar to these original ones where they summon the belt. They just go, and it like appears on them and they go, Henshin! And they kind of like hit it or like do something and it transforms them. But starting with Yuki, they have two components. It is the belt, and there is what I call the key. There's not a main name for it. Or this driver, or in like the thing that activates it, basically.
The thing you put onto the belt, or like use, like
yes.
It interacts.
Yes. So there's three components to a Henshin, in my opinion. There's the driver. It's typically belts, not always. They can be equipped. They can be summoned, like from out of nowhere. They might be fused to the person's body, like, Takeshi Hongo was a cyborg, so it's just like, oh, I just have it.
It's a rough one. I wouldn't want that
or
one.
it's assembled. In Fies, they have a suitcase, and when they want to transform, they undid the suitcase and put it together, and then put it on.
Does that take a comically long amount of time?
I don't know if it's that long, but it's cool that it does
that. Is that what they do?
It's tactile, right?
Is that what they do in Kamen Rider Build?
No.
Oh, there's opportunity in my opinion.
But it's pretty cool. They might have a potential accessory. It might be the belt, but in Drive, he has like a wrist thing that he has to he switches something and and he has like a wrist thing too. Or in Wizard, he has like a transformation ring, and he has to like pass it over the thing. So they might have an accessory. They could be unique, so like, this is my belt, only I have this in the entire world. Or they're generic. So like, you know, everyone's got a Sengoku driver in Gaim, right? Like, that's kind of like a mass-produced almost.
With their like, unique fruits that they got.
Right, and the variety is the fruit. And then they have upgrades, right? So sometimes it's permanent. In like Stronger or something, something happens and he gets an upgrade form and he never goes back to his original form. Whereas, like in Goku, he becomes a Super Saiyan or levels up, but then he comes back to base, or Digimon, right? But so with Kamen Rider, it's mostly the case where they have their base form, etc. We'll go into the designs later. So they have some of these belts have upgrades. The keys are the collectibles. There's like hundreds to collect. This is like the toy aspect of like you can collect, buy them all, right? These can be attached, inserted, or scanned interacting with the belt. There's a form and there's a theme. So with Lock Seeds, the key in Gaim, it's a form of padlock that's a theme of fruits, right? That might be personal. So like, this is my orange, no one else gets this, or whatever. Or it might be communal. So in the case of Gaim, they can be communal. Kaido he had the pineapple one. He's like, hey, Koda, use this. Or later on, Kaido passes his banana arms, like his main character one, to Koda, and Koda uses banana arms for a little bit.
I bet that's sick as hell.
It's pretty cool.
When he does that, does he just get the other guy's
armor?
Costume?
Yeah, in the end, no.
Or is it their base form?
It's their base, so it's like, you see how he's got like this, like, it's blue, but he's got like a blue base thing, but this armor is orange, because orange arms. The armor replaces with something else. The pineapple is more spiky. Right, so it's like more like a pineapple.
But it's like the blue base.
Yes, so you can still recognize him as Gaim.
Right.
Whereas Baron, you can still recognize him as Baron because he's got a red base, or Michi with the green base.
Think of how many more figures you could sell if you could just put armor.
Modular, yeah.
And even these keys also have upgrades or specials or whatever, right?
Amazing.
Then the third component, we're like, what's the third component? It's the performance. Like I said earlier, right? It's the pose. They each have a particular pose, and it's all based on their character. Then maybe not all of them are super hot-blooded and be like, Henshin! Or whatever. That might be like a too cool for school guy and go, Henshin. And he's the coolest guy ever.
And they put their own stank on it.
Right, and yeah, exactly. So there's a delivery of the word Henshin. Like there's so many different ways that they say it, and like the inclination, or maybe a character says it a certain way over time, and then they really angrily say it like Henshin, or I don't know. The whole activation of it, like how does the key interact with the belt, and their way of doing it being like, really committing to the performance of it, and doing their pose and everything. And at least in Heisei, it could be the case with Showa, but I don't really know, they each have a catchphrase. They might say something like, in Gaim's case, with Koda, he says, "This is my stage now," which is, the point of, right. This is my stage now. And these are completely different for each series. They have different names, different everything. And what this all is a game, and we'll have some fun. These are the belts. These are the keys with their respective belts. I know you don't know what these are.
Right.
The fun is to guess what their theme is. So in Gaim's case, right? Sengoku Driver, Lockseed, the theme is fruits.
Right.
Oh, sure. Okay, that's fun. That's fun.
So I'm going to give you guys a couple seconds, and you try to have to guess based on a lot of information.
Okay.
Where do you think the 4 elements?
Oh, okay.
So like fire, earth, wind, water. Where do you think it goes?
Wizard Driver. It's got to be the Wizard Driver.
Okay, you want to put wizard?
Anyone?
Wizards are fine.
Oh, fours. Fours might be good.
Yeah, the fours.
Fours.
Let's try that.
Yeah, you know.
You want to do
Put
Forze?
the fours.
Yeah, I think
Forze.
Okay, we'll do Forze.
Forze.
Codes.
Codes.
Yeah, codes. So like they input like a certain number, and the power will come out.
A number. Okay.
Deca Driver.
Deca Driver. Sure.
With cards.
Deca maybe.
Or
O's maybe.
Fi's phone. Yeah, the phone.
Ooh, this one's tough.
Oh wait,
I don't know.
there's a
Make a
second.
guess. And remember, once you choose one, we're not swapping them around.
We're not swapping them around.
Alright.
We'll
Ooh,
do
this is
maybe
tough.
later.
How about the phone?
The driver with
The phone, the driver with the phone.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, all
That
right.
makes sense. That makes sense.
Trading cards.
Ooh, okay.
Okay,
So it means
that's gonna be
specific-
Deca
by
Driver
tra-
Rider cards.
Rider cards.
Yeah.
Rider cards. Okay.
Wait,
So
you were
they
gonna
have-
say something about it?
You have to
By trading cards, I meant like TCG specifically themed,
Right.
instead of other types of decks, which there are more decks.
Okay.
Oh, right. He has rider cards.
Stopwatches.
Stop. Oh man.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, it's a lot of information.
No.
Ride watch, I guess. Is there one with a
Sure.
watch?
Ride watch?
Ride
Yeah.
watch. That's
Driver.
right over here. Zeo.
Oh, shit. I
did
did
that
more?
color over there. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
didn't
All right.
notice.
I see.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Animals.
Ooh.
Okay.
This one should be.
Right.
Here we go.
Gotcha driver, because I love catching animals.
Gotcha driver.
Ah.
Ride Chemi cards.
I don't know what that is.
If the animal themed.
Okay, why not?
Fuck it. Yeah.
Okay. It's just fun. It's just for fun.
Right.
Hey, say Kamen Riders.
Okay. So.
Ah, fuck. That's
Time period.
decade.
No, that's gotta be Deca. That's gotta be the callback one.
It's, oh yeah, right. It's
But we
time.
already locked in trading
Oh,
cards.
Look at that.
Can we just bump that
Yeah, we
one
can do.
up?
Yeah, we do.
Just bump
Where do you
that
want
one.
trading cards?
Get our one time on this one.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I get it. That's funny.
Gamer driver maybe.
Is there
Oh,
a
but no,
gamer?
he's video games.
Trading cards.
So let's put it with advent cards, I guess.
Oh,
Advent
maybe,
cards, maybe?
Fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, we're schmoovin'.
There's no way the original one had a trading.
Are these in chronological order?
Yes. Hey,
Oh,
say
fuck it,
the
it's fine,
order.
It's fine.
Fruit.
Oh,
I
ghost.
think I know that one.
Lexi, it's the Gaim.
I know
Yes.
this one.
There you go.
There
you go.
You got 1 point.
Playing
Nice.
cards. By playing cards, I mean like ace, like a deck of 52. Like ace of diamonds, etc.
Revice driver with the V stamp?
I just
V-stamp?
don't know.
I don't know what that is,
No.
but you could
V-stamp?
stamp the card.
Honestly, this one could be 4A because
Yeah.
because it's
the
4 suits.
It's-
I'm just putting like cards with cards. It's like because we have the
Yeah,
Yeah,
route
there's a
cards
lot of
as well.
cards here.
Okay, let's change the elements back to wizards and put 4A on playing cards.
Okay.
Fine, okay.
Okay,
As long as
we're
you
gonna
want
do
to
it. We're gonna do it. That's
Easy to do.
settling. All right. Genres.
What?
Like mystery.
Yeah,
Like,
action. Yeah.
Like movie genres?
Wonder,
Not
Wonder
movie.
Woman book? Maybe like books.
okay.
Oh,
Books?
yeah, I was thinking
That
that
makes
too,
sense.
actually.
Books.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
It's like
Music instruments.
Okay. So music-y.
So this, I will give you a hint with this one. This one, there's one of these that are not like the others in terms of like something's missing.
Henshin Onsa.
Look at that.
Missing something.
Yeah, it's
I think
interesting.
That one is the
Because
one.
yeah, because
Oh,
well, yeah,
Hibiki.
yeah, because hibiki sound.
Right.
Well, Henshin Onsa is a tuning fork. Is a tuning fork. I was kind of in that one because it's a little unusual because there's no key element. It's just a tuning fork, and their weapons are based on musical instruments.
Okay.
So I wanted to give you that one. Animals, dinosaurs, and bugs.
That's Kabuto. That has to be Kabuto.
Oh yeah, you think it's Kabuto? Okay. Dead set on Kabuto.
Zectors.
Okay.
Sectors.
Yeah. Mythic animals. So like kitsunes and you know,
Can't escape the mythical
tanuki or
zones.
whatever.
Indeed.
Real shit.
Can the animal themed ones do animal blasts?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's that? Progiskiki?
Oh, well, that's the transgender one.
What? Okay. What?
Pro-Grisky?
Progrise.
Pro-Rise.
I
I
get
don't know. How about
I don't know.
V-stamp?
I don't know.
That's for the
animals.
audience.
I don't know.
Oh, you want to see which one? Pro-Grise or?
Nah, how about Desire Driver?
How about the
Because I wanna
coins?
fuck mythical
How about the
animals.
core metals coins?
The
The
coins?
coins. Oh, we're
Coin.
Sure. Yeah,
Core metals,
yeah.
coins,
O's,
mythic animals.
Like,
Okay.
O's, my
Cars.
God. Oh, that's
I saw
drive.
that. Full
That-
throttle. Full throttle.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
full-
The
The
drive
drive driver.
That's gotta be it. Yeah.
Definitely cars.
That's an easy
That
one.
would be very funny if it wasn't.
I hope so.
Bugs. Fuck.
Oh,
I'm.
the original. It's got to be the original.
There's no original.
I think that one might be Kabuto.
That's probably Kabuto.
Okay, so you want to swap with mythic animal?
No,
Oh,
animals,
sorry,
dinosaurs, bugs.
Sorry, animals, dinosaurs, bugs. Right. Okay.
How dare they don't make this?
We got slow rolled here. I'll say it
You got baited.
That's for them.
for sure.
time and
Put
again.
that in the Desire Driver. I don't
Right,
know.
Desire. Okay.
Because I desire to find a mythical animal.
Sure. Dinosaurs and bugs.
Oh, god damn it. Why do they keep doing animals?
Anything.
We are so It has,
that's
it has
gotta
to
be
be the one.
Gozicho.
It has to be the one without the key then.
Maybe that's
Oh,
the
I gave you that one.
Just do Gozicho.
Oh, he gave us that one?
Gochiso?
Okay,
Gochiso?
Wait,
Okay.
which one's one of the anniversary ones? Is that an
Decade or
anniversary-
Zio?
Decade or
Oh,
Zio?
God.
Let's do Zia.
It can be anything.
Trust me, it's anything. Trains, weapons.
That's gonna be
Sorry.
Rider gas hats? No, that's a gamer
Rider
one.
Gashots. Gas shots.
Yeah, with the gamer driver.
Gas
It
hats.
can't be the gamer driver.
Is it-
the weapons?
He's got to have video games.
Could it be full bottle? The
Sure.
build
Trains?
full bottle?
No, it's not
Trains.
Progress Cree.
Progrise key.
Yeah, trains is
Sure,
right.
sure.
All right, yeah, okay.
That's a
You
good
use
idea.
a train to progress across the landscape.
Animals.
God damn
7
it!
color types.
This is
7 color types. There's
This is
7
ridiculous.
Some of these are just
Matches.
matches. Some of these are fake.
Questals.
Questals?
Questals.
Yeah.
Swessels.
It's
Swessels.
It's Wessels. It's
Okay.
Wessels.
Yeah, like,
It's gotta be
yeah.
Questals.
I put it all on Wessels.
Yeah, put it on. Pick number 3, my lord. All right. Souls.
Oh, Ghost. That's Ghost.
Yeah.
That's gotta be
Oh,
Kamen
okay,
Rider
yeah, you're saving it. Yep, yep.
Gimme right
All right,
there.
it's Ghost over here.
I read.
Those
I read
are
the syllabus.
icons.
He's dead.
They use icons.
What is an icon?
I don't know. I haven't seen
Okay,
Ghost.
okay.
Animal plus machinery.
Okay, you know what? I get it. I get you gotta go back to the animal well.
There's a lot of animals.
There's a lot of inspiration.
There's a lot of animals.
Gaia memories, maybe?
Gaia memories.
We were so
USB
fed up set up to
drives.
fail.
They are literally USB drives, and you put them in.
I'm still going with that.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just explaining it.
Sure.
Yeah, you go for it for sure. Okay. Anything. 10 categories.
Deno.
There's a total of
V-stamp.
100 of them.
That's gotta be
Those are
V-stamp.
V-stamps. Okay.
V stamps. Okay. Yeah.
V-stamp, V-stamp, whatever.
V-stamp.
Whatever. All right. Video games. Rise up. Henshin. Video games. Summonings.
Oh, that might be wizard actually.
That definitely could be Wizard.
Like a wizard.
Do they summon animals?
Summonings.
How about, what's the Deno belt?
We're running
Deno
out.
Rider
It's over.
pass.
It's over.
Okay.
Rider
yeah,
pass.
okay.
Wait, wouldn't you want to get a rider pass to go on a train?
Oh my god, you're right! Oh fuck!
Candy.
I like this one.
This is a good one.
Full bottles. Yeah.
Full bottles.
Yeah.
All right.
Full baby bottle
For,
pops.
alcohol
And that
free
leaves
ones.
the Blade Buckle Rouse cards with gadgets.
Gadget,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Works
feeling
for me.
confident about that one.
All right. Let me see if I can remember off the top of my head because I do have the key. But I want to say I'll point to the ones which are correct.
Oh God.
Correct!
Yeah.
What?
That's awesome.
Correct!
Whoa.
Correct. I gave it to you.
Cool, cool. Correct!
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, come on. No, come on. Hey.
Correct!
Hey.
Hey, say Kamen Riders.
Nice.
Decades.
Nice.
You got
Decade.
it.
Right,
That was
right.
good. That was kind of a freebie.
Well, yeah.
Hey, I bet fruit is correct for some
Yeah.
You know what?
The
It's
four
actually.
elements correct!
Yes! I was right.
You were right.
Nice.
Luxy, correct!
Ooh.
Correct cards! Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
That was,
Correct sword!
Yes. All right.
Correct
Good.
video game!
Yes. Run
Nice.
roll.
Correct stopwatch!
Oh.
Correct genre!
Hey.
All right.
And that's it!
You know what? That's like
I don't know
50-50.
what that was.
That was honestly pretty good.
That was pretty- you
All
know-
things considered, pretty good.
We did a good job.
All right, all right.
say it.
Yeah. So, Blade Buckle Rouse cards. Those are the playing cards.
Okay.
Deno Belt Rider Pass. Those are trains
I was
slash
right.
weapons.
Okay.
The case of that one is that like it's
Yeah.
the season is about trains. He has a train pass as a belt as a thing, but then like he has different forms that have different themed weapons, so he can do different forms of himself. That based on an axe, a sword. Yeah.
It'd be fucked up if I went to Japan and got the JR pass, and then I get on the train and I'm like, doing that Kamen Rider thing!
Yeah, it'd be fun. Hey, why not?
They
Why
call
not?
you Gaiji.
Yeah.
They call me Master.
The most
Kiva was summoning.
They call you a hero of justice.
Kiva was summonings. Double Gaia Memories USB. That's anything.
Anything.
By like literally the main character, his main power is he puts two together.
Okay.
Cyclone Joker.
Joker.
Cyclone Joker. And he's a
My brother has that one. I've heard that one before.
Yeah. He's like a he's half black, half green, and he's actually 2 dudes in one.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
Like one dude transforms with the belt, and the other dude just like, yep, I'll transform with mine, and like his soul transfers to the main guy.
So like the playing card Joker? Or
No,
like
just
the-
Joker.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Anything.
Anything.
Okay, all right.
And so why I say anything, there was no pattern that I could see. Maybe
Okay,
there
sure,
was.
sure.
Maybe there was. I'm sorry.
Well, the Joker can be any card.
Yeah.
O's,
Sort of.
O's, the core metals was the animals, 7 categories. So 7 categories of
I wanted half
animals.
points for that.
It's like these are like the mammals, these are the birds. Yeah.
Okay.
Astro switches, gadgets. So he's got they're numbered. There's like 100 something of them, or 46, I don't remember. But they're all numbered, like they have the number on them, and they have different abilities. And this one's like a leg one, this one's like an arm. Like basically you can put it either on your arm or your leg, and he can mix them, match them together. It's cool. That's correct. Correct. Build is full bottles. It's he puts 1 bottle of animals and 1 bottle of machines. So rabbits, tank, best match. Why is it the best match? No one knows. It's funny. It's funny because like the main character is really bad at picking what the best match is, and then other people do them. It's like, how did you think of that? Like, what the fuck?
You have to match the right one with the right one to get the best match.
To get a best match, the most optimal use of them. But you can mix and match an animal and machinery. You can do rabbit, machine gun, or whatever.
And that's terrible. Low tier mix.
Not as effective. Right. For certain forms which are cool. Correct.
What's progress screen?
Progress. Yeah. Those are like business cards or like a pass
Also the
key.
Patrick Bateman
The,
scene.
the main character is a CEO.
Oh, sick!
Yeah.
Oh yes, I love voting for
Inserts the card into his thing.
That's Kino.
And the theme is animals. It's just animals.
That's kinda lame.
So his is like a grasshopper,
Okay,
and
well,
then there's
it's a
some
classic.
others that do cool things.
Oh my god.
It's pretty cool.
He's
Zero
even
one's
got a
pretty
rabbit.
Sorry, no opinion. I just have seen that one. That's all. Saber. Yep, you're right. V-Stamp was the animals, dinosaurs, and bugs.
So close.
It's just like a mix of them. The main character is like Rex. He's like a T-Rex. Raised Buckle, Desire Driver was the mythical animals.
Okay.
The main character is a kitsune.
Oh, cool.
And then there's another guy, the secondary is a tanuki, whatever. Gotcha is Ride Chemi cards. There's 100 of them. It's pretty much anything, but it's 10 categories of anything, like imagination. I don't know. But there's collect them all.
They somehow made more of anything. With
Yeah. And then Red Gav, Gochiso, that's candy. That's the latest season. It's all candy themed.
Should've known
Yeah,
that
the original base was like gummies.
I'm sorry.
And then he does other marshmallows, chocolate. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
Just like that as a way to connect to all of them, like, why is it candy themed? Or like, why are any of these like the theme
Themed
of
the
their
way that
thing?
they are.
Yeah.
Some of them
Like, did
don't
the villains
necessarily.
construct this on purpose? Because like they're so into
Right.
candy.
Yeah, but like their whole thing is they're like a candy factory.
Gotcha.
You know, or in the case with Invest, right? Those the mysterious fruits. And remember, pluck the fruit of heaven, and
Something will happen.
it is important that it's fruits. They make it a thing.
Great.
But yeah, effectively, these are like a way to remember each one, and kind of it's an appealing, easy to remember. Like, oh, that's the guy, and I wonder. We were just talking about like, oh, I bet dragon fruit's really cool, right? Like, there's an appeal to be like, oh, I wonder what else could there be?
I'm anticipating a fruit of knowledge apple.
Using a
very
group,
powerful.
a theme that's easy to understand.
It makes you like, oh, if I was a Kamen Rider,
Yes, that's so
I would
important.
be this fruit, and it would look like this.
Yeah. Or even like the codes. He's putting it on his cell phone. He dials a number and he gets like a cool sword. It's like, what do the other codes do?
My code,
Right?
which is my real phone number, 555.
Yeah. All right. Don't say no.
Just live more.
Don't say no.
Just live more.
Machine. Okay. We're gonna go quick with this one because we've already had a fun time. We've had a very fun time. Now there's 2 new riders that just had last time on Kamen Rider Gaim. 2 new riders from other teams suddenly joined Kaido, and those 2 are the leaders of Team Invito and Team Raid Wild. This is Hase, and he has the pine cone arms. I'm not grabbing it. I'm not got a pine cone.
Is that really a fruit?
We asked the same thing when we watched it the first time.
I don't
And this
know.
guy is Jonochi Hideyasu, or Hideyasu Jonichi, I don't quite know.
Wait, so when you say like arms, like do their arms like have the special powers, or is it like a?
It's just the way, instead of just saying orange, it's just like orange power, arms.
So,
So,
like-
so arms is weaponry.
Oh,
All right, like you're to arms,
Oh,
right?
okay,
so that he's
okay.
got a spear, he's got a sword, he's got guns,
Gotcha.
he's got a sword and a shield.
Wow. So what fruit is this guy?
That guy's an acorn.
An acorn.
That's a
All right.
seed.
So
That's my
so
favorite
acorn,
fruit.
pine cone. I just called them the nuts.
Yeah.
Those are the nuts, and they're a silly duo. They get beat pretty easily, but more importantly, soon after they're introduced, Sid has one more prototype Sengoku driver to put out there. He gives it to this team, Raid, Wild Hot, something, Red Hot. They're dopes. They're like dumb bullies, whatever. And they're at this like cafe, this like cake place. And they're just being dicks, and they get kicked out of the cake place by the owner, a pâtissier named Oren Pierre Alfonso, who takes their belt being like, huh, loser. This is a very effeminate 40-year-old man who is also a combat veteran from Africa. He deployed at he was fought in Africa and the Middle East in the French Parachute Regiment for citizenship. He's Japanese, but went to France and emigrated to France to be a cake maker, a patisserie. But in order to, he fought in the army to be a dual citizenship.
The French Foreign Legion or whatever.
Yeah,
it is, right?
so he's this super buff but extremely feminine man. And he's like, they're like, what the fuck are you doing in this game? He's like, I can do what I want. And he is the coolest guy ever.
And what fruit is he?
Want to guess?
I want to guess durian.
Yes!
Yeah.
Durian
I
arms!
knew it.
I was gonna say kiwi. It looks fun.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really spiky.
It's got a little kiwi thing.
the
Yeah,
king
yeah,
of
yeah,
fruits.
yeah.
It is.
They kind of group together because everyone else has their own teams and
They're
stuff.
like the
And
chuckle fucks of
he
the
kicks
series.
their ass, and they're like, oh my god, teach us!
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hase's a punk. He's kind of like a Hideyasu is also kind of effeminate. He's from a team that like is mostly girls, and then he's like the leader of it. And then yeah, Oren is a combat veteran, kind of the goat, Mr. Dangerous. I'll talk a little bit more about voice performance, but I neglected to mention that the belts, especially Heisei onwards, remember I was like orange arms or whatever. They all have voice performances. So and that's what helps you cue in of how do I, like, what order do I put them? We put this and then that. I didn't even talk about how the thing, in this case, so like they put the lock on, they lock it in, and then they flip this thing like Fruit Ninja, like, and it slices the front of it and it opens up.
Oh.
I'll show you
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen that somewhere.
Yeah, I'll show you the
It's really cool,
You see
like
it right
how
there?
they do the.
so he has that.
belt in real life.
It's a mechanic that flips like that, and then it opens up like that,
Yeah.
and it shows the weapon and stuff. Like he
do
got
they
stuff.
all have the knife to cut the fruit, and then it opens up and shows
Yeah, all the
weapon?
Sengoku drivers look like this, and then they swap with a different lock seed
Like you're
depending on their
chopping
fruit,
fruit up.
Yeah.
and then it
Right,
slices and yeah.
That's awesome.
And to give you a visual of what this does to them when they henshin, it's very funny. They slice the fruit. They pose or whatever, and then a zipper unzips from above them from the portal, and a giant orange or a giant banana or a giant whatever plops on their head and opens up around them, and they become a Kamen Rider.
Cool.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
How does that work with the grape one?
I
just a
think
really
it's just
big
like a
grape?
mechanic. It's just like a big grape thing.
Okay,
yeah,
sure, fair enough.
yeah. So I just want to lore dump a little bit. It turns out this place, the forest, is called Helheim. This is the Helheim forest. It's an alternate dimension forest with the origin of the Inves. These are cracks. When I say crack, this is what I'm talking about. A crack has opened up. It's a portal. The zipper portal is a randomly opening and closing in the city. Helheim fruits. If you touch it with the belt, it turns into a lock seed. But if you eat it raw, don't eat it raw. Advanced Inves are, the little mini guys. If they eat a lock seed, they evolve into the bigger lock. You know the one that Koda got attacked by in the beginning? That's an advanced Inves.
Can I just make a guess? If like a human eats a lock seed, they become an invest.
Whoa.
That'd be kind of interesting.
yep,
That'd be kind of fucked up.
Yeah, and I think that's about it. So let me read this off and make it very quick. I will not deviate. The Nuts betray Kaito because they were going to team up, but Kota defends Kaito and defeats them. Sid gives the last driver to Team Red Hot, but it's stolen by a combat veteran turned patissier, Oren. Michi discovers Takatora's driver. He just happens to see it and steals a watermelon lock seed. Oren uses durian arms, I don't have a durian with me, sorry, to ambush the Nuts. That's how he first transforms. He's like, hello, and he kicks their ass. Oren defeats the Nuts to the delight of the crowd. The crowd just kind of amassed there, and he's starting to kind of usurp the game. He's not playing in the game. He's not a dancer. He doesn't have a team, but he kind of hijacks the broadcast with like in his hotel room with a wine glass, in his Kamen Rider outfit with like a wine glass, and he's like, you silly boys, you're far too weak, because he's like a combat ace, like buff dude. So he's like, I'm gonna kick your ass.
He's kind of like Pegasus.
So he kind of starts to usurp the game a little bit. Takatora is against Oren being in the game, but Sid, DJ Sagara, and the Professor accept. They're like, yeah, he can be in the game. He can be in it, it's fine. Oren defeats Kaito in a fight, but he lets him keep his banana lock seed. I should mention, when you lose in a fight, you can take the opponent's lock seed and like, oh no, I don't have it.
So pathetic.
Right? It's like they're fighting for pink slips. Right. Check out the lecture on Fast and the Furious for more.
Don't forget about it, cuz.
Don't forget! Then he fights Kota and Michi, Oren, unleashing a horde of invests. He's like, what do these do? And he just unleashes a horde of invests on people, runs amok. Michi gives Kota the watermelon lock seed, and he uses watermelon arms.
Yeah! Oh no, you actually got one.
Do have a watermelon.
Alright.
And you know what? I completely forgot, because he encountered the Melon Rider in a forest who was using melon arms.
Yeah.
Okay. And the watermelon is a giant mech.
Oh, cool.
I will talk about aesthetics
That
later.
feels a little unfair.
I will talk about aesthetics later, but they do mechs sometimes. But it's not like miniature sets still. It's not like a practical thing, Sentai was mechs, but they make it like it's still a suit actor. This is all CGI.
Do you do like forced perspective or something to make it
No,
look
it's
big?
just a big mech that's like, he gets in or whatever.
But is it like CG?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, completely CG. Kota gives watermelon arms and they defeat the Invest and Oren. Team Gaim is finally in first place in the game. Like they've been steadily rising up the ranks, and this gets them to the top. Mai wanders into a portal and finds Kaito collecting locks. Sid visits Michi at Gaim HQ to ask for the watermelon lock seed, because he sees, they broadcast that they have this watermelon. How the fuck did they get that? I didn't give you that. And instead, Michi just bullies him and asks for a lock seed vehicle, because he hears that Mai's in trouble. As Mai heals Kaito up, because he protected her from some invest and he gets injured a bit, so she's bandaging him. As they're having an intimate moment, he tells her about how Yggdrasil took everything from him. Michi arrives in Helheim to save Mai, and so this is his first time in the forest, and he's like, "Whoa, is this?" And Koda's like, "Oh, hey, you're here too. Here, this is what you can do. You can grab a fruit and gets a lock seed, and he gets his own lock seed. We'll find out what that is." Kaito and Mai find an exit, but encounter an advanced invest. They get attacked, and Kaito defends her and defeats it with his new the lock seed that he got in the beginning. He's like, "Ooh, that's cool. Mango arms."
The go.
It's a big cudgel. It's like it goes woo, yeah kind of thing.
Oh, like Gallagher.
Yeah, I think so.
But with a mango.
Yeah. Now, more invests are starting to appear in town on their own. They're starting to invade a little bit more. Team Gaim goes hunting for invests, luring it with Helheim fruit, because there's vines over there. They're starting to, but the invests eat the fruit, so they kind of put one outside to kind of like lure it and see if they can attack it. They lure one, and Michi tracks it back to the sewers, and they find a crack with spilling out with fruit and invests. And at that crack, Yggdrasil agents, the agents of Yggdrasil, are burning away the evidence with Zangetsu, like the Melon Rider, the mysterious Melon Rider. And Michi suspects, because he saw like his brother have like a driver in his room, and that's how he got the watermelon lock seed. He kind of found it. He's like, ooh, that might be my brother.
Probably not, though. I'm sure it was like that.
But like, yeah,
There's gotta be a
they're just
million
torch.
watermelon
They're starting to
lock seeds.
torch the cracks. So like the stuff is spilling out of them, and they're trying to destroy all the evidence. So Team Gaim and the other beat riders, They invite the other beat riders to a game because they're like, okay, something fishy's going on. Yggdrasil is burning these plants and something weird's going on. We need to figure out what they're doing. So they create a front of their own. Hey, other beat riders, Kaido and not that guy. They're trying to figure out what that guy is. They challenge them to a game. Who can collect the most lock seeds? And this happens to be during Christmas. Like the broadcast is during Christmas time, so Koda's in a Santa outfit. And he's still trying. He's trying to like outside a front or whatever. And then he kicks some Invest ass in a Santa outfit. It's cool.
Like in his transformed Henshin form.
No, not like with the. He's out of suit. He's out of suit with that one.
Henshin in the Santa
That would be cool. No, for sure. But it happens to be during Christmas, haha.
Santa arms activate.
Yeah.
Ho ho.
Cranberry arms! They invite him to a game. This is a front to search for Yggdrasil's base in Helheim to draw out Zangetsu. Michi uses the new arms that he got, Kiwi arms!
There we go.
It's actually here.
It's kind of like green themed. It's kind of nice. And the Kiwis are these big, they're a particular kind of weapon. They're the big blades, like circular blades. Like kind of like
chakrams.
Yeah. And he can
Like
go,
you throw 'em
yeah.
right before
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool.
Very cool.
Good for cutting fruit, I bet.
You can be a real fruit ninja with that.
So yeah, he uses Kiwi arms to fight off an oncoming swarm of Invest because they all kind of gather up. All right, we're gonna do this. Everyone has a way to get in. They have Lockseed vehicles, whatever. And it was like, see ya, suckers, and they all leave, and they leave a bunch of Invests. So he's like, shit, Kiwi arms, and that's how he got Kiwi arms. The riders drop the game immediately. Fuck finding Lockseeds, whatever, dude. They use it as an excuse to fight each other. As Takatora is like, this is madness, and he walks into the forest himself. It turns out Yggdrasil has a permanently opened portal that they can use whenever they want in their base. He's hunting everyone that's transformed is now in the forest and they're fighting each other. Koda finds Yggdrasil's base in this kerfuffle, and that's how he learns that the riders have been guinea pigs for Yggdrasil's experiments. Yggdrasil's the ones who made the Sengoku drivers, and they dealt them out to these guys to use them to fight for like data or whatever. They're being used as experiments. Takatora is taking out each of the riders, kicking their ass, but the base is attacked by Invests before he can take out Michi. So remember, he doesn't know that Michi's a Kamen Rider. He doesn't know he's in the game. He doesn't even know he's dancing, really. He knows that he's like...
He doesn't know much about his little brother.
No, and that's to his... He's like, oh, I thought I knew him. I knew him. But Michi's highly duplicitous. He's like a prep student. He's very rich because, he's with his brother and him are kind of noblest. I completely forgot Takatora's whole thing. You know how like he's like, oh, I have maturity, strength, duplicity... His is noblesse oblige.
The burden of nobility.
Noblesse, the burden of nobility. It's like we have a responsibility as people in status.
So he's still like he's doing this at the behest of Yggdrasil. Like he's full fed at this point.
Yeah, he's fully committed.
Okay.
He's committed to the cause here. To his burden. This is great sin. He's burdened with sin.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, but Michi kind of hides that he's a beat rider because it's like he's a prep student with a suit, like a private school, and he's rich. But he doesn't want everyone to know that he secretly wears street clothes, like epic hoodies and dances and shit. He's like, this is how I express myself. It's so much fun, and I get to see Mai. Sorry, Mai got covered by Hideyasu here. I get to see Mai. It's like, but no one can know. He loves being duplicitous like that. He's like, hi, you gotta keep that a secret. No, you don't. No, you don't. So
he just loves the rush of the lie.
I could be caught dancing in any
He doesn't know that he's Ryugen. So before he can finish him off, the base is attacked by Invests and he's just distracted. In the kerfuffle, Takatora accidentally breaks Hase's driver in the fight and like he slashes it and it breaks the driver too. And he's like, oh shit, I didn't want to go that far. Hey, HQ, it's Takatora, hey. And he's calling for help. And that's how Michi finds out, oh, that is my brother. Oh, he gave it up. That's Nissan. Ooh. Ooh, that's Nissan.
Driving his Nissan Altima.
Right. Koda fights off the Invest swarm because he's at the base and he was, finding shit out. And he fights them off from escaping the tower with watermelon arms. Watermelon arms can fly. It's a mecha. So he just flies out of the tower and he's fighting a bunch of Invests on top of the tower. It's really cool.
Just sounds like the best fruit.
The
It's
watermelon.
very OP, very
Yeah.
mech, but it's
Yeah.
very bulky and big, and you can kind of control it.
Yeah,
Really.
okay.
Wait, so how big of a mech is it?
Like 10 times his size.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not like fucking Evangelion, but
Yeah.
Yggdrasil, and it's also like round because watermelon. Yggdrasil soldiers have now mass-produced the drivers to keep Helheim contained. By the way, Gaim is technically broken into 5 arcs. I'm breaking it into 7, but that was technically the end of Arc 1, right there. Was he at the end of that? So now we're in a new arc. But attacks are still making the news. Uh-oh. Team Gaim visits a hospital, and the dancers, they have nothing to do with this really. They are blamed for the Invest attacks because they were fighting with the Invest games, and the Invest are attacking human beings, and if you get attacked by one, like slashed, plants start growing out of you. You have like a plant disease.
Wow.
And so they
good.
visit
No
a hospital, and they have like 20 people in hospital beds going, with like vines and fruit growing out of them.
Damn.
Yikes. They are blamed for it. It's like, oh no, everyone hates us.
It's these dancers, man.
Right, we can't make them happy. Hase scrambles for another lock seed as his team falls apart because his driver was broken. So he's like, oh shit, I can't do anything now. And his team falls apart. He can't do anything. So he's desperate. And one thing leads to another, and he eats a Helheim fruit in an attempt to regain power. Because he's like, if I just... And he turns into an advanced Invest.
Yes, I was right.
You were right.
I was right.
He is a monster.
There it is.
And once you're a monster, there's no turning back.
Oh.
No turning back. Kaido holds off Takatora from killing Hase as Koda goes to like, Hase, wake up, shikari shiro, right?
Just quick question. What's with the fruit parlor? Do they hang out at a fruit
They
parlor
do
a lot?
hang out at the fruit parlor.
All right,
That's where
sick.
Sid was hanging out for a lot of the beginning, where
Okay.
they go to Sid at the fruit parlor to get the Sengoku driver and stuff.
That's where they chill.
They
Right,
do. They have
okay.
the cool
The peach
hangout,
bit.
and then they have their
Every
own
episode,
base.
chill.
Right.
And Baron has their base. I didn't know what the outside looked like, but it's a cool little posh little thing. And then Charmant is the cake place that Oren runs. Okay. Takatora defeats Kaito because he's like, I can kick this melon guy's ass. I'm strong. Nope. Takatora kicks his ass, and he brings his unconscious body to Yggdrasil. Michi follows his brother into Yggdrasil because he's like, okay, he's working with what's going on. So he infiltrates the place.
Which guy just turned into a monster?
This guy, Hase.
Okay, all right.
His driver was broken, so he's like, yeah.
It's kind of a cool one. It's a shame.
Michi follows his brother into Yggdrasil and discovers the crack in their base. He sifts through the professor's data files and finds video of Yuya turning into the Invest that Koda first killed.
No! In the beginning, the Invest that attacked him, that was Yuya!
No.
In this video, he's like, oh, fuck!
Guess who I can't tell?
That's not good.
Guess what I like doing?
Lying
Lying and
and
keeping
stuff.
secrets. God, I can't tell him that.
He's probably so stoked to know this, because he's like, all right,
All right, it's a secret.
After Hase, as an Invest, harms a Gaim member, Koda's got no choice. He reluctantly fights Hase at the Fountain of Bad Times.
Ooh,
Really?
What's that? What's...
Locations, I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
That's just the colloquial thing that me and my roommates called it when we
Oh,
watched it,
okay.
because this is a very iconic moment, because he can't bring himself to kill Hase. He's a monster, but like, oh, I can't do it. All of a sudden, what the fuck?
Lock?
A new driver, red driver with like a clear, like those Game Boys with like the purple see-through? It's like that, but blue. It's a lock. Holy shit! Melon energy, peachy energy, cherry energy, lemon energy. They all show up, and the cherry guy fucking kills Hase.
Oh, finally we got
And
some
then
bad
and then
guys.
Koda's like, no! I think the cherry guy kicks Koda's ass, and then he transforms. And then Cherry is like, whew. It's Sid! Sid was cherry energy, and he brings his Koda's unconscious body to Yggdrasil.
You never would have thought that looking at his face.
I know, right?
End of part 2. Kamen Rider Henshin.
Just rise.
So I want to talk briefly about the suits. Why bugs? Why bugs, somebody asked, right? Why is it themed around a grasshopper? Ishinomori's idea, right, the cross of fire, there's some shared with the bad guys. This guy, the Kamen Rider doesn't look like a superhero, not fully. There's some duplicitous kind of like, is he on our side or is he not? So he wants to make him look kind of grotesque. He's also like a cyborg from the bad guys, right? So he wanted a design that looks grotesque. So his first idea, he's a skull guy. He's a skull man, skull. Oh. And the producer's like, I don't know, dude. We're doing this for like kids. And they're gonna scare. Don't want to scare the hose, you know. Right. Not too much, at least. So he's like, okay. But you know, he still likes the idea of like kind of a big eye, like an eye socket with a skull or whatever. And okay, grasshopper. How about it? And it's kind of controversial. He's like, are you sure?
It doesn't sound like a strong.
That's a little
symbol,
weird, right? Like, the producers literally thought that. They were like, isn't it a bug? Isn't it strong? And he's like, no. You see, the insects are fighting the villains who are destroying nature. Oh. And you know, it's kind of a cool, you know. Again, so we're like, he's a former monster, and he was trying to be the he was trying to be like the bug or whatever, and so but he turns in everything. Plus,
I mean, that ties it all together.
But the most important for me, it's easy for kids to draw.
Yes.
It was pretty smart of them. It was like, that's awesome. So that's the idea of why it's bugs. But because of that, all of the Kamen Riders, they're not all themed around bugs. I haven't talked about bugs once during Gaim, right? Right. But they still look like Kamen Riders. Why is that? It's specific features, obviously to do with the mask. So the three major components is the visor. So what they're seeing through with the eyes, it's either big bug eyes, or it could be a cyclops like Gaim here. It's like one big kind of visor thing. It could be bifocal. With Barons, with Kaitos, it's like a grill, right? But you can know where the eyes are. And more importantly, they are static. They don't move. The original one did light up occasionally, but like X-Aid, for example, I don't have a visual for it, they actually have pupils drawn on, like kind of painted on as his eyes. He looks more like a video game character. But importantly, the eyes don't move, right? They're still static. It's really important that there's no moving part of the mask, because again, you want that like alien, like, it's a static expression. It's kind of like an alien kind of a detachment to it, right? Especially think about like acting. You're like, how do I act with like a mask on? And that's what's really incredible watching Kamen Rider, because you see them and like the suit actors are able to perform such nuances with like the way they look and turn, you completely forget they're wearing a mask. And you literally, like, there's a character behind it. It's like Spider-Man. You forget he's wearing a mask, really.
It's kind of like how in like plays, theater actors will like really play up their performances.
Yes.
For people in the back.
Exactly, yes. So it's really important that they don't move. They're static. And there's to be fair, not every mask does this. V3, Rider Man, the fourth Kamen Rider from like way in the 70s, dude has a mask, but his nose and mouth are open. Like, you can see his nose and mouth. So that's like the one exception, really. It's a little weird, but other than that, like, I really appreciate that it's like a very static thing, but you can still tell it's a human face. What's really interesting is that like they made the choice with the mouth area. With all of them, you can tell there's a mouth, even just like a little clear area, so that it still looks like a human face, but there's something off about it, right? There's like a bug element to it. And also, like, what I like is that, you know, Super Sentai, they're heroes, and their mouth area are like pursed lips, you know, like a static lips, so you know it's a dude, right? But Kamen Rider, like, no mouth, like there might be like teeth drawn maybe, like a part of the design or something, but there's no pursed lips like Ultraman or Super Sentai. And I find that really interesting to, like, again, try to strike that balance of, he might be on our side because there's elements about him that are familiar. It looks like a face, a human face. But there's elements about it that aren't so much, you know?
It's dubious.
Yeah. And also to keep with the bug theme, right? The antennas. There's some sort of antenna with every main rider design. So with Gaim, it's like this little spike thing at the top here. It could be hair. It could be this little spiky little thing here. Any which thing, ears, whatever. They always have some kind of antenna-looking thing. So those are like the core aspects of the mask. Is like, that's a Kamen Rider, as opposed to a Garo or a Bugman or a Borg. Sorry, not Bugman. Borg, Beetleborg, whatever. Super Sentai, etc. Then the armor. It's full body. Again, with Rider Man, kind of exception with the face. But it's full body, really interestingly. It's kind of very excessive when you think about it, right? But there's no exposed skin, pretty much. Again, the idea that he's a cybernetic person. Leather, spandex, whatever. It's armored. It's always important to know it's not just like a dude and like whatever. There's something about him like, oh, this is for combat. There's knee pads, arm pads, gloves, like whatever, like shoulder pads. There's some armor to it. It's still an armored guy. They can, and the idea is that, like, again, they move a lot. They jump. They run. They have advanced agility and strength. So you kind of want them to be agile. You kind of want them to be able to move around very easily, which they run into a problem with some of the upgrades where like they might get a bulkier form. And some fans were like, oh, it's bulky, so we can't fight as much. But maybe he'll be more like weapons oriented or something. So it's something to consider. It's like, how bulky is he, or what does the design's like? And it's themed, right? Maybe it's hard to really be like, well, this theme is fruit, so yeah, there's a samurai and he's got the things. In Forze, it's an astronaut because it's kind of themed around space and going to space, and they're like certain things that this guy Drive has a tire across his chest, like wrapped around his chest here like this. Right. And that's part of his power set. He can like switch tires, and the different tires have different powers and stuff. But yeah, they have increased agility, strength, fighting style. I don't know too much with like martial arts and what kind of martial arts they use, but it's punches and kicks to me. It's pretty cool. Obviously, there's some people like, well, this guy's more about speed and fastness than others. I know Kabuto has like a power that can slow down time so slow that he's like the Flash and can kind of just kick a guy's ass or whatever, right? So they might have certain things based on it, and some of them are more weapons based. So Gaim, they all have their own weapon, right? That's way more of a weapon-oriented show, whereas the original Kamen Rider, I don't think he has any weapon at all. I don't think so. It's just punches and kicks. And that's cool. Right. Yes. Specifically, the finisher move.
Yeah,
regardless of their design or what kind of attacks they use, it might be gun-based. Geats is very like it's like kind of based on first-person shooter, like Fortnite. We were joking about it's Fortnite, but it's all like kind of lots of guns and stuff. But yeah, regardless, they usually have a rider kick, which is not just like a ooh. They literally like a poo. They jump, and it's a flying jump kick directly on the guy's chest, and it's usually does the job.
It's like
I've
seen that in like every anime ever. Does it all come from Kamen Rider?
It's very likely.
Yeah,
very, very, very likely. Yeah.
Inazuma kick and whatnot. You see?
Inazuma, yeah. I mean. Yeah, because like I don't think it necessarily came from Ultraman, because I think Ultraman is very more like specific attacks and grappling. But yeah, I want to say 71 rider kick. That was a huge deal. So I want to say yeah. Sure.
They say toe when they jump up and transform.
Specific, kind of.
And they say toe when they do the rider kick. Is toe just like a
it's just, it's
Ki, right? It's like
it's Kia. In Power Rangers they go Kia.
Yeah. Okay.
Like it's something to say instead of going.
Would the fans
right?
be pissed if they said something other than toe? Or
I don't know. No, I think it's more of a thing in Ultraman because he goes like swatch. There's certain noises he makes. Like, ka! Like his noises. I think the Ultraman effect, like sound, like voice pattern thing, is like the coolest thing in any of the tokusatsu, in my opinion. Sure. It's like what? Like I don't know. It's so cool.
I need every single
and a soundboard.
I need them all to have their own.
That's
sound.
the funny thing. The belts are soundboards.
Yeah.
And I'll go into the voice performance, but like they all have their own like voice actor. Do you know like the narrator for Kaiji?
Yeah.
That was like, ooh, he's also Sakazuki Kainu in One Piece.
Sure.
He plays the belt in Kamen Rider Double.
He plays the belt.
Cyclone Juka!
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, the belt is saying that, not the guy's not saying that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also one thing I want to specify with Kamen Rider, because they're like, oh, it's just whatever. I like that they don't necessarily do a lot of magic like animal blast.
No animal blast.
If they do an animal blast, it will come out of a weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
It's always tangible with something like a physical attack. So Gaim's, he doesn't do a rider kick in his first appearance. He kills the Inves, Yuya, with like, he puts his two swords together and is like, Jore ole, and like does like a cool Hado wave that slices and kills the guy.
Instead of an animal blast, it's where it was an atheism slash.
Yeah. But I really like that, again with the tokusatsu thing, we'll go into it a little bit more later, but they always are pairing a special thing, or at least as much as they can, within reason. They try to pair a special thing with a physical thing so that it's immersive. It's not just like, You don't have a Kamen Rider going, yeah, like it's not shooting out of his hands.
Then you can sell that as a toy to the kids.
Exactly. What are we thinking?
It's toys all the way down, baby.
It's
I'm buying
important.
so many toys.
Because that's how you get 24 seasons of Kamen Rider instead of 9.
Follow the
of
money,
like
baby.
varying whatever, and then like peter out and die. Heisei onwards, like that's what they do, and
It's
that's what makes it
symbiotic.
incredible. It's great. It's great. Yeah, so like to run down the upgrades. So that you have the base form. Sometimes that's the default. The base form is different from like a main or standard form. The one that's advertised, like this is the new Kamen Rider. That's like the standard main form as advertised. But some of them, like we said with Koto, right? He has like the blue, just like the blue base form, but he can change into different armors. So like the main one is him with orange. But if he happened, there isn't really a moment in the show where it's just the blue. If that was the case, then like, that would be his base form. That's the kind of the idea of it. Then they sometimes an upgrade form, sometimes permanent, and then they have a super form, which is like this kind of like three upgrades. It goes to like upgrade super, which a lot of them like a pattern with these. A lot of the later ones too. It's like a 2-part berserker form. Like he gets a new power, but he can't quite control it, and he goes go crazy or do whatever. Or he can't. It was like it's hard to control or something. But then he perfects it, and that's like a 2-part of the stage or whatever. And then final form, last fourth of the show, can't be beat, best form ever, epic.
Unlocks his true power.
Yeah, the best form ever kind of.
Supersonic.
That's very easy. And I do want to mention the vehicles real quick. There's like the motorcycles, to be clear, the motorcycles were a thing for a lot of it, but then I tried to look up the specific law that this is, you just hear on Reddit, they're like, some Japanese laws. What is it specifically? But I don't know. Recently, they've restricted stuff about custom motorized vehicles. There's a lot more restrictions, and especially like with filming locations and stuff like that. So you do see over the course of Heisei and Reiwa, they don't really ride motorcycles so much anymore. You might have them there like once, a little in a corner or something, but it's not as much of a thing. It's not as prominent as it was in Showa. Unfortunate. But it's motorcycles and one car. Drive.
Yes,
You gotta have it's car theme, so guys gotta have a car.
What kind of car does he have?
I don't know. It's a cool car. It's
Sedan.
a red looking car. I don't think.
PSO?
It's not like maker. It isn't so much like maker models like Toyota. It's more like this is an ambulance. This one's for construction. It's more like types of cars. Now, in your packets, we're gonna move right on. But as an option, if you like to do for fun, you can design your own suit. Now that you know the fundamentals of what these suits, how does it look like a Kamen Rider, what is necessary for it to be a Kamen Rider, I have all the different categories. What is the antenna? Doesn't have to be an antenna. It could be like a hair, or what is it? Mouthpiece, colors, armor pieces, theme, powers, weapons. What's his rider kick look like? Because they have variations, right? They all have their own spin on the rider kick.
Sick.
Build, he's all about science. He's like a chemist. So his rider kick, he jumps, and a mathematical formula of a trajectory arc materializes, and he goes on. It literally just goes like, and he glides along the thing and kicks the guy.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So they all have their own theme. Is like, what's their rider kick look like? What is it? What's that? And then what kind of upgrades does he have? So you can feel free to do that on your own as you're listening. If you're bored, whatever, eat some grapes, whatever. I should have some grapes. All right. Don't say no!
Just live more!
Don't say no!
Just live more!
All right, last time on Kamen Rider Gaim, Heisei was murked by 4 new Genesis riders. Holy shit! So new characters. Ryoma Sengoku is in his early 30s. He's Lemon Energy Arms. Inventor, schemer, ambitious. He's an Yggdrasil admin. He's the one who invented Sengoku Ryoma, the driver. He invented the drivers. Miss Minato is in her late 20s. Peach Energy. She's a kick-ass secretary.
Nice.
Notably, she's a kingmaker. She doesn't want to be a king. She wants to be the one to annoy. It's like, I want to be there for that guy, whoever the king is. She's an Yggdrasil admin. And we know Sid already. But a new character that has been around from the beginning, but he hasn't mattered until this point, Zack. He is Walnut Arms. He is themed with walnuts. Nice. He is from Team Baron. He's like the second. He's been the second in command this whole time. He's been like really buddy with Kaito. He means well. He's a former delinquent, but he's a nice guy. Mr. Knuckleman. Literally, as the driver says that. Yeah. Okay, so some new lore. The mass production Sengoku drivers, they don't need initializing, meaning you don't need it's not like how theirs worked where one person puts it on and nobody else can wear it. These mass-produced ones, anybody can wear them. They're mass-produced. Genesis Core Unit is a little attachment piece. You know, like when I said the Lockseed had like their face on it when it touches? That can pop off. And an attachment can be on there, and you can attach these energy lock seeds, which are more powerful lock seeds. You can mix the lock seeds and energy lock seeds together. There's new flying lock seed vehicles. Those are also mass-produced for the peons of Yggdrasil. They also have lock seed vehicles called tulips that are similar to watermelon. They transform and they're CGI, except they're ATSTs, if I'm...
ATSTs.
The bipedal ones, not the fourth. Not
the immediate thing.
The Return of the Jedi ones.
Right. Yggdrasil is truly a research organization studying Helheim. That is their whole reason for existence. That's why they're occupying the city. Zawame City happens to be a hotspot connection for Helheim. That's what's going on. That's why they're there.
Wait, this place is called Zombie City?
Zawame City. Michi overhears Kota and Kaito talk with Ryoma as they're restrained by Miss Minato. Michi is overhearing Kota and Kaito talk with Ryoma and Minato. Now that the drivers are mass-produced thanks to the writers' data, they are no longer needed. These writers, Takatora wants to take away their belts, but Ryoma offers them a chance to continue as guinea pigs. You want to be stronger, right?
Kaito's like, hell yeah.
Yeah, and Kota still wants to protect people. He's like,
hell yeah.
I want to be something, Kota is visited in his cell later by DJ Sagara. He gives him a pass key, the key to the cell, lemon energy arms. He gives Kota lemon energy, and he gives them the Genesis Core Unit that he can attach to his existing belt and upgrade. And he says, so long as you make it interesting, I'll take good care of you.
Oh,
After all, we don't know who Helheim will choose.
I see.
Okay, weird. Thanks anyway. Michi, Kota, and Kaito escape Yggdrasil, and that's when Takatora discovers on security cam footage that Michi is Ryugen. But Michi doesn't know that yet. The other beat riders, they learn how to jailbreak their lock seeds, and they summon full-sized invets to help them commit crimes. Help me rob this bank. Very cool. And that's no good for their reputation, right? Because they were originally no, we have nothing to do with the invest. Fuck! Some other teams, like the Red Hot guys that were gonna get that Oren stole the thing from, they get hey, we can do these dumb things and rob banks. We're so cool. Attempting to stop these invests, Kota figures out how to incorporate, this is how he figures out how to use lemon energy, and he mixes the two together into Jimba Lemon. So he mixes orange and lemon together, and he gets a new upgrade form, and it's Jimba Lemon. Takatora confronts Michi, because he's like, I found out you're doing the thing. He offers him the entire truth. Something terrifying is in Helheim, and he shows Michi, he's like, let's go into the forest. They overlook a cliff, and Michi's like, oh fuck! And then he's like, so will you join Yggdrasil? Yeah.
Wow.
So he joins Yggdrasil.
But we don't see what it is.
Not yet.
Okay.
Michi is tasked by Takatora. Okay, this is what I need you to do, my Ototo. Steal Kota's driver. Get him out of here. Just don't eliminate him, but just steal it. Kota happens to be ostracized from getting a job for being a beat rider. He's trying to get a part-time job again, but no one likes beat riders. He's a Kamen Rider. What a freak. Oh, you're responsible for these alien attacks. Michi employs Oren and Joey. Jonochi, I just call him Joey. These two surviving guys. He employs them in secret to hold Kota's sister, Akira, hostage in the Charmant. She's eating cake, and Joey's just the waiter, and he's like, don't think I won't do it. He's like, where's my sister? Look, she's over there. And she's eating a cake all cute, and then Joey's like, hey.
I thought Kota's sister was Mai.
No, they're
they're
very
friends.
good friends.
Okay.
So Michi has this whole plot Oren and them don't even know that Michi's behind this. Kota doesn't know he's behind this. But he makes this plot. But Oren, being the cool guy, macho, effeminate man that he is, ruins Michi's plan and fights Kota instead. Like, this is dumb. They're just fucking getting his sister hostage. Let me kick your ass. And so Kota uses Jimba Lemon and kicks Oren's ass. Finally, without having to use like watermelon or whatever. And next, Minato is there in this hostage exchange. So she joins the fight. This is her first time she transforms into Peach. So she's like expecting Michi to join. He's there. He happens to be watching this, but again, Kota doesn't know that he's in on it. And she kind of like is expecting him to help her to beat Kota. But instead, Michi turns into Ryugen and shoots Minato. It's like, wait, what? Ryoma convinces Takatora to leave Michi in Team Gaim as a spy. So he's aligned with Yggdrasil. He's going to kind of still be with Gaim in secret and like be a double agent almost. And that's like his cover. Like Michi ended up helping him ruin the hostage exchange, even though it was his plan the entire time. So Professor Ryoma is disagreeing with Takatora's orders, kind of like in secret almost. He kind of like deflected it almost. Takatora really is loyal to Ryoma. They've known each other a long time, but Ryoma is very ambitious. He's the scientist. I'm the smartest guy. I got my own plans. And so he wants Kota to keep his driver so he can do more testing. So yeah, Michi is allied. He's in Yggdrasil, thanks to Takatora, but he is allied with Ryoma, unbeknownst to his brother. And he's like, well, it is what it is. Team Gaim, the dancers, so they try to convince the other teams to unite for a dance concert. If we just all work together and do a cool dance, everyone will know we're not part of Invest and everything will be okay again.
I feel like the moment for dancing is past.
Almost.
Okay.
Well, we're still interlocked in some of these. We're still being blamed for these attacks.
Yeah, all right, true.
So, but without the support of Team Baron, it's a no deal. The other teams don't want to join her.
All or nothing.
Don't want to join Mai trying to get with Team Gaim and all them. She's like, fuck. Instead, Kaido quits Team Baron, and he leaves a driver. He has one of the mass-produced ones. He leaves it with his second in command, Zack. So now Zack has a driver. Oren crashes the dance party, so they try to do it without Baron, and it kind of works out. And Zack defends them with walnut arms. I don't have a walnut. And so that's his debut as Mr. Knuckleman. The other teams, the other teams join in after all, and they win back the respect of the city. It's a fun, they all unite. It's a fun dance party with some Invest kicking ass in the middle of it. And they end the Invest game for good at that point. They've kind of dispelled the idea that anything to do with the jailbroken lock seeds. We're not doing this for crime. We have nothing to do with this shit. We just want to be at peace and make the city feel good about themselves by dancing for them. That's it. None of this fighting for stages shit. We're all united. We're all one team. We're all dancers.
Wow. We're all one race.
One race.
Sure. So that ends the Invest game. Right after this dance party, Kota was like, whoa, wasn't that great? And he gets ambushed and gets his ass kicked by Ryoma with lemon energy. And this is how we technically find out that you can find this out, you can kind of infer this, who could it be? But this is how you find out that Ryoma is lemon energy.
Lemon seems pretty powerful.
Pretty good, yeah, he's pretty good. It's an energy, so all the energies guys are way stronger than the base ones.
What's the difference between an energy and a non-energy?
So remember how Strawberry was more powerful than the regular lock seeds that those guys had? This is just even more powerful.
Okay.
So Ryoma defeats Kota, and then he defeats Kaito. Kota distances himself from Team Gaim now that they're not involved. He's deliberately hey, you guys keep doing your thing. I'm not going to visit the base. I'm going to try to keep my distance because I don't want you to get involved again. So yeah, Kota and Kaito are okay, we just got our ass kicked by this guy. Let's invade the base and try to figure more shit out. Let's fuck shit up. And Michi finds out, hey, can I join? Fucking snitch. Bitchy. So he lets Takatora and them know. And so they were going to try to invade Yggdrasil from the back end. They were going to use their Lockseed vehicles to go to the forest. And then they know that the portal is in Yggdrasil Tower. So instead of just going to the tower from the city, they were going to try to go from the back, from there into their portal. And they get stopped by Sid with tulip lock vehicles. They kind of get BTFO'd by these big mechs, 5 of them. They're and they get kicked out of Helheim. And who should they find after they get kicked out? DJ Sagara again. DJ Sagara taunts them. He's like, you dummies. Here's a tulip. Here's a tulip lock seed video. You guys, one of you use watermelon, one of you use tulip. I just want this to be interesting. I'm just watching. I'm just watching.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
They try again with, as Kaito takes on Sid, and Kota rematches with Takatora. And so Kota's trying to use Jimba Lemon, his upgrade form, against base Takatora. Maybe he can do it. They both stalemate. These two stalemate, and Kaito manages to stalemate Sid, which is impressive because it's based with the wow. He's a strong dude. He's kind of strong.
Maybe Sid just sucks.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, Sid might suck.
But he looks cool.
So they both stalemate. That leads Takatora to offer Kota the truth.
Okay.
He offers him the truth, and Sid, because they stalemate with Kaito, they bring him back to Yggdrasil. And he's like, look, we just want to talk. So we learn this so both of these guys learn the information from different parties. Takatora brings him to the place, and the admins are with Kaito as they explain the same thing, and they show him video or something. Kaito makes it into Yggdrasil's headquarters, realizing that the tree in their base with the crack in it, I didn't mention this in the summary earlier. So like Mai and Kaito are kind of being an item of sorts. They're bonding a little bit. Sure. There's another scene where they're in this desolate area, and it's there used to be a giant tree here. And that was where I grew up and everything, and there was a shrine with this nice shrine maiden and everything. It's yeah, I danced there. So they have this connection with the connection to this tree that Yggdrasil wiped off. They complete the tree's gone. Holy shit, the tree is in Yggdrasil. That's the entrance to the portal.
And they're associated with something called Yggdrasil with a tree.
Yeah, and so the
my
permanent
first
portal
time.
they've artificially kept open is the big tree that is oh, you motherfuckers. I knew it. No, you didn't really know it, but yeah.
So they cut down the tree to open the portal?
They brought the tree with them to their base. They moved it to the top of their base, and then there's a bunch of wires connected to it to keep this portal artificially open, the crack.
I'm just curious, is this a gigantic tree, or is it a normal sized tree?
I'd say if you saw this tree in real life, that's a
not
big...
like Yggdrasil world trees.
No, not real. Not like the tower.
So
the tower is more like
a
the big
redwood.
tree.
I was
right?
thinking redwood, right?
Redwood tree.
Yeah, or just like an ancient, like a Japanese shrine, like a kind of a big tree.
Sure.
Yeah, it's kind of old looking.
tree.
It's nice. Yeah, yeah, like a deco tree almost. Right. Takatora shows Kota the secret.
Love that book.
It is an ancient, ruined civilization.
Oh.
It is a bunch of ruins. And it's what the fuck is this? Yeah, so they're being explained the same. The invest plants are an invasive species that consumed the prior civilization, like a separate alien dimension here. They consumed them completely. And we're next!
Right.
Right?
Oh.
However, so it's going to take 10 years.
Oh, well,
plenty of time.
yeah.
It'll be within 10 years. That's not much time.
That's the next generation's problem.
Yeah, right. It's like global warming. No. However, there's diverging points about what to do about this information, because Yggdrasil's kind of keeping this on the down low, and they're what do we... So we're going to be dead in 10 years, with overrun by these aliens and this ruined civilization. What do we do? Takatora has an idea. The admins have a different idea. There's something interesting here.
Takatora isn't the CEO of Yggdrasil.
No,
right?
he's on kind of even playing field with Realma, Sid, and
board
Minato.
of directors
But because
kinda
he's
guy.
more of a leader, he kind of takes charge.
He's sort of like the Reeve of Yggdrasil.
Yes, I don't know what Reeve is.
In Final
from,
Fantasy VII, he's a...
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Yeah, right.
and
Gotcha,
he's an
gotcha.
executive.
Yeah, so they have different ideas. As Sid says, it all falls to whoever plucks the forbidden fruit.
What
Wait,
might that
didn't
be?
DJ Cyrus say something whatever? Who never knows who Helheim will choose? Who will be plucked the fruit? What the heck are they talking about?
Fuck the fruit.
Kota is reluctant.
fruit.
So Kota has been told this to Takatora. It's
Oh my god. So Invest were former beings that were, he's reluctant to kill the Invest now. He's I don't want to kill anybody because he remembers Hase.
Wasn't
He
he
remembers,
already reluctant?
What?
Wasn't he already reluctant?
Yeah, he was reluctant because he's with his life on the line. He's this isn't a game. And then he's more reluctant because he's fuck, I don't want to kill these Invests. But Takatora is bro.
They're probably suffering.
They're monsters.
It probably sucks.
I'm
to
sorry,
be
yeah. They're former denizens of Helheim. Kaito, on the other hand, he has the fruit, and he's like kind of smushes it, and he rejects their offer to join Yggdrasil because they're like, hey, why don't you hang out with us? He's like, fuck you. What about this world needs protecting? Yeah, and Ryoma, Sid, and Minato are like,
We like that.
they like that. They know something. End of part 3. Kamen
Rider.
All right, aesthetics. I'm going to blitz through this because when I rehearsed this, it was 30 minutes, so I'm not going to indulge too much. I've touched upon it at other times. Live action anime. The aesthetics of watching this show is like watching live action. And the primary reason for that is the performances. In suit, like the suit actors, they don't have facial expressions. So like the way they're able to be so nuanced and still emote and embody the characters. It's been the same, I don't know, again, production things, but like it's been the same couple of suit actors the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Obviously not since like Showa, it's been decades, but in Heisei, it's a lot of the same guys. And they usually, like one guy usually does the primary guy, but they're completely different characters. And yet they're able to understand these guys of like, they can act like they've never done it before or be like super like cool and seasoned. And the fact that you can get the characterization of these guys from just like these suits and they can be their own character is just absolutely incredible performance art.
Next level stunt work.
Well, yeah, not to mention the stunt work and the fights and everything. But I want to praise the out of suit stuff too. It's just really great performance. What makes you feel like live action anime, for some reason the Japanese performances, there's very emotive. I wouldn't say over the top. Obviously some of them are, but like they are so earnest and imbued like energy and committed to what's going on. They take everything, like we're talking about fucking fruits and like silly samurai whatever, but they take it deadly seriously. And when they take it seriously, the audience takes it seriously. And that's like it's so admirable and what makes this stuff so successful, I think. When you take it so earnestly and seriously in the craft and in the execution, like the performance art, everything about it. Yeah.
I think people really appreciate sincerity these days.
Yeah.
In their media.
Yeah. Even when the guy is like kind of a biting, cynical, like, I don't need friends. Like, he says it.
It takes a certain sincerity to even play that character knowing how ridiculous all of it is.
Yes.
It's like a break dancer.
Yeah. I also mentioned Kaito never smiles. It is a very funny, very like a point of note that he never ever smiles.
Breakdancer who's
he's very serious. No, that's this whole thing, and it's so cool. And he's wearing the red and black suit. Koda like switches outfits sometimes. Like he wears a lot of different streetwear. Yeah. Michi changes outfits a lot. Kaito never changes outfits. He's the same black and red suit from episode 1 to episode 46.
Perfection.
Right? It's so good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, in Japan, how is this show viewed from Japanese culture in terms of like prestige, reputation? Like the actors playing in the show, are they looked down on as like kind of soap opera style?
That's really interesting you mentioned that because I don't want to go on a tangent too much, but like it's really interesting because with anime, I can't speak on tokusatsu, but for anime, it was treated as low class for decades.
Yeah.
Like they didn't treat it as it was considered a black industry according to Ano. They recently just got people, like it's been around so long now that people in their 40s and 50s grew up on this shit.
Yeah.
And that meant something to them. So now they're in Congress, in Parliament, and they're like, this shit matters. Fucking one of the congressmen is Ken Akamatsu, like the Love Hina author.
Right.
And he's made it a point to be like, no, this is our culture. This shit matters. And they're taking it seriously and treating it with respect and getting the proper rights and workers and whatever, hopefully. Slow process. But at least there's respect now.
Yeah.
I don't 100% know how they treated it on the outside, but the fact that they created a mechanism that was successful enough to continue in the way that it has, and the longevity is part of it. The fact that they can celebrate 50th anniversary of this stuff, not many franchises can say that. And regardless of how the nation itself thought of it,
right.
The fact that they made it that far, I think, is endemic of like how much it matters.
Just on the point of sincerity, I was going to say, I feel like there's kind of a divide coming from like things that are sort of inherently goofy. There are people that are sort of able to look past the sort of surface level goofiness, like fruit guys, and appreciate like that guy being serious about breakdancing. It doesn't matter. I mean, there are those that I think I am one of that you're able to just anime fans in general be like, no, I can buy into the premise. This is the most serious. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about playing cards. It doesn't matter what it's about.
doesn't matter what
They
it's
are
about.
taking it deadly seriously, and I can buy into that premise. But I know many people that like will see something like that and instantly they'll either tune out or simply laugh and are like not able to get past that. Like sort of, you have to have like a cringe filter and be able to like buy into the premise completely.
Because I think it's because if you get an entry, it's like gateway level anime.
Yeah.
When like if you found one thing that could have been cringe from the outside, now that you get it, everything's open to you.
You're not.
And now it's like, oh well, I would have thought this was ridiculous, but it's my favorite shit ever.
Yeah.
So and now you're open to it. Now you want to know more. And yeah.
How much is Kamen Rider in Japan? How much is it like for kids versus like general audiences?
So funny you bring that up because this was literally a heated discussion like last week. As we're filming this, a certain YouTuber put out a video about like, I watched Japanese Power Rangers, which is a faux pas, I guess, even though it's YouTube and that's how you market a video. And this got people heated into a discussion of like, it's not for kids. I wouldn't show this to my kid, they die. and then you go on the other side and they're just like, the ED of Super Sentai is them doing a dance with me, like a kooky ass ED, like a dopey dance with Precure, and they're like, look, it's for infants. My stance on this, my take, what's great about this stuff is the same what's great about anime. It's for everybody.
Like for sure, it's for everybody.
Yeah, I'd put it in, yeah. Is this for kids? Okay, you are in charge of your kid. Let them watch what they want to watch. The 8-year-old shouldn't play Call of Duty. We all think that's ridiculous. We all played Call of Duty when we were 8.
In this case, it's kind of the inverse. Like, it's a thing that's sort of for kids, but you, an adult, you have to choose if you are going to allow yourself to consume it.
Yeah.
Instead of, like, if it's inappropriate. It's like, is it actually appropriate? Are you too mature for it? Or too, like, adult?
The code is, if it was for kids, it means I'm a kid. Oh, like, dumbass.
Grow the fuck up, honestly.
Dumb the fuck out. Yeah, seriously. So my answer is just like, so really, the colloquial, what everyone, the carbon answer is, Super Sentai is skewed a little younger.
Yeah,
Sure.
The villains are a little more goofy.
They're trying to sell toys, not to adults, generally speaking. I would think.
Well, but it's
I'm sure
similar. I would say a lot of this stuff is applicable to Super Sentai. I really loved King Oger recently when that came out. It's very similar, like appeals and stuff, even if it's like skewed, because the characters are less like, I don't have any friends or whatever. Like it's a little more lighthearted. Generally.
I just don't give a shit if it's for kids. If it's
Exactly!
enjoyable,
Who
then
gives a
I'm gonna watch
fuck?
it anyway. Yeah.
No,
If it's good, it's
but
good.
with something
It's interesting with Kamen Rider, it is slightly older audience, and funny enough, kind of also for moms.
How so?
Whoa.
So
they're sexy.
they figured one little hack they
Really?
did. They figured out in the Heisei era. They hired a really hot guy to play the main character, and increasingly, ever since then, they're increasingly hot dudes. And so that they know, because they know the moms are watching it with their kids. So it's like, well, why not?
Sure.
And so there's actually kind of a strong female base to this. Yeah.
The Highlander like live action show from the 90s, it's the guy, like there could be only one, he swings a sword and stuff. The dude was really hot, so like moms loved it.
Yeah.
A huge mom audience.
Yeah. So like
Interesting.
that's kind of an interesting tidbit.
That's
but like
the hack.
but really it's for everybody, right? And also Thing Japan.
Being Japan.
makes it good.
That makes it good. Like you listen to the Japanese language,
that's
it's
why I asked-
objectively a great sounding language. So you're listening to
Well,
more.
That's why I asked how do they feel about it in Japan?
Yeah, well, it's hard to say because
it's Thing
I don't want
here.
to generalize
Right.
Japan.
Yeah, I don't care what
Oh, it's a
Western
very
Japan.
conservative country. Like, no, it's a multicultural. It's incredibly dense and rich culture.
Only adult nerds are watching it in the West.
In the
Yeah.
West, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Because of they would argue because of accessibility.
Right.
Otakus
Right?
are definitely a thing in Japan that are like, not like the most favored social group. So
Sure.
that's
But we can't. I don't want to generalize, really.
yeah.
But yeah, I fucking love the Japanese language and how it's performed, and that goes into the voiceover because remember, the actors playing the characters are not the same that are in the suit. So they have to voice the Kamen Rider as well. So there's a ton of voiceover work too, and that's what makes it feel a lot like anime as well. It's like there's a lot of like voiceover, and this is where I can finally mention. I've been teasing it. The belts. Wizard, for example, has a very infamously shabadabadoo Henshin. Shabadabadoo Henshin.
Wait, is that really what they say? Oh my god.
It's
That is so
it's
awesome.
pretty fucking cool.
That's awesome.
And when I was going Kamen Rider,
Wait, please say it one more time.
Shabba-dabba-doo be Henshin. Yeah. Camera work during fights, it's very visually clear. You know, the Born Ultimate, shaky cam, whatever. They know how to fucking film a fight scene. It's wide, you see everything, you see that shit. What's really cool is like they're doing a lot of visually inventive stuff, right? Like in Showa, the little, not low budget, but like they can only do so much. So they have a cool, like, you know, they put the camera on the ground and they have people run on top of it. And like, you know, that's like a pull, right? Or how do you film like a rider kick? They're not gonna actually jump 6 feet in the air and kick the guy. So it's like, how do you film that in an exciting way? But then Heisei onwards, you know, they're using different camera filming techniques, and then you start to have GoPros and first-person shots and drones, and the Heisei and the Reiwa, like later on, the camera work does like incredible stuff, and it's visually really exciting. Out of fights though is no slouch either. It's cinematic, there's good blocking. I especially really liked Agito for like the way it was directed with like Dutch angles and like weird shots that like long takes, and it's cinema. It's genuine fucking cinema. It's incredible. And even just like there's like throughout, like the camera technology changes over the years, right? So the 70s, if you ever seen like a Japanese film from the 70s, it's got a particular aura about it, right? Like a grease, something about it feels very dirty and interesting. That's what it's like watching Kamen Rider, right? Like on TV or whatever.
Was Battle Royale from the 70s?
Yeah, or the 80s.
Around that.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. But even like the old samurai films, right? Yeah. Heisei, but then like Heisei and Heisei 2, the camera technology develops over time. Heisei 1 from like the early 2000s, you get early 2000s TV. So like they're wearing certain clothes, the buildings are a certain way, there's like a desaturation on the film. I don't know if it's like the frame rate or something, but the frame rate is faster. I think it's like maybe 48 or 60 or 30, I don't know what it is. But it kind of looks like you know, Love and Pop, right? Like Hideaki Anno with experimenting with digital cinema. It's a lot, it feels like that in that way. Maybe not as like Anno-ish, right? But still, like it's got a good comfy vibe to it. It's got a whole aesthetic to it for Heisei 1. And then Heisei 2 is a little more like what we'd expect, like more like modern TV almost. Like, you know, when TV in the West kind of leveled up with Sopranos and Breaking Bad and felt more like movies almost, it starts to feel more like that, like more like a 24 frame rate or whatever. And then Reiwa's pretty much kept up to that. And then one note I gotta mention, YTP, dead ass, there's YouTube poop edits in Kamen Rider. Oh. Like the character might go like as a joke. Like certain, like the way, if you ever see YouTube poop, the way things are edited or sentence mixing or whatever, like that sort of humor, I gotta just put this on camera, like I fucking love it. It's so fucking funny. I'll pull up some clips, whatever, but like it's some of the sense of humor. There's humor in this where like, you know when Oren got defeated by Watermelon? There's a brief moment, and I have a screen cap, where like briefly they put big googly eyes on him and like, oh shit! And like he gets knocked by the thing. It's so fucking funny. So like, it's shit like that. It's so good. And now we're at the tokusatsu, yeah. Like different sections of it, I'll run through them. I'm not gonna describe in detail. There's practical effects like explosions, sparks, right? Like, you know, it's plastic, it's foam and rubber, right? But then you slash the armor and sparks will fly out to make it look like it's actual metal, right? There's a tangibility to it. And funny enough, rain is another common practical effect. They don't usually film in the rain for, I don't know specific, yeah, it's logistics. So every time they want it to rain in universe, big fire hose shower. Yep. Like torrential rain. Whenever they want it to rain, it's like drenching. And it's so cool. You know it's not real, but like obviously. Like, what are we watching?
It's better than real.
Yeah, it's hyper real.
I can feel the Phil Collins playing in the background.
Yeah. Costuming is a whole part of tokusatsu. It's not just like the suits, the monster designs, and they're different every season, right? Even the everyday clothes, like every main character has their own theme about them. Speaking of Doctor Who, Build is kind of dressed like Doctor Who. Okay. He's got like a long trench coat and a scarf. Oh. But you know, he might, but they might change. It's not like Naruto where they're always wearing the same thing. A lot of the time they do alternate. And they have a lot of cool fits. In Build again, they wear a lot of graphic tees that say a lot of dumb English on them, cool. And it's just like it's so fucking funny. But it's little stuff like that. And the villains, like they might not necessarily be like monsters or something, but like they're bad guys, so they have like a cool dress or something like that, right?
I'm picturing the main character in that scene with the "I fuck on the first date."
That's simply the secondary.
But then, yeah, so there's practical effects, but then there is special effects, the graphics. So like, this gets blown out of proportion with fans. They complain about the CG. They are watching it for the cool, practical martial arts stuff. They don't want to see a big watermelon mech fight the dude. Like,
Right.
whatever.
I'm not,
I
like-
go to anime for that or whatever, right?
I don't have a hill to die on about this, but like that is what I've known about it, having not watched any of it. I've known that they make stuff. They make the arts and crafts of it. Like they don't use CG typically. That's
but like this, like all arguments regarding CG, when the CG and anime type of debate,
The worst thing ever.
Yes, nobody ever talks about that. Like, there's way more CGI happening than any fans realize. There's a ton of CGI in Cowboy Bebop. It's just not like the more Phantom. Like it doesn't look like Reboot. It's the digital effect of the hyperspace.
Yeah,
That's CGI.
It's like guys being like, I love girls with no makeup, and they show a picture of a girl wearing makeup.
So there's so much CGI happening with the Henshin.
To defend the chuds, though, I think they mean like obvious and like immersion
Right.
breaking.
Yes.
That's
It's
obviously
bad.
like
It's bad
Yeah.
unless I don't notice it, and then it's good.
Exactly. No, right. And I understand where they're coming from, but it's like there's so much craft on display, and clearly, my perspective is like they want to do epic things. They want a cool Wouldn't it be cool if there was a watermelon mech and
If he tries to do that practically.
he flies around? Yeah, and it's like we're not doing that practically, dumbass. Like so like it allows them to tell grander stories and let them have that freedom.
No.
It's not you guys. I must be maximally enjoying the entire time where I drop this show. Opinion. Fuck your opinion.
Yeah, so graphics, Henshin sequences, projectiles, again, we're matching the practical with the special. If he does there's not gonna shoot actual bullets out of a thing. So if they do, I didn't mention the energy riders, their whole weapon, they have unlike the, banana and all them, they have their own unique weapons. Energy Lockseed specifically use bow and arrows. They use like energy bow and arrows, so they can put their lock on it, pew, 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 and shoot a laser blast out. Cool. But when you play that in a fight, again, not all the time, but like if you want it to feel tangible, it's an energy blast, and then a smoke thing will come up, right? It matches the tangible with the practical, or the special with the practical, so that it feels immersive in world. But that's a whole thing with CGI as well. Is like all the projectiles are CGI. Stunt work, again, choreography, there's a lot of wire work depending on the season. A lot of like the later ones, they do, like Zero One does incredible stuff with wire works. They're flipping around and doing crazy whatever. And even vehicular stunts. So like, they had the main character riding bad idea, having the main actor on the motorcycle, not great. But they were doing some motorcycle jumps and stuff. Gaim actually has some specials, because they couldn't air on TV, I guess. Where they're on motorcycles and they go and they do like cool motorcycle stunts. They do so they in the suit. And it's like it's sick, right? And then just an unsung hero that no one talks about is sound effects. Just the suits, the fact that they sound like metal and like this, they actually sound like practice. There's so much effort that goes into that. The moment to moment, so much sound palette, all the insert songs, OP sounds like an anime OP, like. All of that, just because it's like live action, it doesn't matter. There's so much special effects to it, it feels like an anime in that way. Clashing, explosions, etc. And then the settings. You mentioned why the rock quarry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, why the rock quarry?
I'm aware of the quarry.
Yeah, so that's one facet of the whole ethos of... So the whole time I've been like, okay, they fight. Where are they fighting? What are they doing?
The quarry. The woods.
Yeah. So like, it's filmed mostly in Tokyo. It stretches outwards from there in some areas, some neighboring regions, but it's mostly in Tokyo where their studio is. They do a lot of practical indoor sets, is my presumption. When it's in an interior, like if it's the Droopers fruit, the fruit parlor they hang out at, that's probably a built set. Right. And I know that because the exterior is a real building, but it's a nail salon. But it's the outside of an exterior, but then inside it's an indoor set. It's whatever they want. And so they have their certain particular indoor bases, but it's really surprising. There's also some CG structures, like the Yggdrasil Tower is obviously CG. They didn't build a giant fucking tower. So there's some structures like that. But for the most part, it's incredible how practical this is. It's just a normal office building. It's just a dude's apartment. It's in Japan. You see like the backgrounds. They don't have to like awkwardly film in a way that you just see everything. And what's my favorite part about it is like what's with the quarry. What's with the Fountain of Sad Times, or of the Fountain of Bad Times, or whatever. What's so fun about watching more than one Kamen Rider season is that the universes are completely separate. The settings are not.
Economical.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like they're gonna fight, and then you watch it, and you're like, hey, that's the same quarry they fight when this moment happened. Or like, oh no, it's the warehouse. If they fight in the warehouse, something bad always happens in the warehouse.
Not the warehouse, no!
Yeah. And so there's like, it's not the most serious thing. It's not like you can set your watch to it in predictability, but there is like it subtly reminds you of the other stuff. Yeah.
It's like when you watch a long-running sitcom,
Yeah.
and you start to become familiar with not just the main set, but what they call the swing sets. So the sets that they change.
yes.
Right.
So in season 3, you're like, oh, that's the ex-girlfriend's apartment. And then season 5, it's like, your new girlfriend's apartment, but it's the same apartment, we can tell.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you like even watch like Dan Schneider shows, like
yes.
iCarly, Victorious, Drake and Josh, you can see like
Yeah,
like, the schools
100%.
and whatnot.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
I want to thank
iCarly,
Tom
my favorite
Constantine.
tokusatsu show.
There's this guy, Tom Constantine, from the Tokusatsu Network, who made a whole map and like real life locations. Like here's all of the common locations that they filmed for Kamen Rider.
Common locations.
And Super Sentai as well. And Tom Constantine, fun fact, is the same guy. They finally got a white guy to Henshin.
Oh,
Finally!
I've heard about this.
In
I've heard about
2022,
this.
Kamen Rider Geats, it's him and this other guy, a black guy. They are like bodyguards for one of the main characters. And very briefly, they do get to Henshin.
That's
and They do a cool, and they get it. They
Throw-
do the thing.
Throw us a bone.
Finally, some representation for us white guys.
Yeah, and Gaijin gets to Henshin. It's really cool.
The Gaijin.
Yeah, no. So
Gaijins
good for
rise
him,
up.
man.
That word cuts so deep.
But but like this was like long ago, like years ago. He made this blog about. So thank you to that guy, and good for him. He's a stunt actor, and
Oh, I was going to ask. He's a stunt actor.
yeah. So
And
he's
that's-
done a lot of
okay,
stunt
yeah,
actor in
yeah.
Japan,
But he got
and
to
he got to
become
be
a
like, because
rider.
that's the dream,
Yeah, that's
Oh,
awesome.
Yeah. So I just want to quickly run over. No, some
Watch
of
out, Kamen Rider Drive.
So let me get some audience participation here, just real quick. Let's brainstorm. What are some locations can you think of? If you've seen Power Rangers, if you've seen Super, what are some locations that you think they would fight at?
A field.
A field, okay, like
the
an empty
wasteland.
field. Not too often, but yes, they do a lot of parks.
Like near
So
mountains.
the most common is this place called Mount Iwafune. It's that mountain. It's
the
the
big
big
lots
mountain.
parking lot.
Dead ass. They film outside their studio's parking lot.
There you go.
Like
Yes.
they film in a parking lot.
World War
Their
III,
studio's
baby.
parking lot. Yeah. Mount Iwafune is like the famous mountain that like a lot of shots happen. I think tourists can go there and like stand in front of it and have an explosion go behind them or whatever, like a
Oh, that's
tourist
awesome.
thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the same one.
That's cute.
They have different forests, some state parks or whatever. There's a whole seaside park that's just a beach that they film on, so they can film it. They can fight at the beach and big cool waves, either like a sandy beach or like a rocky kind of coastal looking kind of beach, stuff like that. Where else could they fight?
The wastelands.
Yeah, wastelands. So like if they wanted a place that's like apocalypse, like the apocalypse has gone down, there's a place, the Takahagi Paper Mill Ruins. I don't remember, I didn't look into why it's like this, but it's straight up like a bomb went off. It's like it looks like World War III, and it's just like that in real life.
Sure.
So they film there for any cool thing. That's where the warehouse I think is, and some other cool stuff. Where else? What else do you think?
Some sort of urban environment, perhaps?
Lots of urban, yes.
Oh,
So
really?
the
Parking garage.
yeah, dead ass, like a parking
I've
garage,
seen
like
this.
like
Yes.
in a garage,
Oh,
and
that's actually a good setting.
yeah, it's
Not bad.
really cool and like kind of intimate and
Yeah.
Maybe in like a factory or
Yes,
or
a lot of
machine
industry
works,
stuff
something
too.
like that.
So we said warehouses earlier, the rock quarry. There's like a concrete plant that they film at. Harbors is a big one. There's a big fight in Gaim that's going to happen at a harbor. I'll let you know which one that is. But like, the big industry harbor freight, the big crates, I don't know.
Oh, okay, shipping containers.
Yeah, shipping containers.
Yeah.
Maybe
They're
they
just
do
driving around with these big shipping containers around them. They're fighting on top of them.
Sometimes they want to do it at like scenic places like zoos or like aquariums.
Yes, actually. They don't do as much fighting in those areas, but they do like, the villains might meet in the aquarium or in like a cool little area with like, or a museum. Yeah, for sure.
How about like some scenic overlook where like a villain would stand and look down at the city?
Yeah.
So, like, I guess on top of the tower.
Yeah. That would remind me of, they actually have a Scottish castle.
Cool.
In I don't know the location, but it's
Scotland.
Yeah, they brought it all the way from brick by brick.
They straight up did. No, it's a Scottish
guess they
castle
do
they
that.
brought to Japan.
Okay, all right. I stand
It is called Lockhart Castle.
Damn.
And they filmed
More like rock
I
hard
underestimated the
castle.
Japanese
And,
again.
There's
for the
also
last
Chateau
time.
Akamurasaki in Kawaguchi. Is like a nice little chateau and a nice estate, and then a bad guy might have their lair there or something. Universities. Is a lot of it. The last like class, Meisei University, Tokyo University, just
Perhaps
on
they
the
film
on the
here,
front
actually.
steps in front of a building, like a cool looking building.
Right now.
Culture centers, a lot of culture centers. Hanyu City Industrial Hall. Yeah,
Have they gotten permission to film at the Shibuya Scramble?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's a tough nut to
It's a
crack.
tough one.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. I
So
don't
like
know.
when they're filming it,
Yeah, right.
so when they're getting when they're filming at universities, is it because like sometimes they take plot, like the story takes place.
Like
That's what's so interesting about it. So like I should mention, the stuff often happens in broad daylight, sometimes at night, but mostly during the day, and it's always nondescript. They never are like, we're fighting at the university. Unless, like I said, like the sets, like they have particular locations, like Gaim HQ, the Troopers, and Yggdrasil. But you notice how I've never really been like, they fight at the stadium or whatever. It's not really like that. But speaking of stadium, that's like the most popular one. Saitama Super Arena. I don't know what kind of stadium it is. I think it's multi-purpose. Sure. But really, they cover every inch. The parking garages, the stairs on the side, the under the whatever. All over the place. Every inch of that place. Like the fucking engine rooms, the fucking where the boilers are. They fucking fight in there.
They are getting blood from a stone from these sets.
Yeah.
Every inch.
Yes.
Yeah.
No stone unturned.
And various stages and stuff, like again, parks and stuff. Harumi Passenger Terminal is another one. There isn't like a place where they never fight there. I can't really think of like never there or
It would be
something.
really
but
cool if they did it like a train station.
yeah, I think there is like terminals and stuff like that. And again, like Den-O is train themed, so I wouldn't be surprised if they at least filmed there, but maybe not a fight. I'm not sure. But yeah, they have a lot. That's what happens a lot, and that's what's really fun about the setting of these shows is that there is a loose continuity. The way that like you know what the belt is, you get the iconography, and you know you're watching a Kamen Rider show, in the same way where it's like it's that location or that location. And when it's a new location that you've never seen before, it's like wow, this is kind of you get a newfound appreciation for it.
The parking garage. I'm right at home.
Yeah. It's really cool.
The ruins.
And there's even some studios. Hatsudai Tamai Hospital Studio is an abandoned hospital that they turned into a set. So that's convenient. A lot of doctor-y.
How convenient.
How convenient. Yeah, okay. His inner demon being a separate entity, it possesses him. So he becomes Kamen Rider Evil, but then, yes, thank you. And, but then later on, he becomes Kamen Rider Live. Oh. Yeah, the inverse of evil.
Genius. Absolute genius. Bravo.
It's pretty freaking
Bravo,
epic.
Vince.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're back. Fantastic. We're gonna speed this up. Okay. And I said that last time, and I didn't. But we're serious this time. I'm just going to
fast and furious.
Two things I forgot to mention and haven't. The Genesis drivers. The cool thing about them is you put the energy on them, and it's soda.
makes it drink.
And it makes a little straw here, and
That's adorable.
And they make an energy, and it's lemon energy arms, right? And like lemon soda, and melon soda, and cherry soda.
They've gone too
Delicious.
far this
Soda.
time.
We're getting a lot of sugar in our Kamen Riders.
Not as much
here.
as
I
Gav.
hope-
Not as much as
Is
Gav.
there a vegetable Kamen Rider ever?
Don't think so.
It's
Not
like
yet.
quinoa.
Not yet.
Kamen Rider
Where's the
quinoa.
tomato comment? Isn't it a fruit as well?
Yeah.
Now, some new things on the board. Project Arc. What's that? What could that be? The little bulbs on the Yggdrasil have little red dots on a scalar system. What's that? Who the fuck are these guys? Overlords. That's what has been added, and also just updated. So to remind you, Coda has orange, strawberry, pineapple, lemon energy, and watermelon. I believe that's all of them. Michi's got grape and kiwi. Takatora is just rocking with melon, and Kaito has mango and banana.
I think Kaito is going to collect a few more fruits in the near future.
Maybe. Kota has no idea Takatora is Michi's brother. They met, and yet the last time we saw them was like Takatora showed him the ruins, and Kaito learned about the ruins too. But Kota has no idea that Takatora is Michi's brother. He hopes Kota will give up. Instead of like, why'd you show him that? I just hope it demoralizes him. Because after all, right, he was like, I don't want to beat the Invis. Kaito investigates the Helheim ruins a little more now that he knows about the civilization thing. Well, Ryoma allows Sid to eliminate Kota, and Minato warms up more to Kaito. So she's becoming more, she's been allied with Roma the whole time. She's like, I like Kaito. Strong, he crushed the fruit, that's pretty cool. Starts to like him more. And Sid just like fucking hates Kota. Roma's like, yeah, I'm done researching him. You can kick his ass. You can kill him. Sid lures out Kota. They're fighting. And he's like, you can't. He's like, I'll protect the city. Yeah, from our scalar system. The scalar system is a weapon around the tower that can wipe out the entire city.
Damn.
Wow.
In an instant. If there is an Inves outbreak. Remember, they are trying to keep this a secret.
Right.
If it stops being a secret, which it's kind of stopped being a secret, they're not doing a great job of containing it. When it gets too much, fuck it. Flatten the whole thing, erase all the evidence, as they've been doing, right? They've been trying to do a little patchwork when they show up. Flatten it. And he's like, oh no! He refuses to be scared off, and he defeats Sid. He finally kicks Sid's ass. And when he defeats him, he gets his cherry energy. Now, obviously, Roman can give him another one, whatever. But, like, Kota now has cherry energy.
That's another way of calling him a virgin.
Yeah.
He pops Sid's cherry.
He's got big cherry energy.
So, just as we clarified that, like, we can't let the people know, what do you know? A crack forms in the middle of a busy bridge. Oh, shit. So they try to gate it off. Nothing's happening. It's, like, just right in the middle of it. So Kota helps to defend the crack from the other end, from like within Helheim. They're trying to stop Inves from coming out of the crack. With Ryoma and Minato, they keep the Inves contained. Kota uses Jimba Cherry on this Inves trying to kick their ass, and Jimba Cherry allows him to go super fast. He just has super speed.
What is Jinba Cherry?
Jimba Cherry is the combination of, he gets to use cherry energy, and instead of having this driver, he uses his old one, and it has a combination, so he puts the cherry lock seed and his orange one together.
So with the orange, okay.
Yeah, or with whatever, but it's mainly just so he can use cherry. While Ryoma explains to him Project Arc, because he says, I have nothing better to do. Let me explain to you what Arc is. And funny enough, Michi's like, you didn't tell Kota about the scalar system in Project Arc, did you? And Takatora's like, nah, don't worry, he's not gonna know about that. And then they figure tell him anyway, because because these guys have their own agenda. So Project Arc, what is that? Step 1, mass produce a maximum number of 1 billion Sengoku drivers. That is the maximum number they can produce. They cannot make any more of those.
Wow.
At least in the time of 10 years. Because this is their solution. This is Takatora's solution. Well, collectively, this is what he believes in. This is how we're going to save humanity. Project Arc. Right? The Noah's Ark, you get them people. Yes. Mass produce, step 1, mass produce 1 billion Sengoku drivers. So it turns out, and he explains this to this guy later, but you know how like when they take the fruit and it turns into a seed if they're wearing the belt? They can then put the lock seed on the belt and it nourishes them. They can actually use it as a substitute for food. So this is how they can convert the Helheim fruit, which is the only thing that grows in this forest, into nourishment so that they don't turn into monsters and die. So they can survive Helheim by having a maximum number of 1 billion Sengoku drivers and give it to 1 billion people.
There's a little more than 1 billion people on the planet, though.
Right.
Yeah. Step 2, cull the other 6 billion humans.
Great plan, Takatora. What will we think of next?
And step 3, question. Step 4, survive Helheim.
Profits.
We did it.
All right.
Yeah.
What, you guys got a better plan?
What, you guys have a better plan? Right. That's literally. Do you have a better idea? So yeah, once the crack closes, Koda's like, fuck that. He steals Peach energy, just rips it right off her belt, and runs away. Yeah, and he invades Yggdrasil. He's like, I'm gonna stop you from. I'm gonna destroy this fucking scalar system. They're holding the city hostage. Fuck this Project Arc shit. So he just invades Yggdrasil, tries to fight Takatora, and what does Takatora do? What could be the one thing that he's like, well, look, I hope this scares him off. I hope this demoralizes Koda. I don't want to fucking kill him, but like, how else can we demoralize him?
Reveals that he's Michi's brother?
No. He shows him Yuya's video.
Oh.
You killed your friends.
Oh,
Bitch.
fuck.
And he's like, yeah.
Oh,
So
no.
he's not having a good time. Meanwhile, Kaito was told by the admins about a secret that Takatora does not know about. There are a further advanced, sapient Inves species. It's like there's Inves and they're just monsters. And then advanced, which is what Hase turned into. And then there's the overlords. And there's only 3 of them left. Technically. There's more later. But they're very endangered. They are the last survivors of the previous race of this civilization. Because the rest of them are all monsters. These guys are actually sentient. And they could learn our language. They don't yet. But they first encounter them, and they're like, and they speak a certain language. And they're very, very strong. But they're very smart, so they do eventually learn our language. So they do start to speak over time. So Kaito finds this guy in the fucking ruins, and he's like, what the fuck? So he tries to lure it out, and he fights it. Because he's like, ooh, strong guy. Gets his ass kicked. In despair over Yuya, he's like, Michi, you won't believe it, Yuya died, I killed him. He's like, yeah, wow, that sucks, man. Don't tell Mai about that. You wouldn't want to make her sad, right? Don't shush. Keep that on the down low. You should probably get out of here, man. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But he's like, I don't know what to do. He's in the fruit parlor. The weird Mai version. She's like, yeah, this is a good time to back out of here. But who would show up but DJ Sagara to tell him the opposite? No. You should. Guess what Kaito's doing? Guess what your rival's doing right now? He's trying to get stronger. Instead of weeping on his ass, he's trying to beat this strong overlord. Those overlords, they could be the secret. They could be an answer to your problem, an alternative to Project Arc. There's something about these. You should look into these guys. And DJ Sagara encourages him to move forward, leaving him a flying lock vehicle I talked about earlier, and Triumph arms. An even cooler orange lock seed. Look at this dude. This special, epic, cool thing. A bigger one. And he's like, yeah, I gotta fight to avenge Yuya. I can't be sad for myself. I gotta keep going
It
forward.
just changes into that?
So he just gives him a new one. This is an additional new lock seed, and it has like cool 2 flags, and he has more armor. He's a cool more bigger upgrade for him. He's got a DJ gun. I don't know, it's like a shotgun. Like it's just a big gun, and he's got like a DJ like scratch, and he fucking blasts, and it's sick. Using that new power in a fucking flying Loxy vehicle, he's like, fuck the Helheim backroad shit. I'm flying straight to the tower and destroying this shit. And so Takatora fails to stop him from destroying the scalar system.
No.
That shit is blown the fuck up. They do not have that anymore.
Rest in peace.
And as he's doing that, DJ Sagara talks with that woman, Mai. he calls her the woman of the beginning. And he's like, oh, you know. And she's like, why would you do this? Why would you make him keep going? He's like, ooh, I just like watching. It's fun. Now, he stole Peach energy from Minato, right? So he tests it, because like, what kind of special powers does he have? He gets super hearing from this Peach energy, from Jimba Peach. And he can use that to locate the overlords. He's like, maybe I can talk to them. I can negotiate with them. Instead of fighting them, we can bond and work things out. He blows off Sid with a super fast Jimba Cherry. He tries to stop him and he doesn't. He encounters not just red, but green overlord as well. And green can primitively speak. He says like, oh, this language is Omoshiroi. And the world overlord is still like, ugh.
It's Japanese. It's one of the greatest languages I've ever spoken.
Yeah, it is. And then green basically is able to communicate that like, well, we don't want to negotiate. We've been bored. We've been in this ancient, desolate forest, and we're looking for a fight. And they both kick Koda's ass. Yep.
You said that he was fighting Sid, but he has cherry energy now. Didn't he like take the?
He did take a cherry energy, and Ryoma, they work. He invented the drivers and the energy lock seeds, so he can just literally mass produce and give them.
Sure. Okay.
But now he has one. It's like, well, shit, we didn't want that to happen.
Gotcha.
Is there a limit to the
not
drives,
that I know of,
like there are with the Sengoku one, like the belts, you know?
There's only so many Genesis drivers, and then the mass-produced ones have been made, but they said they can only make a maximum of 1 billion of those.
Yeah.
I don't know of a maximum of Genesis. Genesis is like a different prototype.
That's not applicable to like cherry. Like you can make more.
Lock seeds are different.
Lock seeds are different.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
So DJ Sagara confronts the admins now. He shows up. So at this point, okay, this dude is not just an ordinary DJ. Okay, there's something up with this guy. He interrogates Ryoma of his real ambitions. Ryoma suspects that Helheim, he gives DJ Sagara his theory. He's like, you're not a DJ. And he's like, what are you? Ryoma suspects that Helheim wasn't randomly linked to Earth. They're not just suddenly being invaded. It's been invaded before, as told by myths of a forbidden fruit. So, you know, the golden apple of Norse mythology.
Yeah.
Ambrosia.
Is that Greek?
Is ambrosia of Greek mythology,
Ambrosia.
and then there's a Norse mythology golden apple.
Oh, okay.
And then there's the apple of knowledge, the fruit of knowledge,
whatever,
right?
yeah.
So this has happened before. So DJ Sagara is like, yes. It grants further evolution to the one who claims it. And it rests in this guy's hands. This guy has it. And that's who's like, whoever claims the fruit, whoever eats this energy, this golden fruit, becomes God.
Is his resemblance to a moe statue indicative of some possible past history on this planet?
No, so I believe these are not humans. This is an alternate dimension, another world, and we'll go into more what they are in a bit. That they're a certain race of a certain creature.
So
but they were turned into Inves.
They were turned into them.
Yeah, so because the game, the same thing with the DJ Sagara with the game and all that.
Could all Inveses at some point become overlords?
Yes.
With time?
Okay.
So it's sort of like
I think
an I Am
so. Well,
Legend
there is a route to become an overlord.
Okay.
Koda confesses to Mai, he loves her, no, that he killed Yuya. He's like, I gotta tell you. And instead of being mad, she comforts him. She's like, look, I'm so sorry, and she's real nice about it. Team Gaim intends to tell the city about the Inves. She's just like, this is a fucking Inves, oh my god, this shit happening. We could be next, we have 10 years. She wants to use the team to tell the city about that. Michi, so they're in like the stage and they're trying to, send a message, and Michi kind of interrupts them slyly by, sending some Inves and like interrupts things and, does that. And he's like, come on, Koda, what are you doing? You're such a, why would you do this? And he's like chewing Koda out for this. Yeah, so Michi tries to stop this from happening and chews Koda out only for Mai to slap him. So she's like, Koda, Michi, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's a big deal because he's a small boy. Very, very sensitive, and the whole reason he's doing this is for her. So she's mad at him, and she's like, "Fucking Koda!" She sides with Koda, and he's like, Minato convinces Ryoma to give Kaito one of these bad boys. She's like, "Look, he's getting his ass kicked. He's trying his best, but he cannot win against this guy with the powers he has now. Give him one of these bad boys and a lemon energy, and let him have a fighting chance." When he figures out that Peach Jimba Peach can give him super hearing and he can find the overlords. And DJ Sakura did this for him. He tells Michi immediately. And Michi tells everyone else. Of course. And so he's like, look, I got a plan, guys. Just follow my lead. Hey, Koda, why don't you go use your Jimba Peach and we'll negotiate with the overlords. Kaito, he's gonna look for the overlords with Jimba Peach. He's gonna give you the location. You go kick their ass. So he gives them what they want, but he has his own machinations and everything. And while they bicker, because Koda also finds the overlords because he's listening for them, he finds them, and Kaito's kicking their ass. He's like, no, stop! We're trying to get along with them. They have the secret, the Project Arc. He's trying to do something. While they're bickering, Michi shoots Koda in the back.
Whoa!
Cowardly Michi.
He defeats Koda, he de-henshins him, end of the episode. He's like, oh my god. And then Michi tries to do it again and kill him for real. When he's out of suit, he's just like has the gun on him, trying to kill him in cold blood. Kaito stops him. He's like, fuck off, that's not very strong of you.
That's not very strong.
Fucking coward ass, like, shut the fuck up. Obviously they're rivals, but this dude's scum to Kaito, and Kaito's just like, fuck that guy.
Michi the rat.
Michi the beachy. And so like Kaito saves him, and he brings Koda somewhere else, and Koda wakes up none the wiser. Koda never finds out about this.
Oh my god.
Wow.
So he's just like, oh man, Michi, what happened? And he's like, oh, they're still friends.
Damn.
Well,
Damn.
Koda's still friends with Michi.
Oh yeah. Right. Takatora reminisces on a scar he got from testing the original driver prototype. He doesn't believe Ryoma's theory about a golden fruit, pursuing Project Arc instead. So right, we have two different paths here, Project Arc or try to get the fruit and become God.
One of these seems a little more tenable.
Yeah. The Overlord tries to attack the Yggdrasil base where the crack is. Takatora is like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is the Oh my god! And Koda helps him chase him off. And he's like, you saved me. Whatever. And they become friends. Takatora and Koda's like, dude, that was an Overlord. We might be able to not do Project Arc if whatever. And Takatora's like, really? My sin. And I might be absolved. I might not have to do Project Arc. You saved me. He's like, hell yeah, much to their chagrin, because he's off in his own little thing, and they're trying to, he doesn't believe in it, it's whatever. But now he knows about the fucking overlords, and they're like, oh god, fuck. So he formally introduces himself to Koda, and now he's like, oh, but he still doesn't know he's his brother. He's like, hi, I'm Takatora. Doesn't ask for a last name. Okay, thanks for finding an alternate way to save humanity. Koda tells Team Gaim the good news, the team here, about Takatora. Guys, the admin's on our side now. And Michi's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Takatora leads the admins to look for the overlords. Because he's like, guys, there's these overlords and they can stop it from Arc. And they're like, we know. So he leads them into finding them. Let's go negotiate. One by one, they betray him.
Oh.
They attack him, and then he's like, oh, you too, and he gets up to an edge of a cliff, and they're about to, and Michi's there watching this. He doesn't join them in shooting him or whatever, but he's not in any form or whatever. Right before he gets thrown off the cliff, he's like, Michi, go tell the organization that, hell, avenge me, and then gets tossed off the cliff.
So he's gone? He's dead?
Well, he gets thrown off a cliff without a suit on.
No one's ever lived. Oh, no one. Yeah, there's no way.
Michi takes his driver. Oh, melon energy, huh?
Does he still not know that Takatora is his brother?
Yeah, he does.
Oh,
he knew a while ago.
And so he didn't help his brother?
Nope. He watched him get thrown off the cliff. Because remember, he allied with Ryoma.
This guy fucking sucks. This guy sucks really bad. I thought Kaito was gonna be like the bad guy, but this little
very
twerp.
little twerp, right? So he grabs his brother's driver.
Oh, and takes the driver too.
He's real sniveling fuck.
You didn't earn that.
Yggdrasil erases Takatora from their records because Koda goes to Yggdrasil. Is like, where can I speak to Takatora, please? There is no Takatora, and I was like, oh, that's weird.
That's weird.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. And Koda is ambushed because he's on like a job. He finally gets a job after all this time, and he works at the fruit parlor now. He's going on a fruit delivery, and he gets attacked by Melon? Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be Takatora? Who what's going on? Kaito saves him because he doesn't want to fight Takatora. We're buddies. He's like, what's going on? Kaito saves Kota and fights Shin Zangetsu. And Kota breaks them. It's like, stop fighting, you two. Shin Zangetsu escapes. It's Michi.
Yes. Okay. I assume.
He's he is now adopting his brother's visage
Does he
to
look
try to kill
noticeably
Kota.
different?
It is Takatora's form.
Okay.
It is literally just looks like Takatora is using Shin, his melon energy arms, his upgrade
Oh, because
form.
he's using the same driver.
Yeah, he took his brother's driver and is now using it to impersonate him.
But
That's
this-
what I was talking about earlier with
Oh,
like
the driver.
identities.
Okay.
And now he can use the mask for their secret identity. It's like,
I thought the drivers were genetic. Oh, okay. 'Cause
the
his
Genesis
brother,
ones are not.
Okay. So anyone can.
Anyone can do that one.
Sure.
Only the prototypes were like that.
All right.
So now with Takatora out of the way, Sid sabotages the HQ's crack. He just like breaks up the machines because now that this dude's like out of the way, I'm gonna go find the fruit first. See ya, suckers! He destroys all the Lockseed vehicles in the base. So now those are the ways to get into the forest. And aside from fucking finding a random crack somewhere, you can't rely on that. The dude escapes into Helheim to seek the fruit first. He gets a head start and slips away and tries to get the fruit first. Takatora awakens and he meets Roshuo. He's bandaged and he's okay. He's like, I saved you. Because I saved you because I have some questions.
Oh.
The fuck are this? What fuck is any of this? What are these driver shits you have? What the fuck? This green one happened to grab one of the mass-produced ones. He ambushed some peons that were doing some testing, whatever, and he grabbed one. So he's like, what is this? And Takadora demonstrates it's a way to draw nourishment from the fruits. Blue ate the previous fruit of knowledge. He was the last winner of their race. They're the Demushu or something. And he says that was a mistake because they believed only the strong should survive. So they were going to try to remake the world and just like, only the strong survive. What the problem was, all the strong people turned on each other and tried to kill each other. Because that's what, as you do. So now they killed themselves. They're all extinct except for these are the strongest ones left they can't really kill each other so much. They're kind of stalemated, but now they've wiped themselves out. They fucked up. So he's like, I'm not letting anyone make the same mistake again. I'm holding the fruit for myself. I kind of want to use this grilled fruit to save my queen, my dead queen in this grave. I don't know how though, but that's how I want to use it. They were like, okay, how do we get into Helheim now? Hey, Kota and Kaito, can you use the Lockseed vehicles that you still have that he couldn't destroy because they had them? Can you go in there and try to stop Sid? And as this is happening, it turns out Sid is back outside on Earth anyway because he's meeting up with Michi. And he's like, Michi's like, let me do a deal. I want to kill Kota somehow. I want to plot this. And he makes a point that he doesn't want the forbidden fruit. He would rather have a god be in debt to him.
That'll work. Perfect
Sure.
plan.
Just a motivation thing for him. Michi asks Sid to hold off Kaito as Michi lures Kota into fighting Shin Zangetsu. So they're trying to get in and trying to find Sid. So he's working together with Sid with like, okay, you fight Kaito, I'll fight Kota as Shin, and I'll kick his ass. And so unfortunately, as they're trying to do that, the Red Overlord interrupts them, and then a random crack shows up out of nowhere. It opens in the middle of the fight, and he's like, ooh, money! I don't know. He just sees it, and he's like, this is the human world? And he escapes into the human world. Oh shit, a savage overlord who wants to kick everyone's ass is running amok on Earth. He's blowing shit up. He's blowing the buildings up. He's running amok. Holy shit. Sagara convinces Roshuo at this time, give humanity a chance, and gives him a key-shaped Lockseed. So instead of lock on, lock open. It's a frickin' key. And it looks like this. And this is actually extracted from the fruit itself. This is literally like directly extracted from the golden fruit, which he pulls out of his chest and just looks like this. Oh, yeah, one of these. So Roshuo's got the golden fruit. That's with him. And he extracts some of it and just makes that. And gives it to Sagara. He's like, come on, give him a chance. And he's like, fucking fine. As Red wreaks havoc on the city, Green leads Michi and Sid to the fruit. So Green shows up in their fight when Kaito was fighting Sid and Michi was fighting Kota. Red Eye shows up. So Kota and Kaito, they're like, oh no, we gotta stop this guy from wreaking havoc on the city. They do the right thing. Green stays behind with the conspirators. And they're like, do you want the golden fruit? I'll show you the way to him. So he brings them to the blue guy, Roshiro. Koda is defeated, realizing that the overlords can't be reasoned with. Red kicks his ass, because he's still trying to reason with him. It doesn't work. So he gets pretty injured. Michi calls Green out for using them to get to the fruit herself. Regiwai is she, her. He's like, yeah, he's just over there. And Sid's like, thanks, goes over to Roshiro. And Michi's like, you motherfucker, you're just using us to try to get the fruit for yourself, because that's what you want this whole time, you little... And he's just like, you got me! Sid is crushed to death fighting Roshiro.
That's a shame.
So yeah, Sid, bye-bye. He wants the fruit. Roshiro's like, fuck off. He gives him a chance. He's like, yeah, I want it. Get fucked. Get fucked. And like his cool bowler hat drifts to the ground. Oh. It's like, whoa.
How did he possibly think he stood a chance against an overlord, though?
Right. What a selfish, what a fool.
Yep.
So at this point, Yggdrasil locks down the city. Green wants to rule the earth and reopens the Yggdrasil crack, letting all the invests out of Yggdrasil. Oh shit. Ryoma, Professor, he's really the only big one in charge of Yggdrasil, and it's being overrun by invest, so he fucks off. He literally like goes off in a rocket. And like leaves. He's gone.
Just
Like from the series?
Ooh, not now. Not yet. Okay. I didn't say he died. He's gone though. But he abandoned Minato. So she's like, what the fuck? Well, she's still allied with Kaito at least.
He's drifting away anyway.
Yeah. Finally, Oren and Joey are still around. They've been around the small thing. I didn't need to talk about it. Oren and Joey joined to fight the Inves with Minato, but they can't beat this Red Overlord. That is the big problem. Sagara visits Koda and Mai, so Koda is trying to recuperate after getting his ass kicked by the Overlord, and Kaito brings him back to Gaim HQ, and he's like, I need you to be stronger. And Sagara's like, geez, okay. And Mai's with him at the base, and DJ Sagara visits. He's like, hey, guess what I got? You should use this now. And she's like, I don't know, man. He seems to want something. There's not all that he's up to be. And he's like, yeah, I know, but like...
It makes him stronger?
Yeah, it's another upgrade. I've already gotten several of these from him. I gotta get this one. I gotta join, you know? He heals his wounds. And he insists he becomes an overlord himself. Win the golden fruit. Rule the world. And he hands Koda the key lock. Fruit's basket. Lock open. Zenith arms. The unmatched, peerless grand warlord.
Holy shit.
Final form.
Apple? Golden apple?
Yeah, golden fruit.
Right.
Bye-bye. Red dead.
God, his enemies aren't doctors.
Red is dead.
Goes God mode, just beats his ass. Got it.
Beat his ass. The Yggdrasil's locked down. Fucking chaos is going on. The invests are in full infestation now. So his sister takes shelter as Ryoma, who's fucked off from the city. He makes has an announcement to make.
God.
Sonic the Hedgehog, Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker. He announces Project Arms to the entire world. Hey, so our plan, and this we had help with the government. Was helping us with this. How else we got all this money? This what we were gonna do. Ha ha. Everyone teams up to try to get the Zarome cities the citizens that are still in the city to safety. They're trying to get them into shelters and stuff. That's what they're doing. Green offers Michi control because Michi's still with him. He's like, you motherfucker, and he opens the crack. So they're at Yggdrasil headquarters, and he's like, I'll make you a deal. She's like, I'll make you a deal. I want to be the king of the world. I just want to rule over the subjects. I'm sick of the fucking ruins, nothing land, desolate wasteland. I want to rule something. I don't want to kill them. I just want to rule them. You can do whatever you want. You can just help me do that. Learn the things, and you can be the guy in the shadows. And he's like, I like that. So he's now working for the overlords. Michi fails to eliminate Koda with Shin Zangetsu. Because he's like, well, the first thing I'm going to do is hunt this guy's ass. So he lures him out, but Michi had no idea about the fucking Zenith arms. And he's like, ah! There are technically a little more overlords. He uses like a subordinate, whatever. Basically, Red is like, I'm not just gonna let you do whatever you want. Like, I'm gonna have a bodyguard with you. He uses the bodyguard as a shield. He puts him in front of him like fucking Hody Jones with Fishman or whatever. And the Overlord dies and Michi escapes as, again, he's Takatora. Kota still has no idea.
So does Zenith Arms? Oh, sorry.
Zenith Ars is the final form.
But what does it look like?
It's silver, and he looks like a big warrior, but he has all the powers of the fruit. He can literally summon all the other weapons. Any weapon that's shown up in the series, he can just summon and fucking use.
Does he have like the flags in the back?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
But yeah.
Does Kaito know he has?
Not yet.
Zenith
I don't think he's
arms?
seen. I don't think he's seen it yet.
He's gonna be pretty upset, I bet.
Yeah. Kaito encourages Mai to dance because she's like, "You are strong in your own way." That's really important, While Kota starts to lose his taste for food. Because I forgot to mention with Hase, right? He came into the parlor and attacked that guy. He tried to eat like some of the fruit there, and he's like, disgusting. It's like Tokyo Ghoul. You can't eat human food anymore.
Oh no.
He's becoming an overlord. He's becoming an Invest.
Oh no.
So after this fight, after he tries to fail, Minato was involved and Oren was involved, and they're both like, dude, that was totally Michi. And he's like, no, it wasn't. Come on, guys. No, it wasn't. They suspect it's him. And Green, Redui, suggests using human technology. It's like, this is so interesting. You have computers and this driver and stuff. They want to use human technology to resurrect Roshuo's queen. Because they suspect, like, okay, the reason he's holding on to the fruit is because he wants to use it to resurrect the queen. He has no idea how to do that. Why don't I find a way to resurrect the queen my way with, like, human technology, and then then he doesn't need the fruit anymore, and I can have it. Yay! Redui makes a TV broadcast asserting dominance, like, I am now the controller of Earth. And he threatens that Helheim will ruin Earth within the year. Not 10 years. We're invading now. It's going to be within the year. And the entire world knows this now. Where are they? Zaome City? Okay, let's nuke them. Yeah. The entire world, the worldwide broadcast, okay, a ton of missiles get fired at the city.
Oh, just immediately.
Nearly immediately, yeah. The Riders fail to stop the Invest from kidnapping people, so the machine, it's the Queen Machine, as I'm calling it, trying to resurrect the Queen Machine. It needs humans to power it. So a bunch of Invests are kidnapping people throughout the city to power the machine, including Kota's sister.
Oh no.
Oh no!
What?
So as the missiles are launched at the city, and right at the last minute, they literally are frozen right as they are about to hit the thing. There's like 80 missiles in the sky, and they're like, it's because Roshio stopped it. Because he is like God, right? He has the golden fruit. He can kind of fucking do anything. And Michi laughs at the sight of the god's power. He won't need a home when he can create whatever he wants for himself at the end of the world. He's a maniacal little fuck. Roshuo releases Takatora at this point from his watch, because he's been with him that whole time, and Takatora wanders the city. He's like, oh my god, my sin.
My sin.
Noblesse oblige. Noblesse oblige. Presuming the humans are fated to destruction, Roshuo accelerates the Invest invasion across the globe. He's like, okay, I stopped the thing, but we're doing this right now. So all the cracks start opening all over the world. The Invest are invading the entire world. The Riders are planning an attack on the tower to try to stop this, as Kaito and Minato try to convince Kota that Michi's a bad guy. His treachery. Both attempts are in vain. They can't get into the tower, and they fail to convince him that he's a bad guy. Members of Team Gaim were kidnapped, so like some of the dancers were kidnapped by the Invest, and they wake up at the tower with Michi, who hints at Project Arc. He's like, we can do Project Arc. As Redui begins draining the lives of humans for her Queen Machine. The Beat Riders discover the Queen Machine, the people who were kidnapped there. They're like, what the fuck is this? With Kota's sister attached. She's on the Queen Machine, oh my god. Michi tempts Mai to join him, because now he's like, he can kind of do whatever he wants, so he appears in front of Mai and he's like, join me at the tower, and we can do shit. It's great. But she joins with Kota instead. She's like, no, dude. In anger, Michi confronts Kota and completely ends his duplicity. He's just like, I'm going to crush Kota's insidious disease, as he calls it, called hope.
Oh boy.
So he's like, I'm the motherfucker. I've been behind all of it.
He did the whole thing.
Yeah. And he's like, what the fuck? So Takatora sees this as Michi is doing this. Michi uses Shin Zangetsu, his power, and attempts to kill Kota. So now his brother's like, my brother, my Ototo, what is he doing? So now he figures out that he's evil too. He completely lets it all hang loose. Takatora manages to stop this without a henshin or anything. He just breaks them up. He just wrestles them away. Kaido appears in this skirmish, and right at that moment, he is attacked by Regiai, who is there to take Michi away. He's like, fuck this, get out of here. What are you doing? Regiai attacks Kaido, wounding him. He's got an infection, the Inves infection now.
Right, the plant one.
Oh, he's got the uh-oh.
It's tough.
Koda posits the overlords are just using Michi, and Mai refuses to treat Michi as an enemy. So they both know now of his entire duplicity, and he's like, gotta stand my boy still. Gotta stand my boy still. He's the goodest boy. This is the goodest, loyalist boy.
That's
and Mai's
insane.
like, he is our friend, motherfucker.
That's insane.
I don't know. Is naive on here?
Naive
I'm not
guy,
seeing
yeah.
naive.
No.
No. But maybe it should be.
And then, of course, Takatora's knows it too, and he's like, man, it's my fault. I was never a good enough brother to this guy.
They do, yes.
I was never a good enough brother to this guy. It's my fault, my responsibility. I'm going to lure him out to a fight. Takatora takes culpability for Michi and lures him to a fight. Minato tips Koda to where he can find them, but he's held back by Regiai, so he cannot stop what's about to happen. Takatora, as base form Zangetsu, his OG melon form, faces Michi's upgraded melon form. That Melon versus Upgrade Melon, his younger brother, and they fight. They do a huge, cool duel, and this is at the pier, at the harbor. Really epic.
It's a nice place to have a fire. It's like Shamar Shampoo.
Yeah. Takatora bests Michi, but he hesitates on the finishing blow. He's about to do a final strike, and then he remembers Michi as a kid, and they're like brothers, and he's really cute. And Michi defeats his brother, and Takatora, his mask fucking breaks off, which is very rare for Kamen Rider or Super Sentai, but you know when it is? When the mask has an eye crack and you see the human face beneath it. That's the most peak shit ever. So he just and then he falls into the water, sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider. This is a general hierarchy of what the bad guy organization kind of looks like in a general sense.
A wonderful pyramid.
Yeah, it's a pyramid, right? And remember the Cross of Fire. Well, the big important thing is that they are connected to the good guys in some way. That's what makes them really interesting. So it all started with Shocker. Shocker! This is Shocker. The people in here are Shocker. At the bottom here you have the Shocker combat men. You got I'm gonna go through this quick because if you've ever seen any Power Rangers whatsoever, you kind of know what this is like. These guys, they're typically indistinguishable. They're just dudes. They're goons, and it's an army. It's a lot of dudes. It's a whole army of them. But they're fodder, right? This next tier is monsters. They're individualistic. Specifically, they start with this guy Spider-Man. He's the first one. Yeah, all the kaijins in the original one are like Batman, Spider-Man, Dolphin Man, whatever. Yeah, but what's different from the foot soldiers that they're individualistic. There's only one Spider-Man. There's only one Batman. There's only one Starfish Hitler.
Right, yes.
Yeah, they might be former humans. A lot of the time, they might kidnap a character that was in the story or whatever, and now they're a monster. Oh no, right? And that creates a moral grayness. So do I kill this monster, or is there a way to save them? That's something you get in Super Sentai as well as Precure. Obviously, it's a very classic trope. It's this interesting tension. They might be sapient, or they might not be sapient. They're still individualistic, but do they have a mind and can they talk, or like the overlords, or are they more still like the advanced investors, just right? They're themed, of course, and then they're the ones that have the episode finishers. They're the ones that just they kind of puncture. They kind of not puncture. They period. They punctuate. Yeah, punctuate an episode. That's their function effectively. So as I'm going through this whole thing, there is either a big invest or some fight that culminates. There's a general pattern of each episode, so it's formulaic in a way that's reliable, and you know what you're getting. Above that are generals. It starts with the Shocker generals. There's the 3 of them right here, and there's much fewer of them. It's kind of like the overlords, right? They're strong. They're much stronger. They are a present threat for arcs instead of the individual episodes. So this guy was for the bad guy that you would encounter, and he's like, curse you with he sent these guys out. And he's an overarching bad guy for a chunk of episodes, and then at some point gets defeated. And that's like an arc. It's the dealing with this guy arc, dealing with this guy arc, dealing with this guy arc. That's how the generals generally kind of structure them, right?
Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers.
Yeah, Rita Repulsa would be more like the great leader, right? She's like the overseer. But crucially, what's interesting, and I could be generalizing, I think, with the difference with Super Sentai and Kamen Rider, Rita Repulsa you see all the time, right? She's a very constant presence. Whereas this guy is very hidden away. He's the great leader. He's mysterious, perhaps unlike Super Sentai, and he's not necessarily the strongest. I found, at least in the Showa series, there's a lot of like, at the end they finally get to the great leader after all this time, and it turns out, oh, he's not really all who he seems. He has a true form, and it might be subversive in some way. And it was like, wow, the evil was different from what I expect. You know, it's interesting. So that's a cool pattern there. So this pyramid is for Showa mainly, and then Heisei kind of alternates it a little bit. So Heisei 1 and 2 kind of do their own things. At least this is my general perception, at least my observation. Heisei 1 really just has these individualistic creatures, the monsters here. They don't have any foot soldiers. It really is just like dealing with one monster at a time. But what's interesting about what's different from them, they are individualistic in a way, but they're ranked now. Instead, it was just like a collective. It's just like, oh, they're disparate. It's just an army of them. But now they have ranks. There's categories instead of they're all being unique. They're all kind of coming from similar cloths, and there's more of a complexity to them. And in Heisei 1, there's just the creatures, and there might be some mastermind at the end, like some kind of straight to the top. You might not necessarily have the generals here, but you could. And the primary motivation is revealed at the end with this mastermind. But for a long time, it's just these monsters, and what's their deal? We're trying to deal with them, right? Heisei 2, you might have more of an organization, like with Yggdrasil, right? There's sort of there's sometimes an ally and there's sometimes a villain. The monsters are also varying in hierarchy as well. And then Reiwa, interestingly, at least in my perspective, my observation, these recent 6 series, they've actually reverted back to more of a Showa structure. So they have more foot soldiers now, and they still have there is some modern complexity, like, yeah, you have the foot soldiers, but then these guys are ranked, kind of like they were in the Heisei period, that sort of thing. Now, I just really I was going to play a game here, but I'm very long in the tooth, so I apologize. But instead, I would like to just go through the villains in just a rapid fire in a way to just be like, isn't it so funny and quirky that they're named a certain thing? And some of the motivations that they have. I'm not going to rank through literally all of them, but I do want to get their names because it's very funny. So generally, like, what do they want? What are they after, right? A lot of the Showa ones, one way or another, is world domination. But they're all different. World domination via super soldiers, terrorism. These guys happen to be fueled by human blood. These guys are trying to take over the world with Satan bugs. Things like that. These guys are trying to cut humanity down to 1/3. And then, yeah, Heisei is, again, more of the aliens that are doing a particular thing. Angelic serial killers. An ancient civilization that kills for sport. You have one that's the next stage of humanity. You have one that consumes humans as food. They're just ghouls, basically. Alien body snatchers, for one of them. Out to kill the other 12 demon races. They're like in the premise and stuff like that. And then, yeah, Heisei 2, you have more of organizations, back to organization stuff, but they are very specific. Like this organization is trying to trigger what's called the Gaia impact and have humans assimilate with Earth. Stuff like that. 108 numbered rogue AI body snatchers, etc., etc. But I just want to go over the names because out of context it would be very, very funny. Worms.
Mm-hmm. All right, fair enough.
Gedon. Destron.
These are just the names.
These are the names of all 35 of the organizations. And it was going to be a matching thing, and I think it would be very funny if you just saw Worms out of context. Like, which one was the Worms? Are they trying to take over the world? Are they the body snatchers, or are they the, it would have been funny, but we're running low on time. Neo Shocker, Orphanox, Museum,
Nice.
Imagines,
Nice.
the Badan Empire. I believe this is the ones that want to revive the Third Reich.
Okay.
Ah,
Time Jackers,
cool.
Horoscopes,
Oh, nice.
The Fog,
Nice.
Dogma Kingdom,
Okay.
Are those the angelic serial killers?
the Lords or the Unknown are the angelic serial killers.
Okay,
The idea is that, like,
That was a good guess.
they will kill just seemingly random people, but there's a reason. by increasingly serial, like these monsters will drown the person. These monsters will stuff them in a wall. This one will stuff them in a tree, and like certain pattern. And the police are trying to investigate. Like these monsters they're all stuffing them in trees. Like that's so bizarre. Yeah. Mirror monsters. Gamma. Gurongi. I believe the police call them ULFs, ultimate life forms.
Oh.
I could be wrong about that. I haven't seen Kuga yet. The Neonoid. Deadmans.
Yeah.
The Megid. I believe that's pronouncing that right.
Okay.
Three Dark Sisters.
Nice.
Awesome.
I could be
It's
misinterpreting that
just
with
called Three
Gottard.
Dark
I apologize,
Sisters.
but it seems like the main guys. The Makamo.
Okay.
Crisis Empire.
Hardcore.
All right. Makes your blood boil.
Yeah. The Undead.
Yeah.
And it's not what you think. It's more complex.
It's very broad.
Yeah, right. Desire Grand Prix.
I
Nice.
don't know what that means at all.
No, yeah. But, yeah. Metsubojinrai.net.
That's good.
Rogue AI. Bugster. This one is both a computer virus and a human virus. Whoa.
What will they think of next?
Video games. The Fangire. This is a cult of vampires.
Because like Fang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black Satan.
Yeah. Cool.
Stomach Inc.
Okay.
That's Jab with the candies. They're the evil candy factory, the alien evil candy factory. Stomach Inc. And the family last name is Stomach.
Okay.
The Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
I get it.
Gorgum. Lords are unknown, the angelic serial killers. At least I'd like to think so. Invest, we know those. Faust.
Ah.
Right. I think it's between these two as my personal favorites. I'll leave them last,
Save
actually.
last, yeah.
Phantoms.
Phantoms.
Roy.
Roy Nudes. Those are like rogue AI that are triggering a cataclysmic event. Shocker! Right.
Shocker, yes.
My favorite. Let me know if you guys which ones you think is the better one. God. Or Government of Darkness.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Right?
Do they have like a building that just says God on it?
I don't know. Oh my
okay,
God,
okay.
right? Or
Say in the comments.
The Greed.
Oh, I like.
With three E's.
Okay.
The Greed.
You're winning me over.
But I think G-O-D,
I
The
like
Government of Darkness
Government
is
I'll
pretty
go with
fucking
Government of
peak.
Darkness.
Yeah,
Greed
for
is
sure.
good, though.
Greed is really funny. Worms is also really funny. They're just called, oh no, not the worms.
They're not actually
Greed is
just worms.
good.
No, they are aliens from a meteorite that crash lands, and they're like Parasite. You know, like their only job is to assimilate, like the body snatchers, assimilate with humans. That's what the worms do.
Okay.
But they're the worms. Oh no, not the worms. It's very funny. 52 pickup. We're doing like 2 summaries and a thing in an hour. That's
Damn.
much better time. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
You guys enjoying it so far?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. I might even watch some.
Hell
I never
yeah.
intended to watch Tokusatsu.
Yeah,
I might
yeah.
watch this.
Fuck yeah.
Check out.
I watched the Hideaki Anno Kamen Rider recently.
Yeah, he directed Shin Kamen Rider.
Yep.
Don't say no!
Just live more.
I still haven't played the OP. That's sad. Maybe I'll play it at the end to celebrate at the end of this.
Yeah.
Part 6. Last time, Michi defeats his own brother. Michi starts to be haunted by Tagatora's ghost.
Good.
He's just like, Mitsuzane. And he's like, get out of my head! Like, the dude has, like, the kid wears a suit now. He's like an all black suit. But he's just like in his brother's old office. And he's just like, Mitsuzane. And he's like, yeah, you know. Yeah. Ryoma returns to the city. He's back. He's got like, you know, cool clothes now. But like, he's like, okay, I'm back. And he visits Gaim HQ. He visits Gaim HQ and offers an arrangement. He's going to lead them to Ichizo Tower. They can't find a way in, but he's got a secret entrance using his own personal passageway. My Chide's Coda. This is the Kino, like, you know, before the third act, like, shit's going to go down after this. It's really like, you know, a sunset. They're next to a big tree. It's Koda, Kaito, and Mai. It's like, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura almost, because, she's got a thing for both of them, and it's the sunset with the tree and everything. It's really nice. Mai is chiding Kota and Kaito for constantly wearing their belts. Like, come on, you gotta hold up. It's like, sorry, I haven't been eating lately. I've just been taking the food from the lock seeds. That's all I'm doing. And he's just like, you never know when an enemy will strike. I'm just wearing the belt for whatever. Then they pondering what they want for the future. And then it turns out like he's wearing the belt because that stays off the infection.
That makes sense.
So they both kind of have something to hide.
Yeah, they're both secretly kind of turning.
What's Kota hiding by wearing?
He's becoming an overlord, right? Because he accepted this, he can no longer taste human food.
Shouldn't he maybe take it off then if he doesn't want to become an overlord?
But it's so powerful.
I guess the power is.
It's more like once he's accepted it, it's already affecting his body. It's sort of like what Kaido's having with his infection.
Right.
He's kind of becoming an invest slowly.
That's interesting.
And he's trying to stave off the infection. Very Kino, though. Michi beckons Mai to join him again. Only this time, he has a hostage.
Nice.
He takes one of the Team Baron members that they've become friends with hostage with an overlord. He threatens to kill him. So she's like, fuck, fine, I'll go with you. As she is sent to Yggdrasil Tower, so she is now taken away. Right? Last Kino scene, and then she's taken away. Kota fights Michi. Everything knows now. As Regiai watches this, Kaito joins the fight, but he pulls Kota away because now that Michi has beaten his brother, he has cast aside all his doubts, according to Kaito. So he's now way stronger than he was, even if he's using Zenith arms. He's actually like way more reckless. He's like willing to shoot. There's a cool moment because he's being haunted by his brother. He shoots through his brother to shoot at Kaito and Kota.
Like the ghost of his brother, or the
he shoots he sees his brother and he just like shoots right through him. He's cast aside all his doubts. He's kind of dangerous now. Careful. The riders join Ryoma at the city outskirts. They take him up on his offer, and Oren and Joey are holding off the invest this whole time. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. You keep saying it's not your fault, but you keep saying the riders, and I hear the writers, and I'm like, oh, is this like tamers entering the world to fight amongst his creations?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
It's awesome. I wish that was happening.
Right. I haven't even told you who wrote this.
Is it? Oh, I was just thinking it was like the guy that invented Kamen Rider in the first place, who invented Cyborg 009. That can't be true,
the author.
obviously.
No, he's never really been involved in the direct writing. There's a certain show writers.
Right, obviously that makes sense. Yeah.
I'll tell you who it is at the end.
His name is.
Save it for the
I'll
end.
tell you who it is at the end.
The Emperor of Japan.
Yeah.
To himself.
Yeah.
Much
The
less
thing
what Kamen
about
Rider
it though is, the audience be like, why haven't you said it this whole time?
Sure.
I didn't want them to experience Gaim with this knowledge of who wrote this, because once you know who it is,
I'm glad you haven't told me. I look forward
once
to
you know
finding
who
out.
it is, you're going to be like, I have expectations. Ooh, this is going to turn. And I had those expectations going into
Gen
it.
Orobuchi.
It sure is.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. But you can bleep that if you don't want people to know that.
No. It was for you guys. They knew. They've known the whole time. This is like the popular thing about Gaim. It's the Gen Orobuchi season.
That was a random. I only knew because that's the person that they think like there's expectations when this is the writer. Okay.
Everyone locks in.
Yep. But like, yeah, I mean, it's still a good season of Kamen Rider, regardless of like, it's not extra good or different because like Gen Orobuchi's writing it.
Wait, and they say it's for kids and Gen Orobuchi.
Well, we'll find out, I guess.
Right, and that literally the people have said the same thing.
So far,
Right?
this
You
is
know what?
totally acceptable for a young audience.
Yeah, it's fun. It's
yeah.
like shonen and stuff, right?
Sure, yeah, but
It's no different from like Naruto or whatever.
here's the thing. I don't even necessarily want to say like, oh, he's writing it edgy, so it's not for kids. It's just like, that's besides the point at this point. But this is like surprisingly dark, and now I'm understanding why.
Yeah,
Because,
but
like-
like every Kamen Rider season is like this.
Oh, really?
Where it's like it's kind of dark. Like I mean, dude, the main
stakes
character
are
of their
high.
first season got kidnapped, and like humans are turned into monsters and can't be turned back.
Right.
That's
And, like, he killed his friend.
And like the Kamen Riders, like I told you, the way they're designed, there's something off about them. There's almost a rogueness to them.
Very
Some of
different
them-
from like Power Rangers, where it's just like teenagers go to high school and then they also have like a side gig.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know.
Oh, the bonus, and I don't want to generalize Super Sentai because it's great in its own right, and they die. Some of them die.
Yeah,
You know, there's certain things about them, but like a lot of what you might get is like a ranger is a bad guy at one point.
Right.
You know, and that's
Green Ranger
really
or whatever.
cool.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
really cool.
That's cool.
And that's not to downplay whatever. So it's like, you know, It's similar. Okay, so after Regui, she has the queen machine, and Mai's there. She's like, maybe I could use her for my queen machine. And Michi's like, don't even think about it. That's my squeeze. Okay, dude. And so he's like, you're the only one I can trust her with, Roshiro. Protect her. So she's with Roshiro right now. As the only, and Michi calls Mai the only person of value in our world.
Jesus Christ! I watched the second. I watched both Fantastic Four movies, like the first two from like the 2000s.
Yeah.
This is like very Silver Surfer and Sue Storm.
Oh yeah, wow. So Mai stays with Roshio at his lair and still willing to trust Michi. Still our boy, despite all odds. Kaito, because he doesn't know everything. He doesn't know all the shitty things that he's done. Kota has some idea, but he didn't he laid it out as in he's no longer duplicitous to him, but he didn't tell him about, I shot you in the back. He hasn't told him all the shit that he's done. So Mai's with Roshio now. Still willing to trust him. Kaito, Zack, and Minato are fending off the automated defense watermelons. They're trying to infiltrate the lair as Ryoma leads Kota into the lair.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Isn't Zack dead?
Zack is the leader, is the second in command of Team Baron that got a driver after Hase passed. He looks very similar to Hase. Hase's the guy that turned into the Inves.
Oh, you're right.
But I did literally swap him, and that is kind of what it feels like.
Okay, all right.
In the show,
Can you
kind
guys
of.
just call me Landfill?
Right. So they're helping him get in the lair. Ryoma regains control of the tower as Regui confronts Kota and explains, Regui tries to psych Kota out. You're no longer human. You're becoming an overlord. And she puts Kota under hypnosis. Roshio and DJ Sagara now at this point are talking more about what's going on with Kota to Mai. The deal with the fruit and the fruit of knowledge and the king. Whoever gets the fruit and its king, they control the new world to come after the old one is engulfed by the forest. But if the wielder chooses to destroy the forest instead, keep the old world. So with the power of the fruit, Dave's I'm going to create a new world. And that's what DJ Sagara wants. Because that's the next stage of human evolution, right? The fruit of knowledge created the world, and then the golden fruit and the ambrosia. That's what he wants to keep happening. But whoever gets the fruit can choose to not do that, remove the forest, but if he does that, the king will have nowhere to go. The king is supposed to rule over the new world. So if he chooses to not have a new world, no new king then. So he has to be, so either Kota chooses to save himself and destroy the world effectively, or he saves the world at the cost of his abandonment. He cannot stay. He goes and the world is saved. That's his choice, if he was the one who gets the fruit. Right. So Kota has a dream in the hypnosis where he and Yuya have switched roles. He sees Yuya with the belt and he becomes Kamen Rider Gaim. Well, could have happened, right? Because he had gotten the belt in the first place. Right. And Kota, because he's becoming an Inves, because he's becoming an overlord, he can't no longer taste his sister's cooking. He's like, I'm an Inves, So he becomes the Inves that he killed, that Yuya became. And he's like, oh no, and it's a nightmare. But even though this is the case, Kota's like, oh, I'm the monster, I should be defeated by the hero, and whatever. But he's like, no, I know who I am. I am going to, despite being an Inves himself, I'm going to become an Inves, choose to fight the Inves as an Inves himself. So he's with these the other Inves join us, yeah, you're with us now. And he's like, I'm with it. No, I'm not. Which is cross of fire, right? He turns and decides to use his powers for good instead of not good. Finally finding resolve within himself is all right, there's no turning back. I've cast off all my doubts, kind of like Michi. I know what I want now. I'm an overlord. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to get that fruit. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I'm getting a little bit of Madoka vibes at this point. Committing to a power that will have consequences.
There you go.
I wonder who wrote Madoka.
Sasuga, right?
Was Madoka first?
This was in 2013, too.
Oh, when was Madoka before that? It was
Madoka was 11, Psycho-Pass was 12,
That's right.
and this was 13.
Yeah,
the dude went back to back to back. So he breaks out of the dream and, kicks Regi's ass. Kaito and the others destroy the Queen Machine, save Koda's sister, and they scuff with Michi in the process. Kaito and Michi stalemate as Ryoma discovers and informs Koda and Kaito of Mai's whereabouts. Because he's using like the surveillance systems, and he's like, I trusted you, Roshio. He got that on candid camera. He's like, bro, he's with Roshio. I know where he is. And so Kaito and Koda are going to go after and save Mai.
Is Ryoma sort of good-coded at this point? He kind of seems like he's being an ally.
Yeah, he's still out for himself, but he's like, this is the best way to do it. These guys are ahead of me.
You can't control the world if it's gone.
Right. Well, he still wants the fruit. Oren and Joey hold off Michi, so he doesn't get to go to the forest, as Koda and Kaito head off to Roshio to try to save Mai. So meanwhile, Mai is with Roshio, and she encourages him. He's like, look. He's like, no, I must not give the fruit. I made a mistake, and it was dumb, and my queen is dead. She's like, look, you did the right thing. You wanted to save your people. You were trying to do the right thing. And he's like, the queen said the same thing. Oh my God, you remind me of her. Here, take the fucking fruit and leave.
Dang.
So he gets so she encourages him, and she gets warped back to Earth with the fruit.
All right.
Girl boss.
There she
Good
goes.
shit, dude.
She's back at Gaim HQ.
That's always what it takes.
And Roshio is like, I have one last responsibility. Because he knows Reggie wants it. But he doesn't have it.
Ryoshiro is like kind of like he's probably like the most like neutral coded
Very
of the
neutral.
overlords.
Yes. He faces off with Koda and Kaito as Reggie lies in wait. He's like, I must still kick these guys' ass.
Oh, okay.
So he defeats both of them because he still has the power of the fruit, even though he gave it to Mai. Sure. Because he was able to split it with like the thing, right? So it's like, okay, sure. So he defeats the two of them, and Roshiro, in this moment, is sneak attacked by Reggie, who is lying in wait, waiting for the right opportunity to kick his ass, like sneak attack him, like what is the backstab? I don't know, whatever.
Assassination?
It's a Pokemon attack. Fucking Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch.
Yeah, like Sucker Punches him. Steals the fruit from Roshio, only it's a fake. In a rage, Koda becomes more like an overlord with Zenith arms. He grows plants, like he gets vines out of his things, like, yeah, and kills Reggie.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
So Kaito must see this, right? Is the
Probably,
J-Rock like this
yeah. I think he saw him. Yeah, I think he sees this. And then Roshio also dies. Because and he gets to see his queen. His queen, turns out, looks...
Did he die?
Well, he got backstabbed. He got mortally wounded by Reggie.
I'm also getting the vibe here. I feel like this could have been inspired by that myth that you eat a watermelon seed and it's gonna sprout and it's gonna grow and consume you and burst the vines.
Yeah.
That's like what's happening to Kota now.
Right.
And Kaito, except it's in the arm.
Right.
Yeah, because he's got his own thing going
It's
on.
not about power corrupting. It's just about watermelons.
It all comes back to the melon.
Yep.
Twisting
So
the
yeah,
melon.
with that, the overlords are now completely extinct.
Indeed.
Now that he sees, like, wait a minute, that's a fake. Michi saw the fight happen, and Regi's like, it's a fake! Like Santa, and he pulls his beard off. It's a fake. Random elf reference. And so Michi's like, wait a minute. It's fucking with Mai. Oh my God, she's at the base. And then that tips Ryoma off, like, oh my God, she's at the base. So the two of them go to the base. Yeah, they find her at the base, unconscious, with Team Gaim, and she's like, "Oh, hey guys," and gets a red eye and fucking oh shit, what happened to her?
She got edgy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
She looks familiar.
I was wondering if this is gonna come back.
Yeah. So they bring her to an abandoned hospital and lock out the Gaim members that come with. So they're like, she's with some of her friends, like normies, whatever. And then the normies help Michi and Ryoma bring her to a hospital, and then they lock them out, being like, haha, bitch, because they have Mai now. At this point, Minato has finally discovered Kaito's infections, like, it's nothing. He's been able to stay it off by constantly wearing the Genesis driver, and he is adamant on letting the world end. He knows about the fruit, and he's like, if I get it, the world's going bye-bye. Very similar to Roshiro, because only the strong survive, right?
Indeed.
He believes it.
So true.
He believes it. DJ Sagara explains to Michi and Ryoma, who shows up. He shows up in the hospital. Mai is the woman of the beginning. She is the one who chooses the man who will claim the golden fruit. She has the fruit herself, and she chooses which person that will be. And that he himself is that which spreads endlessly. and a serpent shows up. He is the serpent. You know, Adam and Eve. He's the serpent of. He's Helheim himself. He's the forest.
Is that what it is?
Has he been maintaining his DJ roles of playing the top 40 hits for all the kids?
He was wearing like cool skater bro stuff for a while, but around the time the Overlord showed up, he started wearing cool monk, like a cool scarf, and he was showing his like, oh no, this dude's weird. And he started like, he's a kind of a ghost. He just shows up as a hologram and can appear wherever. As we saw, like he just shows up, right?
Is he still referred to as DJ all the time?
They do go Sagara, but I like calling him
Okay,
DJ
I prefer to call him.
Yeah, because he still has like a cool voice and like he's still really cool. In my opinion, he's great. Ryoma intends to extract the fruit from Mai, and so he tasks Michi, okay, while I do that, you go eliminate Kota. You kick this guy's ass. You'll finally get rid of him. And he's like, here's how you're going to do that. I'm going to give you a dangerous prototype. It's a lock seed that I made very early on. It's the hell fruit lock seed.
Oh, is that a real fruit?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It looks like a grape. It kind of looks like his previous thing.
See, they should have gone to like dragon fruit at this
I
point.
know,
If
right?
that's a fake fruit.
I want it, yeah,
We
for
were waiting
sure,
for it.
for
We've
sure.
been waiting for it.
And he is like dragon themed, like Ryugen, whatever.
Would've been good.
But, so this dangerous prototype is extra powerful, like maybe be able to take on Zenith in exchange for the user's life. It saps their power. Uh-oh. So Michi fights Kota with Hell Fruit Arms, Realm of the Dead, Hell, Hell, Hell.
Very chuny.
Yeah, and he's like, Henshin. Yep. Michi desperately fights Kota at the cost of his life, at the cost of the Lockseed constantly eating away at him. And so they're fighting in the abandoned warehouse of bad times. Uh-oh. As Michi goes in for a strike, he's like going like from a high up place, and he's gonna like try to stab Kota. Kota takes the attack full on, gets impaled, takes it just so that he can grab the Lockseed off of Kota, off of Michi, rip it off of him, and push him back, and he's like, and crushes it in his hands.
Nice.
And so he's just like, ugh. So he's like mortally fucking wounded. And at this point, you know, aesthetically, a whole cloud of feathers. Like Michi, when he jumped off, there was like a big cloud of feathers or whatever, like a pile of something. So this is all happening as like feathers are falling, and it's like a giant pile of feathers. And so Kota's like dying in Michi's arms, and he's like, what the fuck? And Kota forgives Michi for everything that he's done, and he hopes that Michi can forgive himself, appearing to die in a pile of feathers.
Did Michi like apologize? Or
No.
Well, what the fuck? You can't forgive someone before they apologize and say
No,
that.
because he's like, I hope you can forgive yourself.
Yeah.
Okay,
You don't have to say,
I guess that's
you don't need to say sorry.
I'm just saying, if you forgive people before they say that they regret it, you're just going to encourage more of this because you're like, oh, I'll forgive everything you do.
Potentially.
Anyway.
So
Potentially, and his brother's dead, and it's haunting him, and he's like, ah, and he just like tried to kill. He almost killed himself in desperation. He's really far gone. So Kota's like, dude, it's okay. Yosh, yosh, and dies.
So you're telling me that Kamen Rider Gaim actually has gear death?
Yeah,
The edge gear, the
Yeah.
most powerful gear of all time.
Yeah,
That's right.
sure.
That's right.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
sure.
Gear evil, gear hell.
Yeah.
Gear yes.
Kamen Rider. Kamen
Rider.
All right, let's get through it. Third minute. Okay, we can make it under 5. Fuck. Fuck me! Okay. So I just wanted to break the good. Now we talked about the bad guys. Now we'll really quick talk about the good guys. Just the way that things are formatted here.
Girls.
When I s- yeah.
They don't count as real characters. They're in a separate category.
Actually, no.
No? Okay.
You might be disappointed here, Nate.
Why are you playing with
The idea with Kamen Rider is that anyone can be a hero. It's a story about heroism at the end of the day. All of them are about totally different things, completed whatever. But I think the through line with everything is that the primaries can really be anybody. Sometimes they're the goodest boy like Kota, that, you know, he might fuck up sometimes, but he means well and everything. Other times they're a total asshole. But like the idea is that they're the only ones that can do it.
Kabuto, I think, is an asshole character.
Maybe. I haven't seen Kabuto myself. Geets is kind of like that. He is the chaddest of chads, and but he's a tricksy like a fox or whatever. But everyone, he's like perfect, but in a cool way. It's very interesting. Yeah.
How about Forz? Just because everybody tells me Forz is cool.
Forze
What's his
is
attitude?
I was actually going to run down really like everybody's personality traits. So you'll see. Just really run down that because I think that would be nice. Give them credit because a lot of it's about them, right? It's like they're the guy. They're the Tyler character, effectively. But yeah, that's called the primary writer. They're the heroes. It begins with Takeshi Hongo. Then you got secondaries. I may have called Baron or Kaito a secondary at some point, the secondaries. It begins with Hayato Ichimonji. Or, and what's interesting too, in Kamen Rider Black, there is a character that becomes a Kamen Rider, I think it's like Black Moon or something like that, and he's an antagonist, but he's also a Kamen Rider. So that happens pretty early on in the Showa series, that he's like also a Kamen Rider. So the secondaries could be allies, they could be anti-heroes, they could be rivals, they could be assistants, they could even be love interests, in the case with Build. You know, they're kind of gay for each other.
Relatable characters at last.
Yeah, and the thing is with secondaries that I should specify, right? We mentioned earlier that like in the beginning, it's like there's the secondary Hayato Ichimonji is the second Kamen Rider 2, and then there's V3. He has Rider Man. That doesn't really happen the rest of the things so much, but starting with Heisei, starting with Agito, the second. So like there's Kuga, the very first one. It's just one Kamen Rider. And in Agito, the second series of the Heisei series of Heisei era, they get three extra Kamen Riders. But
three extra, so 4.
So a total of 4.
Right, okay.
So there's the main guy, the primary. But starting with Agito, there is one designated secondary. There may be other Kamen Riders. They might not be the second one introduced. Sometimes they're the first one introduced. But like they are designated, it's what the wiki goes off is like the second most marketed.
Sure, you've got to have your red Oni and your blue Oni. This is essential.
Yeah. But like it's just better with 2. It's just better to have a dynamic with someone who goes through what you go through. Yeah. You know, and maybe they go through it differently. How will you use this power? That's what the cool thing about secondaries are, and the dynamic they have with the primary. And then you have other riders, just another riders. And this could be any range, and they could be rivals, former bad guys. And I just made a count, because there's a pattern here. In Heisei, it goes, this is the number of other riders, like the total number of Kamen Riders per series. I'll go kind of like this. 4, 13 Kamen Riders.
Wow.
3, 4, 16. 7, 3, about 3, 2. Heisei 2, they, settle down a little bit. They don't go fucking 13 or 16. Yeah, 3, 3, 2, 6, 11. That's Gaim. You remember all the Kamen Riders, right? 3, 3, 8, 4, 4. Reiwa, they have fun. The first 0, 1, 9, 10, 13, about 25, 8, and 5. They settle down after that. Yeah, so yeah. But so Reiwa went a little crazy with the another riders, But that's what I was saying earlier, right? There might be a series that focuses on beating monsters, or there might be a series that are beating other Kamen Riders, right? And some people have preferences. Some fans have their preferences. Now that there's allies, it begins with Tobei Tachibana. The Tobei Tachibana guy is from the original series, and he's like the one who knows Takeshi Hongo's secret. He helps him he's like his motorcycle coach or something, and he runs the cafe that they all hang out with. The cafes they all have cafes. Yeah, the fruit bar, etc.
Is that the show with like the famous gif where like one of the bad guys or whatever like warps in and then he kind of like lifts his leg up onto the cafe and just sort of looks at some other guy?
I have no idea.
But
that's really cool. I love that. But yeah, these allies can be mentors, they can be partners, and they can be rivals as well. You have in the general categories, you have like cops, coffee shop owners like Tobei Tachibana, professors, the professor gave me whatever. Reporters, family, kids. Because kids also not as often though. And in Heisei they start to get these Navi kind of characters. So like in Drive, the belt, like some belts can talk. The belt is sentient. Right. The professor, his AI brain is in the belt, so he's like, "Thanks, Belt-san," and he's his own character. Ryosuke, it's time to go. So it's like a Navi almost. Some characters like that. And that's more in like late Heisei or so. Yeah, girls. I made a point about this because it's really interesting the progression over the course of the franchise. In Showa, they are largely damsels. Damsels, and the thing to save from the monster or whatever. Though a notable exception is in Kamen Rider Stronger, there is a girl who turns into Electro-Wave Human Tackle.
What does that mean?
That is her hero name.
Oh.
So she's not a Kamen Rider, but she's like ladybug themed, and you can see her eyes and the little mask, and then has the mouth open, and she can help Kamen Rider Stronger on things. Yeah, she does that.
We finally got white people in Kamen Rider. Is there ever been
You are jumping the gun.
Okay.
So they've been damsels. They're sacrifices, very tragic sacrifices. They die. Assistants, sometimes the MacGuffin, a little bit like right? Their girlfriend sometimes, right? But that's not really the same thing as allies, right? They're not their mentor, their partner, their rival. They're not cops. They're not reporters, professors, really. Heisei is where they start to evolve into that more ally thing, and they become really important to the story. The way Mai is really important to the story. Yeah, they become all those things. They can become a cop. They become a coffee shop. There's a lot of girl coffee shop owners and stuff like that. On top of being, the girlfriend or the MacGuffin or the sacrifice, what have you, the damsel, what have you. But now they have an actual responsibility. And notably, in Heisei, starting with Ryuki, way early in Ryuki in 2002, you get the first female Kamen Rider.
There you go.
So you got Ryuki, Blade, Hibiki, Kiva, Forze, and then some of them are in parentheses because in a spin-off they get a Kamen Rider form, but it's not like in the main series. Wizard, Gaim, remember Minato, right? With Peach.
Oh, duh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ghost.
What the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah.
We've seen
What an asshole.
Yeah. Xaid and Zio are all have at least one, or probably just one, female Kamen Rider.
Has there ever been a primary one though?
No primaries yet, but in the Reiwa era, now they've gone all the way up to secondary rider.
Great. And let's stop it right there and go no further. This is perfect.
Yeah. So yeah,
kidding.
you got Gotchard. So yeah,
That glass ceiling is set at the perfect height. It needs.
the main. So in Kamen Rider
Glass ceiling
Gotchard.
is made to be broken.
His mind. Yeah. But last year, Gotchard 2023 was the first series that had a girl as a secondary rider. That's great. That's
What's their
fucking
average
awesome.
performance like though? Do they put in a good showing?
Yeah.
They're all terrible.
Because
They're
Every
about,
single
but
one.
that's
Nobody
that's
likes
a very
them.
common thing though that they get. That they
we are
don't put in a
talking
good
about
show.
power scaling, right? And
I suppose it is. Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's funny. There is a Twitter account that goes through a Kamen Rider's win-loss ratio.
Right. Great. Exactly.
And it is very funny to see how some of the best loved characters have the worst win-loss ratio. It doesn't matter.
It's about adversity. It's overcoming.
It's
That's
the
what
fact
it's
that they
about.
have the agency, they can take the charge and everything. It's the fact that they have that ability. Yeah, but credit to Stronger for having not a rider, but a girl in combat like that, like a hero. Pretty cool. So yeah, those are the good guys, and I'm going to do a quick rundown of all the good guys. The protagonists. I just wrote their little, and again, I've not seen most of these shows, so I'm just going based on what I've read in the personality of the wiki. Yeah. Takeshi Kongo, cordial, nice guy. V2, his partner, Hayato Ichimonji. I'm not going to go with the names because it's just Japanese names. Who cares? Charismatic, a teaser. V3, he's been through it. His family was murdered.
Brutal.
Rider Man, he's smart and revenge-pilled. There are a lot of them are revenge-pilled, to be fair. There's the common themes I put there, either nice or a dick, but they're always meant to be likable in some way.
You said that Rider Man, his face was visible.
Yeah.
I think since he's so early, they were like, let's give this a try, and then they're like, no, let's not.
It's okay. They are often victims of their circumstance, right? The first one's a victim. Many are tempted with revenge, guilt of what did I become? They're good with kids. A really great theme of a lot of the series, and I think it's the case with Gaim. The first time you see Koda, he is comforting a kid. He's like, are you lost, kid? Hey, don't worry about it. And he's showing that he is good with kids. Because the kids are watching the show!
Could there be an economic incentive to appeal to the children here?
It's important, right?
Yeah.
But that's great. They're shown helping, talking with them early on. They're friends with kids. Like there's a really famous shot of Takeshi Hongo playing with puppies. And he's like, this is a strong-looking dude, but he's like, he's cool.
Oh, he's so soft. Too.
Yeah. And they are
That's just for the
ultimately
wives.
determined enough to fight. Enough to fight. X is Spider-Man. He has quips, and he has an Uncle Ben.
Does he actually have an Uncle Ben, Spider-Man?
He has a prototype, like
okay.
an analog
An
to Uncle.
equivalent. Okay,
Yeah, it's like, oh
okay.
no, I did it a wrong thing. Amazon is literally Tarzan. Literally Tarzan. Stronger is a dick, but nice to kids. Skyrider's a nice guy, a little obsessive.
I thank God it wasn't gives nice dick to kids. I was reading this all wrong. I was not liking what I was seeing there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And again, I'm sorry if I'm generalizing or not getting these guys correct. It is what it is. I'm interested in all of them. Super One, an astronaut. He's driven. Z-Cross is a hothead. Black and Black RX, same guy. He is sentimental and tenacious, and his fucking rider pose is like this. He like clenches his fucking fists and like he has like fingerless gloves, and he's like Henshin, and it's like
That's his pose?
Yeah.
Hardcore.
Yeah, it's fucking sick.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you do the doobie-doobie-doo?
Shabba-dabba-doo-be Henshin.
Yeah.
I didn't show it to you. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to watch it. That is Wizard, by the way.
Love it.
Shin is selfless. Ufarunis, because he's the guy that turns into a bug.
Right.
He's the like, yeah. Ufarunis.
Can he turn back into a human, or is he like stuck as a bug?
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie.
Oh, okay. All right.
Zeta O, personality to be added. J, nature photographer. Kuga, nice guy, thumbs up. The cool thing about him is like he doesn't reveal his identity to like his cop like ally. His main ally is like a cool cop, but he doesn't tell him who he is. So he's like, "Who are you?" And it's the coolest shit ever. Agito is amnesiac, neurodivergent. I love my autistic king. Agito is great. I fucking love Agito. Ryuki is naive, no killing other riders, very specifically. In a rider battle royale, don't kill other riders. Okay, dude. Fies is a loner, has no dreams. Blade is friendly, fiercely loyal. Hibiki is not the MC. He's just not the main character. He's a wise teacher. Kabuto is a zen-like man, arrogant. Deno is shy, gets possessed. So it's really funny, like I've only seen the osmosis. He's apparently a really shy, timid kid, but then he gets possessed by some of the monsters. He's allied with some of the monsters, and one of them is like like kind of a cool looking, like charismatic, I'm here. So he, like the Kamen Rider, that's his personality, but in real life he's a timid boy. At least that's from what I can tell. Kiva is sort of a Jekyll Hyde kind of guy, because I guess he's nice, but also when he becomes, similar to Deno, I guess, when he becomes Kiva, he's weirdly aggressive and violent.
He gets a little too into it.
Yeah. That's the vampire season. Decade is self-righteous and abrasive. He is kind of a dick. Double is two people. It is a hard-boiled detective with a cool fedora, and L.
Those are the two, detective and other detective.
Oh,
Yes, there are two detectives.
That's the L guy turns into like a soul in the belt. When
Yeah.
they
He
mention-
puts his belt and
yes,
becomes unconscious
I
and
remember
joins
that.
the. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
O's is goofy but actually sharp. Like he's kind of a doofy looking guy, but he's actually kind of
I don't know,
smart.
like Columbo.
I guess so, yeah. Forze, he's a delinquent. He's got a pompadour, and his mission is to be everyone's friend.
Okay. Everybody always tells me that Forrest is the coolest one, and frankly, a possibly passive-aggressive attack on my character, because I don't know enough about this guy to know if he's cool or not, or if this is a veiled criticism.
I think the reason they want you to watch it, Nate, and I don't want to go into like writer expectation stuff.
Yeah.
It's Kazuki Nakashima.
Oh, okay. Well, that would do it.
Yeah.
The Gurren Lagann writer.
Yes, the Gurren Lagann
writer.
writer.
Okay.
But it's not like Gurren Lagann or anything. It is actually that particular season. Again, not to whatever, but like that was like around the time of 3/11 Fukushima.
Oh, you're right.
And so they wanted to make one that is nice.
Oh, I like it already.
So they it is a school. It's like a school comedy, not like a goofy whatever. Like, but it is like His mission is it takes place in high school. And all the other characters, he wants to be friends. He's going to make friends with everybody.
Is he a high schooler?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's like a high schooler. He's the delinquent, but he's
Right.
the nicest guy, and he's gonna win over the nerd, the jock, the queen, the princess, and the goth, and he makes a whole group of friends.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen several gifs of him like
Terrific.
in the suit, being silly, like in a bed,
Yeah.
lying in his like suit.
Yeah. And he's like,
Okay.
it's space time.
Yeah,
it's
time.
It's good.
This is
It's
like
real
a
good.
big tangent, but it's just like it's so interesting seeing like how media can be affected by like the circumstances of a country.
Yeah, right.
Like even like something like Solo Leveling, how it deals with global politics in making like there are a bunch of manhwa that are like this. They're just straight up like it's sort of like to make South Korea look cooler on the global stage.
Yeah.
It's like they're being directly set up against like the Japanese, for example, and the Americans. They're like, yeah, but we got the cool Korean guy. It's like showing them all up.
Yeah. Wizard, plain sugar donut. He eats plain sugar donuts. Gaim, good boy, funny, Sonic. Drive, not all cops are bastards. He's a nice guy. He's a cop. Dead, Ghost. He is dead, scared, and self-defeating.
He's dead. Okay.
Yeah. He died, but he can come back to Ghost. X8. He's clumsy. He's smart, and he's a gamer.
Well, that's the best one.
Well, also that season is about doctors, right? Is the Bugster virus with the computer virus and a human disease. He's a doctor, but also a god gamer.
Right.
Build is a gay chemist. Doctor Who ass. He gets like a little his hair flicks up when he's got an idea.
Oh,
It's very
that's so cool.
silly.
Love
Very silly. But he's a great guy. Zio bluntly wants to be king. That's his thing. I want to be king. Okay. Yeah, that's my. I read his summary and I'm like, yeah. 01, failed comedian turned CEO.
Based.
Yeah, he's also one of the youngest Kamen Riders, but really cool guy.
And
He's a
CEO.
CEO.
Yeah.
Yeah. He inherits it. The premise is
all right.
the grandfather dies, and he's like, the last will and testament, and he's all the stuffy business people in the boardroom, and he comes in because he's trying to be a stand-up comedian, and he sucks.
Oh no.
And so he sits down, they open the
doesn't try
will,
his bit
and he
on the
opens,
board of directors, does he?
and then he opens the will, and we're like, oh, and everyone's, it's great.
Can I just ask, do you know what the company does, like, at all?
AI.
Okay.
They create, it's iRobot. It's like iRobot,
I
Huma Gears, and then they get corrupted by
that's
MetsuboJinrai.net.
gonna be the bad guy of the arc, for sure.
Yeah. Saber, Fedora, Bookworm. Revice, Calvin and Hobbes.
Which one is he?
Revice, it's two guys.
Oh.
So this is a
okay.
really nice, the main character of Revice is really like a nice boy, and he has like a wisecracking inner demon. He's like, yeah, I'll eat you, and yeah. Yeats is Chad. He's rich, and his name is, I've tried to avoid everyone's names, because with Japanese, his name is Ace.
Ace.
Cool name.
Literally fucking Ukiyo Ace, and he's the biggest Chad.
I read
really
this
great
and
guy.
I was like, oh, he's like a MGTOW.
Yeah. Again, sorry I'm biased. These are the seasons I've seen. Gotchard is an excitable nerd, I guess. He's also in school. And Gav is a glutton and sheltered, but a good guy. Okay, and I'm sorry if I mischaracterized, like, no, this guy's way more based than you made it out to be. Look, I'm sorry. I haven't seen them yet, but I can't wait. I can't wait to watch literally every Kamen Rider season.
And you will.
Literally everyone. Especially after this, like I was so interested in like some of the seasons that I knew as like osmosis, like everyone hates this season. And then looking into it, I was like, this sounds interesting. Surprise!
Every show's a 10 if you ignore the bad parts.
That's right! Okay, don't say no!
Just live more!
I regret every time I don't do the OP, but we're gonna end it on that, because you'll never forget it if you hear the OP. It's so good. Last time, Michi appears to kill Kota. Right. DJ Sagar explains to Mai, whoa, what happened to them?
Did they fall?
Oh no, Mai's over here. Oh, that's right, Mai's over here. They got wiped the fuck out. They explain to Mai in a dream it's her choice to give the fruit to either Kota, Kaito, or Michi. The two beat riders that like got locked out of the building, they escape and they tell Kaito and Minato they have Mai. And he's like, holy shit.
I
Yeah,
thought Kota died in a pile of feathers.
he has,
Okay.
from what we can tell.
Alright.
Even
Ryo-
considering giving it to Michi is crazy.
I know. Ryoma extracts the golden fruit from Mai's heart, killing her. her body. And he disables Michi, and because he does this, and he's like, well, she's dead. And he's like, no, you bastard, that was my squeeze. He disables his Genesis driver that he had because he put kill switches in these. He didn't put kill switches in everyone else's, but because he built this specifically for him, he's like, well, this was my trump card to try to get the golden fruit for myself. Everyone else's, he's kind of already, I'm using it right now. The woman of the beginning, Mai, emerges from the fruit that he just extracted. It's like a ghost, holy shit. And she encourages Michi. She's like, dude, I'm fine, that's right. And disappears back in time to try and warn each of them. She's like, no, I don't want to choose between the three of them to get this fucking fruit. Oh my God, I gotta warn them. She tries to go back in time and tells Kota, who's trying to kill the Inves, Unmei, but all this stuff comes out cryptic. She can't say what she wants to say.
And that's why
she was her the entire time that they saw in a dream. Or like she tried to visit them. It just she tried doing that, and that's how GJ Sagara knew this whole time to, work up Kota to try to get the fruit, give him all this upgrades, watch Kaido, watch Michi. He knew who to watch for because she went back in time and warned these guys. So that's how he found out.
How convenient.
So she inadvertently helped him. Kaido and Minato find Michi in distraught. He's like, no, Mai's dead, no! And Ryoma disables their Genesis drivers too. They can't fight Ryoma. He's like, I have the fruit, haha. Well, actually, he doesn't because it just disappeared with her. And he's like, fuck off. And, he disables their things. And he's like, well, that's fine. I still have old reliable. He still has the driver from the very beginning that doesn't have a kill switch, and he uses that. Regular ass banana arms. He can't beat Ryoma in Lemon Energy. He's like, I still can't beat him. So in doing this, Ryoma discovers that Kaito has the infection. And Kaito figures, you know what? Since I'm infected anyway, I might as well take a chance. He hypothesizes that he has built up a tolerance to the infection because he staved it off with the belt for so long. So he's like, well, I'm going to die anyway. Fuck it. Takes a Helheim fruit from nearby because it's growing all over the place. Eats the Helheim fruit and becomes an overlord.
Very good, very good.
He just becomes a huge overlord, and he defeats and then fucking kills Ryoma, and he falls off the tower.
There goes Ryoma.
Bye-bye. The two beat writers who have, told him about it, they get to the warehouse and they find Kota's body. He's just been mortally wounded.
Of course.
Because this thing has been healing his wounds. He was able to take that thing, and he obviously fucking passed out, right? But Michi thought it killed him. We thought he killed him. It looks like he died.
Has it ever healed before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The thing was just DJ Sagara healed his wounds. So it's like this sort of power of the fruit in the Helheim forest. It's not out of the realm possibility of healing injuries.
It's so crazy to think that this started as a sequel to Footloose.
So after doing the time travel business, she traps herself in a parallel reality, accidentally, watching Kota and Kaito fight each other until the future becomes clear. Oh no, I can't warn them anymore. So as Mai's body disappears, it dematerializes because her soul's gone, Michi completely gives up. He's like, I'm fucking done. Fuck this shit. Yay. All this shit. He just mopes and sits the rest of the time. He's out. And he completely gives up. While Kaito, he's like, nah, I'm not giving up. I'm finding the resolve, and he's going to fight for Mai. I'm going to get that fucking golden fruit. So it's really just down to these two now. Kota's wounds are healed. And he encourages Mai in a dream.
Did Kota become an overlord also?
Almost. He's becoming one. He's becoming one. He was using the powers and everything. Is healed, encourages Mai in a dream, and Minato swears allegiance to Kaito, who intends to become a dark tyrant bent on the world's destruction.
Okay.
Very explicitly. Zack, Orin, and Joey run into Kaito. He summons a huge Inves army without using any lock seeds. Like, what the fuck? He kicks their ass. Zack joins Kaito and Minato, because he's former Team Baron, but he's kind of reluctant. He's like, oh fuck, dude. He's kind of he's been a nice guy, but he joins Kaito here. While Orin and Joey have their drivers destroyed. They're still alive. Kaito lets them go because he's still kind of a good guy. He's like, you don't need to do anything. But they're effectively out of the game. They don't have their powers. They return to tell Kota about it. He's become an overlord, and he's like, what the fuck? As Kaito unleashes an army on an empty Zaomi city, pretty much, Kota confronts him, and he and interestingly, Kaito fights with banana arms. He has the overlord powers, but he's like, come on, fight me. And he just uses his base power, his base form, and tries to fight Kota. and they scuffle, they scuffle, but Kova tries to use Zenith arms. He tries to upgrade to his final form and try to fight Kaito, and Zack stops him. He just like holds him back. He's like, no, don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. Stop. Okay, he's like, okay. He tells him to retreat for now. Zack secretly sends a note to Oren, still alive. He's a former combat veteran. He knows how to make a bomb. Sure, you know how to make bombs?
Everyone does.
Well, combat veterans, parachute military regiment, right? At Gaim HQ, Kota admits to the team, yeah, my wound healed because I'm using Zenith arms and turning into an overlord. Michi is by himself, still crying by himself. He's haunted by his brother's ghost, Mitsuzane. He's like, yeah. As Kaito and Mai, they meet in a dream, and they're encouraging each other. She's like, I wouldn't mind if you got it. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking fight for you, babe. Let's fucking go. So she's like, she can't pick. She can't pick.
Well, one of them destroys the world.
That's the idea. We have an idea that Koda's going to sacrifice himself for the sake of the world, and Kaito's going to choose the other option.
Right.
High atop a building, they're just like overseeing a build or overwatching something. This is important. Zack plants the bomb. He plants the bomb to try to kill Kaito out of suit. And Minato catches him, turns into peach arms and blocks the explosion, gets in the way between Kaito and the bomb, and falls off the building that they are on. She falls to her death.
Ooh.
Oh.
And so Kaito, stone-faced, still stone-faced. That just happened. And he turns to face his former buddy, his number 2, and he duels him with base banana arms. And he's like, you've grown strong. And then he defeats Zack. Leaves him alive, from what we know. Defeats him though. Kaito carries Minato in his arms, looking all badass. He has her in his arms walking as his whole army is behind him, walking across a bridge, and he's about to be the fucking dark tyrant. Fucking badass. And then at the same time, Kota is tearfully admitting to his sister, because all the citizens are about to be evacuated from the city completely. Last thing he tells his sister, he's like, I'm sorry, sis, I can't eat your food anymore. And he mournfully eats a Helheim fruit, and is an overlord himself. Although he looks pretty much the same, and his form is really just Zenith arms. Whereas Kaito has a cool monster overlord form.
Gotcha.
I know I stepped out for 1 second, but you mentioned time travel. Can I get the 1-sentence explanation of what the hell that was about?
Mai was like, I gotta stop this shit from happening.
Yeah.
She goes back, and she's the woman of the beginning.
Right,
she goes back in time to try to warn Kota, Kaito, and Michi about don't join the game.
So that just was her visiting.
That was her
okay.
from the future.
Gotcha.
Inadvertently causing all this to happen.
Sure.
Close time.
Inadvertently, because in doing that, she was able to let DJ Sagura know, oh, these are the front runners. Oh, watch these guys. Watch these guys. That's how DJ Sagura was like, I'm interested in you, because she let him know why. Yeah. So it is literally just Kota and Kaito in the city by themselves. Kota summons an army of Invests to face Kaito with his army of Invests. It's just like at the very, very beginning of the show with the 2 riders on horses with the 2 armies about to fight while, Takatora and Michi are off to the side. They're the other, potential, but they're not involved. They're just watching it. And you have the coolest fight ever. It's like Naruto and Sasuke at the second, right before they do their second fight, and they give their philosophies and shit. It's the same thing. It's so good. Kaito wants to create a world where the weak are never trampled, and Kota will show him that real strength that goes beyond just power alone. The armies clash as Kota and Kaito fight, first as their base forms, Orange and Banana. I don't think they've kind of little bits here and there, but this is the first time they really fucking fight each other after all this time. And then, he goes into Jimba Lemon, he uses Mango, and then he goes Triumph Arms, the 3rd form, and then he uses Lemon Energy Arms. They're each kind of matching each other up in strength, and then he becomes an Overlord, and he becomes Zenith Arms, and it's the coolest fucking fight ever. And of course, Kota defeats Kaito. And Kaito is dying in Kota's arms, and he says that even though Kota is crying for him, because obviously he doesn't want to do this, he doesn't want to kill Kaito. Even though Kota weeps for him, Kota is truly strong. Dies. It's the coolest guy ever.
Beautiful.
The coolest rival ever. Mai returns to Earth now that the future has been decided, and the 2 of them promise to fulfill what Kaito wants. A world where the weak don't have to, the right way. by letting the invests leave and them have to fuck off. Yep.
I'm sorry that the Banana Man died. He seems really cool, but I do think they missed an opportunity for him to do that. It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time.
Their version of
should have
that,
been
their
addressed.
gag in the first time he turns into banana arms, everyone's like banana, 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 and then he says baranda because he's Baron. He's Kamen Rider Baron. Baranda. Banana, banana. Yeah, that's
just fabulous.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Especially from a guy like as stone faced as him.
Yeah, and he's still stone faced because he's like baranda.
fruit.
Yeah, yo, for
Get it
sure.
right, please. Thank you.
Reminds me of in Fish of the North Star. What's his name? Bow, right?
Rao.
I get Rao.
Rao.
Yes, King
Yeah,
Rao or
he's
whatever.
just the best, yeah. Koda eats the golden fruit and becomes the man of the beginning. So just like Mai, he gets platinum blonde hair, gets a huge suit of armor with like a white, he looks like God. It's like, this looks like God, I guess. In spite of what DJ Sagura wants, Koda refuses to destroy the world and create rebirth, instead seeking out a new world from scratch. A new stage. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's just like Adam and Eve, a man and a woman driven out of paradise, driven out of the earth, to the barren earth, a whole new planet. Literally, Koda and Mai like go through a portal. It sucks all the invest out of the world, and they go with it. And that's it. 3 months later, and this is the second to last episode. Yeah, 3 months later, Zawame is recovered. Beat riders are dancing as usual, like, yeah, we're good. And
the city is recovered.
Yeah, the city's recovered after the invest invasion. 3 months later, Zack and
There could
Michi.
still be a city after that.
I know.
Yeah. You'd be surprised. The CG explosions don't do that much damage, you see.
Okay.
Zack and Michi are watching on. They don't want to join. They're not joining the dancing so much. Zack is still injured, but Michi is like, no one wants me. I'm a freak. Like he's a rejected loser. Michi visits his comatose brother in the hospital.
He was alive after all.
In a coma. And in the coma, Takatora encounters Koda in a dream. He's like, your brother needs your help. He really needs your support. You need to go return to your brother. And Takatora wakes up with Michi there. And that's the end of Kamen Rider Gaim. However, there's the aspect of Kamen Rider I do want to touch upon, and I will be effing quick. Good Lord, I'll be quick. Kamen Rider! Kamen Rider! Okay, so I have to talk about the media mix really quick. So obviously there's toys, obviously there's novels, video games, etc. But the thing I want to talk about, also super imaginative Chokokeen, SIC. They're figurines. But what's interesting is they actually have this thing called SIC Hero Saga. So like they make comics out of the figurines. They take pictures of the figurines in cool poses and make a comic based on it. At least that's my understanding of it. It's really cool. But yeah, what I want to explain is the way they kind of, not just the TV series, but there's you might hear something called V-cinema. There's extra content, and they kind of extend the stories a little bit. Sometimes they suck, sometimes they're good. But it's important to explain this because episode 47, I'm going to say names that are like, what the fuck is that? Like, it came out of nowhere. So I have to explain some of the extraneous stuff that is in Gaim. So it says, so we can be generally, you didn't talk about this, right? So the major things to think of is there's the movie War series, it used to be called, and now they're just called winter films. This comes out in the winter. These take place between the end of one series and the first quarter of the next series. It's sort of a bridge so that, they get you to watch not just one series, but the series afterwards. They get you to keep watching it, right? So it's like a crossover between the neighboring series. So it typically structures as like Act 1 is the recently finished series. It's some extra content like after the series takes place. The Act 2 is the incumbent series. They've only just started. Their first third, they've only done like maybe 13 episodes so far. And then the third act, they cross over and they have a cool, and they kind of, sometimes the Act 2, 1 and 2 swap, but yeah. That's what they have. So you do have a Gaim movie featuring the previous series, Wizard, and you have another movie which features the following series, Drive. That particular pattern started with Heisei 2, Double, in 2009, and then the branding transitioned during Xaid. Yeah.
And these would be like non-canon, right? Because
not really.
But
they're not. It's not like they're not canon. It's that they are ignorable. It's like DLC.
Well, but like, so the events of Gaim literally happened in Drive?
No.
Like off.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, non-canon filler, whatever. Like it doesn't make whatever. but like it is just as like a vehicle to get more of these characters we like. To see him again, and maybe to have him interact with other cool characters. It's just an excuse.
Is it like they go through a portal and they're like, how did
In
you,
the case
how
of
did you
Wizard
get
and
in my
Gaim,
world?
yes.
Okay,
What are you doing?
there you
in
go.
my-
They do
on my
in Gaim,
YouTube
yeah.
channel?
That's
Right, like
that's all I
literally,
need.
yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Not all of them do that explicitly, but like, yeah, it's not that serious, but it is there. There's a spring film, so they have like they make this a franchise, right? There's a winter film, there's a spring film. There's 4. Those films have happened since the Showa period. There are 4 Showa films, and the one like I guess one of them is like the 7 Rider special, stuff like that, right? Or like the X movie or something. And then there's one of varying subject matter, basically like starting with Den-O and Kiva. Then there's the summer films in summer. There's 4 Showa films, like they have a spring film and a summer film in the Showa period. And then every Heisei series since Agito has been a pattern of they get a movie around like the 2/3 mark. So around, with Gaim, it's around episode 37 that they have the summer movie tie-in episode. Like it's a soccer tournament. You know, we're in the middle of Gaim, whatever this crazy plot's happening. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's right around the time where Michi kills his brother.
Soccer tournament.
There's an episode where Kaito's like, man, what am I gonna do? I have this infection. And he sees this guy, and suddenly he's teleported to a world where everyone's a soccer player, and the Kamen Riders are in suit playing soccer with like professional guest star soccer players. It's fun. It's fun. And that episode is just a little side thing, and that's to tease the upcoming movie. It was like the villain, which that villain of that one is like Golden Apple Arms. He has the actual apple, an apple-themed rider.
I see.
Then what's called the V Cinema or V Cinenext. They're basically OVAs, but without the A. Some of them, there's some in the 90s, but these are basically what the epilogues are. These are released, you know, some. At first they were directed to video, and now they've been showing in theaters. They started with Double, and they've been continuing since 2015 with Gaim Gaiden. So Gaim has 4 episodes of like extra content with Takatora, some backstory there. One with Ryoma, one with Kaito, and one with whatever. Yeah, those
Could
are
you
4.
remind me again how many episodes Gaim is?
Gaim is 47. But yeah, so then those are the V Cinemas. They're epilogues of sorts, or just kind of DLC of sorts, backstories maybe. And then there's the hyper battle videos, which is I think my favorite thing that I discovered. So Gaim, there's just like a little extra video. It's just like a 20-minute episode, and it is just a really funny, like a gag thing, and it's meant to be kind of a dumb comedy episode that show off alternate ideas, like kind of, it's more comedy based. And they often reference this like monthly magazine Televi-kun. But yeah, like with Gaim, it's like Fresh Orange or something. Fresh Orange Arms, and it aired around episode 19 coming out, so you can track that like where they are in the series. Like you finally have like Kaito smile in some way. There's great images of like them doing a baking thing with Kaito making an expert chef, making a cool fruit thing or a fruit pie with Mai, and it's really funny. And they get some cool extra forms and they fight, and it's fun. It's just really fun. Yeah, those are just like the bare like the essentials. But then you also have like crossovers with Power with Super Sentai. Sorry, I almost called it Power Rangers. Ooh. You know.
Don't you
I know.
dare call it that guy! He's a fake after all!
Trippy fell right on your face in the last turtle, at the last moment.
I knew it. I knew he'd
I
crack.
think he was a fake fan this whole time.
After 4.5 hours, I knew he'd crack.
I wasted my time watching this video.
Unbelievable.
Tom puts it
Unfucking
at the time code this.
That's
he
right,
stutters
yeah.
and all
Fake
says-
fan detected.
Right.
You're gonna see a big
Good
fat comment for
Lord.
best guy ever with this time.
Yeah, what a jerk.
Yeah, so I'm not really gonna. I'll just give this last paragraph here because this is episode 47. When I give you a name, you'll be like, "Who's that?" Don't worry. It has to do with these extra movies that I'm not gonna talk about. 10 months after the invasion, Meichi still can't bring himself to join the dancers again. At Oren's shaman, Takatora and Kota's sister are talking to each other for the first time because they're like, oh man, I could never understand my siblings. Siblings, am I right? You know, they're Kota and
So
Meichi.
true.
They're attacked by
Fucking
this.
siblings.
They are attacked by seeds of evil, like little blue bugs, as Michi is confronted by a girl that's possessed by the spirit of Kogane, who uses Darkness Arms, the golden fruit. Who? Don't worry. They're screwed, because all the Sengoku drivers have already been destroyed. And even if they rebuilt them, they have no log seeds anymore. except for Hase's old pinecone arms. Like, I guess the driver was destroyed, but not his lock
But
seed.
the pinecone one?
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck.
Joey
We're
Joey
ruined.
discovers this before Takatora can use it, and he requests to fight instead of after Takatora finally tells Joey. I guess Joey never found out what happened to Hase. He was like buds, the nuts, the two of them, and he never found out that Hase turned into an Inves.
It's a bummer.
It's crazy.
better
And
off
that's how
not
he found
knowing.
out, I
Yeah,
guess.
probably.
Yeah.
He's easily defeated, of course, but oops, Michi still has his grape arms. He abandoned that thing a while ago, right? But he's still got it. So he uses Ryugen to, but he has to stand down because Kogane is holding a possessed girl's body hostage. He's like, I'm possessing, it's this ghost demon guy, and he's possessing a girl. He's like, ha ha ha, if you kill me, the girl dies, ha ha ha.
You're describing the final episode?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, just making sure. All right.
Yeah, and they were like, what is all this? And then it's like, the movie!
Right, from the
Right,
stuff, yeah.
right. So he's holding the girl's body hostage. Michi is saved by the man of the beginning, by Kota. He shows up again. And together he becomes Zenith Arms and he's becomes Ryugen, and they team up. One last ride, they're together again, and they defeat Kogane. Kota leaves, encouraging Michi as the shrine tree magically reappears in the city. I guess it grows back or something like that, but it shows up back in the city, and it's looked on by Kaito's ghost, kind of like a force ghost. Yeah. So he's there at that tree, and he's with the woman of the beginning, with Mai, and he's just like, yeah, we still want that. And so they're watching on as kids that look exactly like them. It's like Kota, Mai, and him as kids, and they're all breakdancing with each other as kids, and it's cute. And that's the end of Kamen Rider Gaim. The end.
Yay.
That is it. Woo. Thank you for watching. Yo, peace.
I just have a question. Why? How does Kota come back?
He's God.
He's God.
He can just do that?
He can't stay in the world.
can't stay?
Yeah, he
Okay,
can't
fine,
stay.
whatever.
But he watches over
Sure.
them. Yeah.
It really is like Madoka Magica.
I thought he was going to be god of the new world.
He is.
Yeah,
But
and
the
the
new
new
world
world is the. He decided to, instead of having the new world, he left the old world intact, and and if he wants to do that, the option is for him to leave.
To go find a new world.
Yeah, so he is like he's like on a totally different alien planet, and it's just him and Mai, and you do see this in some of the V cinemas. It's just like him in a cool garden with a waterfall or whatever, and he's like, "Well, I'm by myself."
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How fun. How fun. All right.
And there's 35 seasons of those, like the complete similar complexity and doo-doo and everything. Unreal.